It all starts with the most popular game in the world, where when you enter, the player is instantly attacked by a huge dragon that flew out of the storm clouds. The main character, bravely standing alone on the edge of a cliff, talked about the dragon god, who has no equal in strength. But before he can finish his sentence, one player suddenly appears who doesn't want to follow the rules. He jumps off a cliff because no decent person will watch the prologue. The guy wanted to enter the game and take the initiative as quickly as possible. However, during his fall, a system suddenly appeared that said that you must definitely choose a class. Continuing to fall, the guy realized his mistake, which was that he wanted to play too cool, which is why he completely forgot about creating a character. After the character's appearance was set up, the system asked you to choose a name for it, given that there is no rename function. Then the guy replied that he would be called the strongest kindergarten student. But the system responded that the analysis of the player's age did not meet the criteria for choosing this name, so the request was automatically rejected. The guy had to choose a new name for himself, so before he fell inventory, and pompously said that only he could protect this village. Then he swung his arm and hit the slug with all his might. However, it only dealt 5 points of damage to this monster, while the slime pounced on him in response and dealt him 50 points of damage. The guy jumped out of the way, clutching at a sore spot. He couldn't believe that the slime's damage was 10 times greater than his. Then he packed up and ran back to the village through the gate. After hiding, he decided to check out his first-level player stats. His HP was only 100, his strength was 2, his defense was 1, and his reputation was 0. Winter River only had one skill, the armament skill, which showed basic information about creatures and items 5 levels higher than the character. This was unexpected for the guy, as it was the first time he got stuck on the slime after just logging into the game. The other players are probably still watching the cutscenes, so he still has plenty of time to figure out a way out before they arrive. Then he noticed a soldier standing by the wall, and since he couldn't see his stats, it meant that he wasn't above level 5. But this did not stop Winter River, who approached the soldier and decided to ask him a question, but he categorically refused to answer. The guy hesitated, as this is the second rude person on his way out of 2. Are all the people in this village friendly to newcomers? The soldier then replied that adventurers should first think about how to protect themselves from the slime. And this information from a soldier who was not involved in charity was worth 10 gold coins. Winter River smiled awkwardly and said that he was the only adventurer here so far. Therefore, he is only willing to pay 1 gold coin for this service, but if the soldier does not agree, then the guy will find someone else who will be willing to help him. Suddenly, the soldier remembered what the headman had told him about how many adventurers would soon arrive here and new opportunities would appear. But it was strange that there was only one player right now. In addition, the soldier only earned 50 silver coins for a month of work, and 1 gold is 100 silver coins, which he does not know yet, so it is not so bad to agree to his conditions. Then the soldier called the boy over again and asked him what kind of help he needed. The young adventurer smiled slyly and looked at his opponent. I didn't have to ask him a second time, so he went up to the soldier and asked him for some advice. It didn't last too long, but thanks to Soldier Cairo's training, Winter River managed to gain a basic D level of swordsmanship and a basic C level double strike. The sword skill increased his strength by 5, and thanks to the double strike, he could now quickly deal 2 blows to the enemy, the first of which dealt 75% damage and the second, 80%. The cooldown of this skill lasted 20 seconds, and during all this training the soldier spent all his coins, so he told the guy to pay. But the man replied that he had just arrived and had not yet been able to move his things here, so he could write him a receipt and pay him as soon as he had the money. This decision did not particularly please the soldier, who thought that the guy was trying to deceive him. But the soldier replied that he really got here penniless. The soldier then offered to sign a contract, and if Winter River didn't pay him the 1 gold coin he owed within a week, then he would find it, and it wouldn't be too small for him. The guy had to agree and signed a contract with the soldiers of Cairo, but this was not enough for Winter River, and he, with a fake smile, asked the soldier to add another gold coin to the contract. This coin the guy was ready to give for the soldier's equipment. Winter River kept Cairo quiet for a long time, but eventually persuaded him to give up his equipment, which consisted of white level leather armor with 2-2 protection. It also included the iron sword of a soldier with the strength of level 3-3 white, which was the smallest, as it was followed by bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, spiritual, earth, and sky levels. Of course, white level weapons are just trash, since according to the description there are levels from low to high in the Tianheng continent, and these are the levels from white to heavenly. Winter River itself was level 1, but now increased strength to 9-9 and defense to 3-3. This meant that the guy's stats had improved significantly. So it's time to show this slime where the crayfish hibernate. But then other players began to appear, looking at the virtual environment with delight. Standing in front of this crowd, Winter River looked at them in disbelief and realized that this was what a normal game entry looked like after watching the story scene at the beginning. And while everyone was figuring out what to do next, Winter River decided to take this chance to get around everyone. He ran out of the village and entered the forest, finding slime in it. Then, he swung his sword and threw a double punch, a skill that he got thanks to the soldier. As I expected, the damage of his strike increased by several times. At this time, the slime got angry and also hit the guy. However, the damage was only 12 points, which meant that the Winter River's defense had also increased. Then he swung his sword again and destroyed the slime, for which he received 10 experience points. This small victory gave a big boost to the guy because he was able to deal 66 critical damage in a few seconds. It was very pleasant to realize this, having the skills and equipment. Then he eagerly attacked the other slugs. After some time, he reached the second level, which increased his strength and defense by 1 point and HP by 100. This update made him happy, as the effectiveness of destroying slugs increased, and now he could destroy them more quickly. A full 2 hours had passed, and the newcomers in the village still didn't know how to defeat the slime, deciding to form teams of 4 to 5 people. The village chief, watching all this, saw in the newcomers only a pile of garbage, which is not capable of anything. But then a guy he already knew turned to him and said that he had proved his strength, after which he threw the bag in his hand in front of the old man. This bag was filled to the brim with slug cores. This surprised the prefect, who changed his mind about the adventurers, thinking that at least some of them had the brains to do it. Thus, the guy finished the mission and gained 20 experience points. But this mission seemed too easy for Winter River, who had already reached level 3. He asked if the old man had anything else to do, and the old man said that he needed to kill 10 demonic gods if the old man dared to do it. This was a dangerous mission, as the Tianheng continent is divided into light and dark factions, the latter of which is home to the strongest creatures called the 10 demonic gods. If you defeat them, you can get an incredible reward, but if you fail, the reputation of the light faction will drop by $10,000, the level will drop by 50, and the old man will have to pay 10,000 gold coins as a penalty. At first, the guy thought that the old man just wanted to buy him 10,000 gold coins, since the task sounded very difficult, but the old man said that he thought better of the guy than all the other trash. Then the guy decided to prove that he really is not like that, and took on this task, the deadline for which was only 1 week. However, he knew that the consequences were too severe, so he asked the old man for a family heirloom as one of the promised rewards for completing this task. Todd agreed without thinking, handing the scroll to the guy, since in addition to it, the hero would also receive countless equipment, gold, and the title of City Lord. However, the headman himself did not believe in the capabilities of the guy at all. Smiling slyly, he thought that this adventurer was a fool who would enrich him by 10,000 coins. Moreover, 100,000 reputation points will encourage all the light factions to hunt the guy. But the old man did not tell Winter River, who accepted the most difficult task for a level 3 player. He obtained a family heirloom in the form of an S-level fire god's wrath and set out. Night fell when a gray wolf jumped out of the bushes at the guy, a regular level 5 monster with 1,000 HP. His strength was quite big for a beginner, as it was 15 to 20 points, as was his defense, which was level 9. However, the guy was able to deal with the monster's bite skill and used his sword to push it back. Then, he dealt him a devastating blow, dealing several hundred points of damage. For defeating the Grey Wolf, Winter River received 80 experience points, which increased his level to 4 and increased HP by 100 points, and strength and defense by 1 point. Also, for this feat, Winter River received only 3 bronze coins, which was very small. He was also confused by the fact that the old man's family heirloom was some kind of disposable scroll that the old man had parted with too easily. With it, a low-level Forbidden Fire attribute spell could be cast once, which would create a 200-meter radius effect and deal 5 million fixed damage to enemies. Winter River thought about quitting his account, but the system said that if he decided to quit his account, the debt would not disappear and he would have to pay back the debt for an outstanding real-life back payment of $59 million. This sobered up Winter River, as now, as a graduate, the maximum he could earn was $8,000 a month, so he urgently needed to continue completing the task. At this moment, he was trying to calm himself down by saying that 10,000 gold coins, where one coin is $600, isn't that much. And in order to prevent the payment of this huge debt, it was necessary to pull yourself together and continue to pump up the skill. He decided not to fight a whole pack of gray wolves, but found one that strayed from the pack. Jumping out of the bushes, the boy pointed his sword at the monster. With one hit, he dealt quite a large amount of damage to the beast. It howled loudly, but Winter River didn't think it was important, because there were no other wolves in the area willing to come to the beast's aid. However, this was an incorrect assumption, since a pack of wolves will always help their kindred, so the guy had to fight with monsters for 2 hours. Thus, Winter River was able to reach level 7 and get new equipment, wolf skin bracers, which increased defense by 2 points. The guy's HP increased to 700, strength to 34, and defense to 15. Now he had to fight the leader of this wolf pack, a level 12 bronze level boss with 2500 HP, 3540 strength, and 25 defense. He used to be an ordinary gray wolf until he was lucky enough to cross paths with a runaway necromancer, who turned him into a cruel and powerful demon wolf king using forbidden magic. As a result, he became the necromancer's guard dog, which protects him from outsiders, which Winter River did not like at all. He thought that attacking this monster was too dangerous, and it was better to do it when the guy raised his level. But it would be a long time to wait, so Winter River chose a difficult path and decided to take the chance to attack the king while there were no other players around. The demonic Wolf King immediately sensed the guy's approach and looked in his direction with red aggressive eyes. It didn't take long before it attacked the Winter River, making a loud growling sound. He approached the newcomer too quickly and didn't have time to react. With the skills of Bloodlust, the special royal aura of the Tearing Claw, the Demon King dealt the guy a powerful blow with his paw, and that, in turn, dealt the wolf only 9 points of damage, which was a huge difference. The Demon King didn't even notice this strike as he prepared for the next attack. Deciding not to delay, the wolf once again ran towards the Winter River with great speed. But then there was the sound of another animal running behind the guy, which turned out to be another aggressive wolf. He ran over and grabbed Winter River's arm, dealing 78 points of damage, thus protecting his king. But the guy just gritted his teeth, as he expected a terrible pain from the bite, but for some reason it was not there. It turned out that it was a very weak wolf that Winter River dragged away from his hand by the scruff of the neck. Thus he took the little wolf cub hostage and extended his hand with it forward. The Demon King stopped in a panic and stared at the small member of his pack. For the boy, this was the chance he was waiting for, as it was clear that the leader would not attack if a member of his stat was in danger. Moreover, it was just a harmless little wolf cub, which helped Winter hand a lot at this moment. Gripping the sword tighter, the guy swung and gave the demonic Wolf King a basic double punch. He tried to dodge, but it didn't work out completely. Now the wolf had to not only destroy the enemy, but also save the cub. So he began to attack more carefully, but at the same time more aggressively. But that was all the guy needed, ready to strike again. Without letting go of the little wolf's grip, he dealt blow after blow of damage to the Demon King. This continued for a full 2 hours, which exhausted both of them. At some point, when the Demon Wolf King's HP was equal to 2510, a terrifying energy began to radiate from it. Winter River was afraid that the king was starting the next phase, which was the random number generator installed by the Staff of Eternity in the monsters. It doesn't matter if it's a normal monster or not. Everyone has the opportunity to advance to the next phase and become stronger. They can even go 3 phases ahead. The leader monster has a much higher chance of phase change than a normal monster. So the demonic Wolf King has increased the power of the Bloodlust skill by 15 points and the speed by 20%, while losing 0.2 HP every minute. And then the king also increased the power of the Blood King's aura skill by 10%, as well as the speed of movement, the effect of which lasted for 30 seconds. After that, the Demon King rushed towards the enemy he hated. He used the Ripping Claw skill, dealing 250% damage to the Grey Wolf. The wolf had to take this desperate step, which dumbfounded the guy, in order to continue to fight the enemy without restrictions of this. Quickly figuring out what was going on, Winter River dealt the Demon King a full 5 sword strikes. He roared in pain, not wanting to let it go. It slashed its claws right at the guy who barely managed to jump away. It was a very ferocious strike, and Winter River knew that one such strike would take all of his remaining HP. He realized that he couldn't defeat the Demon King, but could this monster catch up to him? As soon as the guy started to run away, the monster began to catch up with him in quick jerks. Another tug from the wolf turned into a leap straight at the Winter River, which managed to jump away at the last moment. The guy was lucky that he decided to move illogically, but whether he could beat the king in a fight of wear and tear was a big question. If the guy moved to the left, the Demon King would destroy him in the same second if he just touched him. But there was nothing to do right now, so it was necessary to put all the remaining strength into this battle and use all the skills. This battle continued for another 5 hours, after which Winter River dealt another blow to the Demon King, whose HP was already approaching 0. In the end, the guy managed to destroy a bronze-level monster, for which he received 2,000 experience points and 500 reputation points. Thus, the level of the Winter River immediately increased to 10, and since he was the first person to kill a bronze-level boss in the game, the guy received a choice of 10 attributes. Meanwhile, his reputation increased by 1,000, and he obtained a rare item, the Blessing Sphere. The system then asked if Winter River wanted to announce its results to all the players in the Tianheng continent, for which 10,000 reputation points could be obtained, to which the guy naturally agreed. As soon as the system released this announcement to the masses, all the newbies were shocked that someone was already able to kill a boss of this level. Winter River immediately started receiving dozens of friend requests, but he blocked all users so that they couldn't even write to him. Having finished this difficult task, the guy let out a tired sigh. It was time to take a look at the loot after the first boss kill, so Winter River headed for the monster's body. But before he could reach his destination, a man's voice came from the side, threatening and displeased. This was a necromancer who was clearly not happy that someone had destroyed his carefully stirred and trained puppet. The necromancer's gaze was more eloquent than any words, as it revealed all of his cruelest intentions. This was the same necromancer mentioned in the description of the Wolf King, who seemed to be a stronger boss now. But Winter River still had one trump card up its sleeve. Even though the necromancer, along with the other strongest ones from the dark green level of the Tianheng continent, was still one step away from the spiritual level. He advised the boy to welcome his death, but Winter River had other plans. He scoffed at such a strong character who was in the novice village, but the necromancer called the guy a fool who should be afraid of death. The necromancer's name was Daniel, and he, like Winter River, knew about the goddess who protected this life and the possibility of rebirth. So the guy said that before he accepted his death, he hoped that a necromancer like a dark green level person would be able to fulfill his request. The necromancer looked at the Winter River with interest and asked what kind of request he meant. The guy, as a last request, asked to look at the page with information belonging to Daniel himself. This request made him dumbfounded, as he was currently badly injured and not in the best condition. But he should be strong enough to destroy the adventurer. But the necromancer couldn't let this small ant see his poor condition, so he just snapped and said that the guy wanted a lot. But Winter River replied that Daniel was going too far with such ridiculous excuses, showing the whole truth with his reaction. So, holding out the headman's scroll in front of him, he ordered the enemy to stop before it was too late. Seeing the forbidden list of curses, the necromancer was really taken aback, as he didn't expect a novice to have such equipment. Winter River reminded that if Daniel doesn't want to die, then let him show the information from his page and hand over all the treasures he has. This ultimatum startled the man, who shouted back that he wasn't afraid of this stupid scroll, as its HP was enough to ward off these curses. And if the guy is really so sure of his victory, then let him try to guess how much HP he has and whether this piece of paper will be enough for him to win. Winter River, without arguing with the necromancer for a long time, held out the scroll in front of him and said that he would still be able to resurrect no matter what happened. Then he tore the paper open with a steady but gentle tug, which strained the necromancer. He knew that if he was at the peak of his best condition, he wouldn't be afraid of this petty curse, but right now he might not be able to handle it. Realizing that his situation was deplorable, Deviv shouted to the guy to stop. And then, in a tired and even slightly frightened voice, I asked him what he was trying to achieve. Winter River replied that his equipment and loot would be enough for him, and then he would leave. However, the guy himself knew that the NPC in front of him was too smart. Therefore, you should definitely not relax, given the strength of the necromancer. But then he replied that he couldn't give his loot and equipment to an adventurer without getting something in return, according to the rules of this world. Winter River hesitated, not knowing what to do now, especially since hearing the rules from the NPCs was too strange. Then the necromancer suggested an alternative. He would still go against the canons and accept the boy as his disciple and teach him the sword skills of the Dark Faction. The system immediately said that if they agreed, the Light Faction's reputation would be reduced by 100,000, but the Dark Faction's reputation system would be opened. And if Winter River agrees to become a necromancer's apprentice, he will automatically completely betray the light faction without the possibility of returning. But the boy thought it was a clever move by Daniel, being sure that if he chose to join the dark faction, he would have nowhere to go and become as much a puppet on a string as the necromancer himself. Plus, Winter River is already a warrior, which is a well-balanced class with 3 stars across the board, so he doesn't need dark sword skills. But the necromancer swore, in the name of the god of contracts, that if the pre-clear became his apprentice, he would make every effort to train him and allow him to change his hidden role as a dark swordsman. It was a one-of-a-kind hidden role, and if Daniel broke his promise, he would be killed by the god of contracts. The Dark Swordsman is the most powerful mythical-level creature among the undead spirits that have been described as harboring an evil power within them. Moreover, the hidden role of a swordsman contained 5 stars, and the strength was even 6. Stars determine the amount by which the stat will increase with each level, and each unit gives 10 points of damage. Dark Swordsmen are fierce, strong, ruthless, and possess hidden talent. It was all like a winter river. Then the guy approached Daniel and, calling him a teacher, shook his hand, expressing agreement. The system notified that Winter River had successfully joined the Dark faction, and due to the change of role to Dark Swordsman, the guy started to change a lot. Its base growth and features have changed. The base sword skill has changed to Dark, and the base double strike has changed to Brutal Destruction. So Winter River became the first player to change roles in the game. So he received rewards in the form of 10 camp points, 1,000 reputation, and rare equipment in the form of a ring of spirits of the dead. Looking at his new body, Winter River asked Daniel if he could regain his previous form. But the necromancer replied that the boy's body was filled with an evil aura that could only be controlled if he became strong enough, and only then could he regain his form. In the meantime, Daniel decided to help Winter River hide his true identity. The necromancer's concealment magic was applied and was supposed to last for 3 days. The guy arrogantly said that even though he changed the role to a single hidden role, his teacher isn't very strong. He's just a dark gold-level necromancer, which gives the guy a not-so-bright future. Looking at the guy's reaction, Daniel said after a long pause that he was quite ambitious, but the strength was in the faction king. If one day Winter River became stronger than Daniel himself, then there was a chance that he would become a disciple of one of the 10 great demon gods. And as the boy's teacher, the necromancer must allow Winter River to pass the role changer test, which will help prove his loyalty to the dark faction. Thus, the guy was forced to accept the mission Heart That Craves Darkness, difficulty A, since it was necessary to destroy 100 adventurers of the light faction or the original inhabitants. It seemed difficult to the boy, but the necromancer said that Winter River is the only one of all the students who changed their role to become a dark swordsman, so he is talented. Before leaving, the necromancer told the boy to pass the test as soon as possible and get the trust of the dark faction as a reward. But he is now badly injured and needs 3 days to recover, and then they will leave the novice village. Then Winter River asked what would happen if he died. Will he be able to join at the newbie village resurrection point? Daniel, smiling goodbye, replied that being in the dark faction, it was impossible to ask the goddess of life for help. This news stunned the guy, as now he only has 1 attempt. However, the necromancer replied that instead of the goddess of life, the guy received the protection of an ancient demonic god in return. When Winter River asked who it was, Daniel said that the guy would find out soon enough, as soon as he finished the role change mission. But for now, they needed to say goodbye. After doing this, Winter River summed up what he had achieved. He easily changed roles and became a one-of-a-kind hidden role, which was easy, and also received equipment and increased skills. His passive B-rank Dark Sword skill has now increased strength by 50 points and attack speed by 20%, while working with a sword by 100% and other weapons by 50%. The new silver-level Spirit of the Dead ring had a power of 15, which increased strength by 5%, but it required level 10 to use. At the same time, Winter River knew that he was still short of equipment in several slots, so you'll have to use the Grey Wolves to test his skills, which the guy did by attacking them. For this time, уничтожить их, it was much easier to destroy them because the guy increased his skills. Thus, Winter River obtained a wolfskin helmet, which was a stroke of luck. The equipment slots have been filled up, and there are a few extra ones left that can be sold in the village. Then an aggressive stranger suddenly appeared next to the Winter River and pushed him aside. There were more and more of them. These were the guys from the hero community who were hunting in this place. One of them told Winter River that he'd better not be here if he didn't want trouble. But the guy indignantly replied that he came here first and solo players also need to hunt. It's not fair that the whole group took one fertile spot, But the guys from it did not care, and they continued to drive away the Winter River. However, he coldly replied that the loners would not tolerate this outrage, and if no one had opposed them before, then he would be the first. And then the guy jokingly added that the same singles would give him a lot of likes, and activated the recording function. Winter River's opponents didn't like it at all, and they attacked him to stop the broadcast. Two guys charged at Winter River, but they couldn't break through his armor with their swords. He decided that if he didn't go down to hell, no one would. This saying gave him a boost of confidence, and he pushed his enemies away with a single blow. So he destroyed two adventurers and got 35 and 27 experience points for them, which was unexpected. After changing roles, the guy's stats skyrocketed, and now ordinary players can be taken down in the blink of an eye. And after joining the Dark faction, he will be able to gain experience for destroying players. But right now, Winter River still had to think about the aggressive guys from the hero community coming at him, ready to avenge their friends. But it was as if Winter River was just waiting for this. As in his eyes, they were just another experience. As soon as the guys got too close to him, he used his power to deflect their attacks. With the use of just one skill, Winter River surged forward, leaving the enemies behind. Swinging his sword, the guy began to strike after blow, and all of them were crushing. Thus, only one warrior was left standing in front of the Winter River. He was looking at the guy who was holding a sword to his throat in fright. Suddenly, the system showed Winter River a notification that On had already destroyed 17 adventurers, which meant that he was already getting ready to complete his mission. This greatly motivated the guy, and his eyes seemed to glow with a strange and creepy light. Turning to the already defeated enemies, Winter River asked them not to blame him, as they had provoked him. After that, the recording was saved and it was necessary to think over the next action plan. It was the middle of the night outside, and the guy returned to the city and decided to sell the accumulated equipment. He went out to the crowd and shouted that he was selling equipment from the Grey Wolves and only accepting cash. Winter River was recognized by many newbies who couldn't even kill the slime yet, so they were very enthusiastic about the guy who managed to get low-level equipment. It didn't seem all that impressive, but it was practically impossible for newbies, so they set up an auction. Winter River smiled and said that the highest bidder would win. One of the guys said that he would pay $10,000 and take everything he had, then added that they were from the Dragon Guild and suggested that Winter River join them. But the guy replied that he preferred to be a solo player right now and thought to himself that a member of the Dark faction would go to certain death if he joined the Light Guild. But a player from the Dragon Guild still insisted that Winter River add him as a friend in case he had good equipment to sell to the guild for a good price. Then the guy decided to add the dragon, soaring 10,000 miles away, as a friend, and said that he would keep him informed, warning him not to deceive him. Thus, the deal was concluded between two new partners. The dragon asked to send the guy the number of his bank account to transfer the promised money to him. While all this was being done, it was actually morning. Winter River, all this time being in a virtual reality helmet, decided to take it off after all. As soon as he did, he allowed himself to relax and exhaled heavily. Sitting down at the computer, he withdrew cash for the equipment that he sold for about 40,000. Now all he had to do was upload a video of the group he had defeated and call it Little Bunch of Heroes, which Winter River found funny. As soon as the guy posted this video online, it immediately became popular and collected a lot of positive comments. People supported the Winter River. They say that they did not like this association of heroes for a long time, and now at least someone has piled on them. All this was followed by the guys from the Association of Heroes in real life who did not know what to do now. Andem didn't like that this Winter River guy was still bullying them in the comments, which really annoyed their boss. His ward said that Winter River had written that he would be waiting for them on the southeastern mountain in the novice village. It was as if he didn't want to go unpunished himself, which was just as well for a group of heroes whose leader thought he could easily take on a lone wolf. He's only one person, so now they need to call all the players from the Hero Association and meet with Winter River, as well as persuade other players to join them. And then the leader announced the conditions. Anyone who destroys the Winter River once will receive 50,000 gold, and this amount will increase according to the amount of destruction this guy has. The assistant to the president was surprised by such a huge amount, thinking that they were making a big deal out of a molehill. But the man told him that in the game Eternity, as in business, there are many opportunities. There is no need to be afraid to spend money for spreading fame, especially now they have opportunities to gather more people. The president needed at least 100 to celebrate his union of heroes through such a small step as the Winter River. Thus, at the appointed time, a huge crowd of people appeared on the hill to fight the Winter River. But this did not frighten the guy at all, but on the contrary, he saw for himself a lot of experience in these people. Taking out his sword from its scabbard, the guy asked if all of the people present had come to cause him trouble. But no one from the crowd answered him, because they were only interested in the money they could get, so everyone immediately attacked the guy. But the man only smiled slyly in response, as if he was eager for this attack. However, the players were unwilling to stop and continued advancing in a huge crowd. But the closer they got to the Winter River, the more they felt its unknown power. And that Lish grinned, not even moving from his place, like a predator, to which the prey ran itself. Waiting for the moment, Winter River with one kick of his ball, he knocked 3 players away from Gray, destroying them. For this small victory, the guy received 31 experience points. The other players were startled, as they only now realized why the hero gathering had offered such a huge reward. They knew that they could respawn, but their level would drop, and they had only just started playing. But then came the voice of the president, who promised compensation to those who would die today and ordered them not to panic, as they had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, it would be possible to make a good profit on the Winter River and take away his equipment. But the latter only smiled and replied that his evil level does not increase from killing, unlike the experience scale. And this scale was already almost full. So the guy confidently began to call out to the rest of the players. Winter River understood that the game had only just begun, and some people were only at the 2nd level and couldn't handle the slugs, so they didn't have a chance to beat him. There is not a single player who changes their role, nor are there archers, mages, or any other long-range role to provide support. Thus, it was only an easy experience for Winter River. He began to scatter the newcomers around him like flies. They began to panic greatly, not believing what they were seeing with their own eyes. All these people were ordered to destroy Winter River, but he destroyed them. The guy even got excited as it seemed to him fun. Thus, after 20 minutes, many newcomers were already lying on the ground, but the HP of Winter River also decreased significantly. This could not but please the members of the Assembly of Heroes, who were sure that they would defeat the guy by numbers, but then suddenly his HP level rose to the maximum, due to the fact that Winter River destroyed many advancem experience. The president motivated his guys and ordered them to fight on, but the Winter River continued to throw them around with ease. The players didn't understand how this guy could handle more than 200 people. It was harder for them to defeat this guy than the boss. But after 5 minutes, Winter River's HP still dropped, which encouraged the adventurers surrounding him. But as soon as Winter River gave these guys hope, he immediately took it away. His HP increased in the blink of an eye, as did his level, which increased to 12. After fully replenishing his strength, Winter River told Steel to work harder, as his equipment was already almost worn out. The president couldn't believe his eyes, just like all the other players who realized that their initial assumptions about Winter River gaining experience for destroying other players wasn't a joke. But the guy in front of them said that they look like cowards while the whole internet is looking at them, which should be a shame. Some players, even though there was a large reward, no longer dared to attack the Winter River. They asked their leader, who was called Chaos in the world, what they should do now, and the latter, gritting his teeth, although he did not want it as much as possible, ordered to retreat. As soon as this order arrived, all the players immediately rushed back, away from the Winter River. The guy shouted after them that his equipment was still with him, so he would have the last laugh. Who would have thought that everything would happen so smoothly after all? Winter River was able to raise his level twice. But now, destroying these low-level players won't give them much experience anymore, much less increase their evil level, which was 0 until now. Suddenly, a red alert notification appeared in front of the system notification, which said that the Winter River teacher was currently in a desperate situation and would most likely die. The system suggested that the guy help the teacher as soon as possible, because if he dies, then the reputation of the Winter River in the Dark faction will decrease by 50,000. This news didn't make him happy at all, but rather made him angry, since he hadn't even left the novice village yet. And if his master died, he definitely wouldn't do it, so he should have run to help him now. The path was not the closest, but rather dangerous, through narrow stone gorges. It was there that the necromancer Daniel was attacked by someone from the Light faction. I want to get a big reward for him. This man turned out to be the village chief and understood that this way he would get a chance to enter the church for further training. He'd spent months tracking down Daniel, and he'd finally found him here. But the necromancer replied that this old man already had 1 foot in the grave, so let's not be so presumptuous. Moreover, his rank was quite a bit higher than Daniel's. But then a rustle in the bushes distracted the 2 combatants from the fight. A guy who was unexpectedly familiar to the necromancer's enemy suddenly jumped out of them. He immediately recognized Winter River, who had promised to complete the mission in the village. Winter River didn't expect to see the headman here either, asking, "What is this old geezer doing here?" But he replied that the guy should not interfere and leave this place, otherwise he will be in trouble. But this only made Winter River angry, as well as the fact that he couldn't see the characteristics of this old man other than being a pyromancer. Just then, his evil aura began to pour out of the guy, and at that moment, the headman realized that Winter River had gone over to the evil side. This greatly angered the headman, who thought that he could destroy the necromancer and drag this brat to the Church of the Light faction. This way, he will definitely receive a lot of rewards from the followers of the church. But then the guy asked the necromancer a question. Can he really win? Daniel replied that until the guy came, he had a small chance of winning, but now he will definitely lose. This joke offended Winter River a little, but Daniel continued and said that right now, he could only secretly open the teleportation gate for them to escape. But the old man needs to be held for 20 seconds, which is what Winter River should do. But the guy replied that the teacher from Daniel is not conscientious, as he will allow his student to use a precious item that he kept secrets for the sake of escape. Therefore, Winter River said that he would only do it as a mission for which he would receive a reward. This annoyed Daniel, but also delighted him a little Daniela, who hoped that the boy would complete this mission. It was of difficulty A and sounded like a pyromancer block, and to complete it, you need to block Brandy's pyromancer for 20 seconds, for which Daniel promised an unknown reward. Winter River agreed to a questionable task and told his unreliable teacher to rely on him. The headman, on the other hand, called the boy a brat and got angry because the boy didn't take him seriously and started colluding so loudly with the teacher right in front of him. But then Winter River pulled out and showed the pyromancer his own scroll and said that if he moved, there might be sad consequences. This made the old man even angrier, who already regretted giving the boy this thing, but was sure that this boy wouldn't be able to turn against him with the forbidden curse scroll. But Winter River opened up too quickly and started tearing the scroll. The guy added that old grandpa had placed a lot of expectations on it, and this scroll is designed to destroy demonic gods like a pyromancer. The fire that erupted from the scroll enveloped the old man. It was very crushing and could clearly delay the pyromancer for a while. The Winter River necromancer had already started teleporting at this time. He slammed his staff down on the ground, which glowed under his feet as if disappearing into the blue light. The light grew brighter until it sucked the necromancer and Winter River into the portal like a whirlpool. At this moment, a new notification came to all the newcomers from the village. It stated that adventurer Winter River had betrayed the Light faction by joining the Dark faction, which had angered the rulers of the Light faction. Whoever destroys the Winter River will be rewarded with the most valuable equipment, as well as a one-of-a-kind hidden role. The notification flew out like hotcakes, and soon everyone knew about it. And for everyone, the Winter River became an enemy and a target. But the boy was only interested in saving him and saving his teacher, who had taken them to the storm plane. The portal opened in an unexpected place, scaring the hare standing next to it. The teacher and his student were in a safe place, which greatly reassured the necromancer. As soon as the guy stepped on the ground, he immediately saw the notification that all the players saw, namely about his betrayal and the reward for his capture. Looking at the reward of the rarest equipment and the only hidden role, the guy thought that all the players would try to destroy it at the first meeting. Suddenly, a system reminder popped up that since Winter River left the Novice Village and broke the contract with Kylo, all the residents of the Novice Village would hunt him down. Also, because he helped Necromancer Daniel fight off Pyromancer Brandy, he received a penalty of reducing the Light faction's reputation by 100,000. His level also decreased by 50 and the gold coins by 10,000, which discouraged the Winter River. He opened the scoreboard with his parameters and saw there his first level and exactly the same stats that were there when he started playing. Then Winter River turned to Master and said that he had sacrificed too much to save him, so the time had passed to give him his rewards. Necromancer Daniel told the boy not to worry, since he saved him and is also his disciple. It would be wrong to offend such a person, so Daniel decided to reward him handsomely. For completing the mission for the blocked Pyromancer, Winter River received 100,000 experience points and a rare S-rank Devil Trampling talent. Thus, the guy's level immediately increased to 14. What made him even more admirable was his obtained rare talent. The S-rank Devil Trampling cane can only be studied by living beings with evil power in them. Once activated, this technique will deal a double blow to both the enemy's body and dignity, which is why this talent is so famous in the Tianheng continent. To use it, you need to concentrate your strength in your legs and increase your movement speed by 200%, and attack speed by 100% 2 seconds before activation. The jump height was significantly increased, and the attack guaranteed a critical hit and suppressed its target, but did not receive any weapon bonuses while the cooldown lasted 1 minute. Although the talent didn't deal much damage, it had a great power to humiliate people, which he found powerful. The necromancer replied that this talent had been lost for centuries and he had accidentally stumbled upon it in a crypt from a powerful person. Daniel wasn't strong enough to use it, so he just kept it, and now he gave it to Winter River. He believed that he would gain much more from the Dark Faction by using this talent. Devilish Trampling seems to be stuck in time, and many strong individuals in the Dark Faction would like to have this talent in their possession, despite its low damage. This information pleased Winter River, who asked the teacher if there were any more rewards. The outraged necromancer replied that the guy should not be so greedy and not think that he was losing. But Winter River replied that he didn't think so, just wanted to grow faster. However, the necromancer said that this requires practice, and equipment is always nothing more than an external factor. So for now, they will just go to a place that is under the protection of the demonic gods. They needed to get there, as the necromancer was too weak to provide that protection on his own. An hour later, they were in the Badlands, after which Daniel decided to take a break, saying that it would take 2 more days for his wounds to heal. He passed the medicine to the boy and told him to go on alone, as the monsters here were weak and would allow the Winter River to level up. Reaching out to take the medicine, he thanked his teacher and set off on his way. It was the elixir of healing, a precious medicine that is not available to everyone, restoring 500 HP every second for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The system's notification then suggested that the guy accept a challenge of difficulty C that sounded like train yourself, to which the guy readily agreed. Mission objective: kill 500 demonic lizards, hone your skills, become stronger, and report back to Daniel for an unknown reward. After walking a little further, Winter River noticed huge demonic lizards on the horizon. These were normal level 18 monsters with 2000 HP and 120-125 attack. They were originally just lizards living in the Gobi Desert, but their bodies had undergone drastic changes after being trapped by the demonic aura. Lizards had a dangerous nature, and their talent was to bite and tear, which made them very dangerous. And the defense is 3 times higher than that of a level 12 demonic wolf king. Still, Winter River was stronger than them, and as long as they didn't attack him in a group, it would be fine. Running up behind one of the lizards without being noticed, the guy was too fast to get close to the monster. Then, he jumped high to deal more damage to it, because their defense was quite high and was 9100 points. Thus, Winter River dealt 1869 points of damage to the lizard in 1 hit, while using the Devil Trample and Suppression effect. Because of this, the opponent couldn't fight for 2 seconds, which allowed the guy to make a mad destruction of the enemy. Blow after blow, he continued to deal more and more damage to the lizards. She tried to growl and fight back, which was actually very dangerous. The enemy was strong enough to attack back, so it bit Winter River's leg, causing damage. According to the guy, this Tyrann was quite good, but the lizard was unlucky that it was Winter River that turned out to be its opponent. With a single swipe of his sword, he knocked the huge lizard away from him, defeating it and gaining 500 experience points. But he definitely didn't need to relax, since there was a whole flock of such huge lizards gathered around him. Winter River decided to maintain some distance between them so that they wouldn't get trapped while continuing to fend off the monsters. A couple of minutes later, the guy hit the last lizard that attacked him with the ball. Thus, there were still a large number of monsters around him, but they were definitely not dangerous now. Then, Winter River received a notification that someone was calling him, and he decided to check who it was. It was the fellow from the novice village named Dragon Soaring 10,000 Miles that he sold his equipment to. As soon as the guy accepted the call request, he immediately heard the voice of the dragon, who happily greeted Winter River, noting that he was quite famous. All the forums are buzzing about how to destroy him. But Winter River was more interested in his finances, which consisted of 1 silver and 2 bronze coins. It was too little, but suddenly the dragon offered Winter River to sell his character to enrich himself. If Winter River did that, the dragon would destroy him, get the money, and they would split it in half. But the guy had already joined the Dark Faction. If he dies once, then his account will disappear, which is why the response to this offer was sharp and negative. But then the dragon said that he was offering 20,000 for this deal, which discouraged Winter River, as this amount looked too impressive. As an ordinary player, after a few days of starting the game, he could offer as much as 20 million real money, which is enough to live in chocolate and without an account. But if it wasn't for the Dark Swordsman's excessive power building method, maybe the guy would have considered selling the account. 20 million is a lot, But now he can get even more, and moreover, the equipment, Winter River suggested that the dragon send a sneaky thief to enter the wasteland in the place he indicated. But first, the dragon, according to the terms of the Winter River, had to transfer money to him, which he did not argue with. And while the dragon was carrying out this fraud, Winter River decided to continue to destroy the lizards for the sake of completing the mission. Taking off, he ran straight for one of them. With a single swing of his sharp sword, he was able to deflect the monster's attack and destroy it. As soon as Winter River did that, his body was filled with energy, which meant that he had just reached level 15. But suddenly, the guy's body seemed to be shrouded in darkness, which was very strange, as if he had evolved. But the system said that due to reaching level 15, the power of the Dark Swordsman awakened, and Winter River comprehended the talent of the power of death. The Dark Swordsman is another version of the undead swordsman who walks on the borderline between life and death, but is very aware of himself, and his ability to recover is terrifying. Even Holy Light can't control it, and it's basically a divine technique that allows you to restore 30% HP in 1 minute. This made it possible to escape and then return with full HP in at least 4 minutes. But suddenly my thoughts were interrupted by the dragon, who transferred the money to the guy. Winter River hid the equipment and set its location, and the system reminded that the white equipment will become a draw and will be updated in 24 hours, with bronze equipment after 3 days and with silver after a week. The dragon thanked Winter River and said that if he got new equipment, he should remember the Dragon Guild. The guy knew that he would always get a fair payment for it there, and he promised to write, but now he was going to have a battle with lizards. An hour later, the mission to destroy 500 demonic lizards was a little closer to completion, as there were as many as 407 lizards left. But something finally fell out of the last of the destroyed lizards, which was very rare in this game. These were sand bronze boots that had a defense of 6 to 10, increased movement speed by 2%, and the required level to use them was 16. It was a pair of shoes that everyone who is going to plow the sand should wear, as these shoes have good grip and are not easily damaged. The stats of this equipment weren't bad, but it was a pity that the level of the Winter River wasn't enough to use it, so he decided to continue swinging. But then someone from the real world called the guy and said that he was not so diligent, even when he was studying for the state exams. The game is really exciting, but the voice insisted that the guy log out and at least eat, which he did. And while the guy went about his business, his actions and strength were discussed on a completely different level in one of the offices in the city center. The president was reporting to a certain brother, too, that he didn't foresee that Winter River would be so strong that even 200 people couldn't defeat him. But the man sitting across from him said that this problem had nothing to do with the guild president, since it was impossible to manage a lone gang. Therefore, the president just needs to continue working further, having previously rested. Then the president suggested that brother 2 also go on vacation, but the latter seemed to ignore his words, thinking about DKLA. Winter River has created a problem, so as long as he plays forever, the people who want to destroy him will never end. But Winter River himself didn't care, and after dealing with things in the real world, he entered the game again. The surroundings seemed quiet and peaceful, but one only had to look around. Just then, the guy sensed that there was someone behind him, and then he was knocked off his feet by the tail of another huge lizard, which dealt 10 points of damage to the guy. He thought that it was a young demonic lizard that seemed to have no idea about a fair fight, but it turned out that the demon lizard king was standing in front of him. This was a level 20 bronze level boss with HP 100,000, whose talent was not only to bite and tear, but also to scatter enemies while having a poisonous skin. The guy decided that he could kill this boss because he is only a bronze level with an attack of 180 and a defense of 120. However, he was a mutated form of a demonic lizard with enhanced strength. A true king of the wastelands, but Winter River didn't mind that, and he charged. With a high jump, the boy flew straight towards the snarling lizard. With a swing, he ordered the monster that was mercilessly destroying everyone to shut up, using devil trampling. Thus, Winter River dealt 1073 points of damage to the boss, and then used the suppression effect. Now the opponent couldn't move for 0.35 seconds, but the monster had a hidden trump card up its sleeve that the guy had forgotten about. It was the monster's skin that started releasing a volatile poison that Winter River had to jump away from. But it was a little late, and the poison that hit the guy started to lose 50 HP every second for 10 seconds, but Winter River realized that he couldn't save the medicine that Daniel gave him, so he drank it. After getting rid of the poison's effect, the guy once again attacked the huge and dangerous boss. With a single slash of his sword, he dealt only 575 points of damage to the monster. But it was followed by many other equally weak blows. The monster clearly didn't like it, and its gaze became truly terrifying. Having moved away from the Winter River at the necessary distance, the boss decided to pull off one of the maneuvers already familiar to the guy. Since the tail strike wasn't unexpected, Winter River easily dodged it. And then, quickly finding his bearings, he raised himself up and slashed with his sword, depriving the monster of a tail-shaped weapon. Winter River was determined to take revenge on this boss for his torment in this battle. The plan that matured in the boy's mind seemed like a good one, and he rushed back. A couple of minutes later, Winter River dealt the boss a few reinforced punches from behind, managing to hit it. As soon as the boss was destroyed, a lot of silver and gold coins immediately fell from it, which was a nice bonus. However, most of all, the guy was waiting for the equipment, which, when it appeared, threw him into shock. It was an ironstone armor and a bronze-ranked demon stone staff. The armor increased defense by 8% and was quite strong, and the flame staff for beginners and novice mages increased attack by 20%. The armor's stats weren't bad, but it needed level 20 to use, and even though the staff was good, the guy wasn't a mage, so he immediately dialed a familiar dragon to the player. Winter River wanted to sell his new equipment, but Dragon replied that the level of this equipment was too high for anyone in the novice guild to use it. The guy replied that these items might be useful in the future, but the dragon still only offered 50,000 for them, and Winter River had no choice but to accept. Moreover, he already received 100,000 in just a couple of days, so this potential will definitely bring more benefits in the future. After hiding the equipment so that the dragon's men would find it according to the old scheme, Winter River decided to destroy a couple more lizards, even though his mission was over. It wasn't part of the teacher's assignment, but it was a great way to level up. Destroying these monsters after the boss seemed even easier than before. Therefore, Winter River soon reached level 16, which meant that he could now use the boots that he had knocked out earlier. After doing this, Winter River was glad that he was now finally fully equipped, so it was worth continuing like this. After finishing this small matter in the game, the guy returned to the real world, where it was already late in the evening. After removing his helmet, Winter River realized that he was hungry and decided to order at least food delivery. But then, the guy noticed a text message on his phone from Wang Kai, who actively invited him to the barbecue. It would be a crime to refuse such an offer, so Winter River replied to a friend from uni that they should meet in their place. They met because of a video game, but became really close when they graduated. After leaving the house, Winter River went to his designated location. When he reached the tables of one cafe, the guy immediately noticed a friend waving at him in the crowd. As soon as they met, Wang Kai called the guy little brother Han and greeted him warmly, saying that there was a job for him. The boy's interested look spoke for itself, so Wang Kai replied that it was about a pro player. With the Winter River skill, it would be remiss not to play professionally, and Wang Kai is currently working in a studio that is preparing to make a big splash in eternity. So the guy suggested that little brother Han meet these guys to work together, but he flatly refused. But Wang Kai continued, saying that they pay well there, and officially Winter River could receive about 8,000 a month, plus the insurance and pension. This will provide the guy with a comfortable life, and moreover, with the skills of the Winter River, you could earn even more money. But the guy smiled and said that he preferred to work independently. This answer completely surprised Wang Kai, as he thought that the conditions offered by him were more than excellent. But only then did Wang Kai realize that his brother Han had already started playing Eternity, which he didn't even know about. But Winter River said that the virtual reality of Eternity is so realistic that it is called the Second World, and this tempted him very much. Then Wang Kai immediately asked what his friend's nickname was, but the guy waved it off and replied that it was a secret. Right now, everyone was already hunting for him, so just in case, it's best not to tell anyone your name in the game. A frustrated Wang Kai didn't understand why his friend was so encrypted and thought that he was being harassed in the game. The guy didn't say anything, but Wang Kai interrupted himself, remembering an interesting fact. Once one player reaches a certain level of power in Eternity, they can enter a secret area. Wang Kai wasn't sure exactly when it happened, but it was sort of automatic once the right level was reached, and it was related to the adventurer's talent. The people of Eternity prefer to use a test to determine the strength of a player's acquired talent, rather than a lucky draw. Winter River asked how Wang Kai knew about this, but Wang Kai said that he had already said that he had joined a serious company, and now it was time for him to go to work. After saying goodbye to Wang Kai, the guy came home and put on a virtual reality helmet again. Thus, he found himself back in eternity right next to his mentor, who was still recovering by leaning on the rocks. Daniel, when he saw the disciple, said in surprise that he didn't think that the disciple would finish the mission so quickly. The guy also looked at the mentor in surprise, thinking that for him, it was by no means fast, and he was already sick of grinding. But right now, Winter River was waiting for his reward from the teacher, who, while getting up, told the guy not to worry, as he would never offend his students. Right after that, a notification came out congratulating him on completing the mission, for which Winter River received 25,000 experience points and a silver-ranked storage ring. After that, the guy's level immediately increased to 17, which made him happy, because in addition, he had new equipment. The ring given by the teacher increased the storage capacity by 20 tables, being a valuable item worn by everyone in Tianheng who possessed strength. Thanks to it, it was possible to store or use items or equipment with great convenience. Pleased, Winter River decided to ask the teacher what he knew about the talents of adventurers. This question surprised the necromancer a little, but he replied that, by the way, it had only been a few days since the adventurers had come to Tianheng. This way, they still haven't gathered their talents. But when the adventurers become as strong as the inhabitants of this world, they will be able to enter a special secret space. There they will have a special challenge, after which they will have about an hour to get the desired talent, which, like balloons, will each be a different color. And when the adventurer chooses a talent that he likes, he can leave. But Winter River was confused by the time. A whole hour to choose a talent seemed like a long gap. But the necromancer replied that it wasn't much because the truth is that most of the talents are quite ordinary, and most of them are C and D ranks. For example, Daniel's C rank talent, which is called Healing Obsession, gives a small chance to get a second product when making a medicine. Master has heard that the Sword God of the Light faction has the talent of the Sword Heart, which increases the total damage of the sword by 80% when used. This seems like a huge amount of power, and everyone would be able to acquire such a talent, since it's not even S rank, but SS rank, the highest ranked talent in Tanheng. The guy asked if there was an SS rank talent, but the necromancer said no, since even people with SS rank talents on the continent can be counted on their fingers. This is the best possible rank, including all skill ratings from the lowest rank D, followed by ranks C, B, A, S, to the highest SS. But don't let Winter River even think about it yet, since his teacher gave him the S-rank devil trampling skill to let his enemies in. But Winter River had another question for the teacher about what meets the standards of a local resident, to which the necromancer replied that it starts at silver rank. But the most important thing is the level of their strength, because some people can get into the secret space at level 20, and for some, you need level 30 or higher. The rest of it was up to the boy to learn for himself as he grew stronger. But for now, Daniel decided that it was time for him to give Winter River the protection of the demonic gods. The guy was shocked by this information. After all, he had wanted to take a look at this special power for so long, which could replace the rebirth of an adventurer on the light side. Daniel began to make a speech, calling out to the great demon god to protect his followers. And Daniel, as a mentor, vouched for Winter River, as he is a loyal member of the Dark faction. The dark energy swept over the guy's head so that he regained his dark form. The system congratulated Winter River on receiving the protection of the demonic god, which allowed the adventurer to earn titles. Soon the energy calmed down, making the guy relax and even a little disappointed, as the sensations did not change much. But then, he immediately received the title of Fallen for betraying the adventurers of the Light faction. Despite the strange and seemingly negative title, Winter River's HP's been significantly increased by 100% thanks to it. In stats, his HP was 17/850, attack was 207 out of 209, defense was 108, and reputation was 1000. But most importantly, he became a bronze-level boss. But this power allowed Winter River to understand why the boss has so much HP. Cheater players can respawn indefinitely, exchanging levels for the ability to continue playing. Thus, to maintain the balance, it should be harder to destroy the Dark faction. Although they are the original inhabitants of this place, most of the Dark bosses are doomed. Winter River is an adventurer who has joined the Dark faction, so he has something in common from both worlds: the adventurer's ability to get stronger and the difficulty of destroying it, just like the boss. The effect of the demonic gods' protection really hit Winter River, but he decided to ask the teacher where they were going next, since they couldn't hang around all the time. Daniel replied that his wounds were completely healed. Now there's no need to hide anymore, so they'll hit the road. And then the necromancer adds that he's more than just the guy's teacher, as it seems at first glance. Zimnerike, it seemed like a cheap show-off to the Winter River, but he should have continued on with his teacher. Thus, after some time, Daniel and Winter River moved to the map of the first-level City of Darkness, which was originally called the City of Light and belonged to the Light faction. However, it was transformed into a part of the Dark faction's territories under the leadership of the 10 great demonic gods. But the Light faction's determination to reclaim the city never ends. So for a long time, this city near the base of the Light faction's overlords was a battlefield. Then Winter River realized that his teacher was the head of the City of Darkness. But he had held this position for less than half a year, so he didn't know many people here yet. It was precisely because of Daniel's power and his title as the head of the city that he had the chance to break through to the spiritual level, which surprised Winter River. After all, the Necromancer was a dark gold level boss. The highest level cities, super cities, were the highest in the hierarchy. And of each city, there is only one super city on each server in the world. Suddenly, someone shouted out that the deputy head had also returned, which caused Winter River to turn around. The undead knight Cantor, a gold-level boss, appeared in front of him, but all of his other stats were hidden. He was riding a horse, so he had to get down to greet the lord. Kneeling down in front of the head of the city, the knight saluted him. And the boy was struck by the thought that even with a teacher like Daniel, the Light faction was still putting a lot of pressure on them. He was surprised that Daniel, as the head of the city, was so warmly welcomed at his gate. But now, the knight greeted the boy and said that he felt that his evil aura was something to be wary of, and that he had a huge potential. The necromancer replied that it was only natural, since there wasn't a single weak swordsman in the history of Tianheng. After walking closer to the center of the city, the knight suddenly said that evidently came across is an NPC. But he continued, saying that he couldn't give Winter River equipment and items just like that, but he had other options to help. Recently near the city, wild mice were attacked by demonic energy, and now they often attack soldiers, so they are tedious to deal with. Winter River hesitated, asking if a living creature would immediately become part of the Dark faction if exposed to demonic energy. Daniel replied that most of the wild animals that this happens to lose their minds, but they still have a pleasant goodwill towards animals of the same species, but they hate the rest. Right now, the most important thing for Winter River was to become stronger, but all he needed to know was that dark swordsmen were notorious in the ranks of the Light faction. So if he attracted their attention, he would lose the chance to grow. So Winter River has a new mission with difficulty B deal with wild mice that attack the skeleton soldiers and destroy 500 rats. Approaching one of the skeleton locals, Winter River asked where the most demonic mice were located. But then the skeleton got mad and replied that it was obvious that he was a girl. So why did the guy address her in the masculine gender? Winter River still didn't understand how he could tell the gender of a pile of bones, but he still decided to address her as young miss and ask her his question again. The young miss then replied with embarrassment that there were more of these mice on the north side of the City of Darkness, and they also loved to swarm in her body, which really annoyed her, so she becomes ashamed in front of her boyfriend. Winter River also didn't understand why he needed this information and just went to the north of the city. There, among the rocks, he immediately noticed a few aggressive demonic mice. But when he looked closer, he realized that there were hundreds of them, and they were all swarming in one place. Oddly enough, each of them was quite high level, reaching 22, and even though they were considered ordinary monsters, their HP was 35,000. Attack ranged from 150 to 160, defense 70-80, and their main skill was bickering. Winter River realized that this pack was quite dangerous, and once he destroyed even one mouse, he would be attacked by at least 100 more. But before the guy could think about it, the mice started running away from him, although he didn't even move. To speed up, Winter River used the power of devil trampling. Thus, he immediately caught up with the mice, and jumping up was right above them. He was sure that since the mice had decided to run away, they didn't pose any threat to him. So using the Mad Annihilation skill, the guy set about destroying the mice. He did this for an hour, scattering the rodents in different directions, and he was not in any danger with a defense of 108-114. His sword was too strong compared to Mouse's attack of only 150-160 when Winter River's was 207-209. After 2 hours of fighting, Winter River was lucky as he finally dropped some equipment. These were bronze-grade black iron bracers with 10-12 defense and 3% effects. They were part of an armor carefully crafted by a level 3 city blacksmith. This defense was easily accessible to adventurers, but it could only be used from level 20, so for now, it would go to inventory. All of a sudden, a system news notification popped up stating that the Forbidden Area of the Gods player from Mirui had obtained a talent of the Agility rank. So he became the first adventurer to receive a talent and a reward in the form of an increase in reputation by 10,000 points and 10 free stat points. For the Winter River, this was expected since many people now use cheats, but it still looked strange. Then another notice came out that really interested Winter River, stating that the guy had caused the boss's wrath by exterminating the devil mice. It was a silver-ranked boss, the demonic Mouse King, that was already closing in on the guy. The ground around him began to shake and crack, indicating the appearance of an unknown level boss with 150,000 HP. This was the Mouse King who had stumbled upon a source of demonic energy, which caused the king to become stronger than normal mice. Normally, the king would hide from everyone, but if he was angered, he would attack, and his attack power was 230, not to mention his defense was 140, 155. Although his defense wasn't too high, but his attack looked impressive, but for some reason Winter River couldn't see the king's level and talents. They weren't supposed to exceed the guy's level, but this was a silver level boss, so Winter River just had to destroy it to be able to get talent. If he succeeds, he will become the first player to destroy a silver level boss. Obtaining the talent motivated Winter River greatly, and he was already prepared to fend off the attacks of the king running towards him. The boss looked creepy and imposing, aggressively looking at the enemy with his red eyes from anger. But Winter River decided to immediately use devilish trampling by jumping over the mouse. Thus, he was able to hit the king's face, as the latter, thanks to the guy's skill, froze for 0.2 seconds. But this only made the huge mouse even angrier, and it wasn't going to give up. In the next second, the boss approached the guy with great speed and bit him, taking away half of the HP. But the title of Winter River allowed him to recover from an incredible amount of damage inflicted by the king. This increased the guy's chances of winning, so he swung his sword again. But his strike, unfortunately, dealt much less damage to the Demon King than one might think. After an hour of fighting, the monster's HP only dropped to half. But then, a strong energy began to transform around him. He knew that when the boss' HP dropped to half, he would activate his talents, so he just waited to see what would happen next. But the monster didn't attack the Winter River after that, and only let out a loud roar. This alerted Winter River, who immediately started looking around, sensing something was amiss. Then a huge number of mice began to run out of all the Earth's cracks. There were more than a few thousand of them, and all of them, together with the king, surrounded the Winter River. But the guy's aura didn't allow the small mice around him to get close to him. Sensing something was wrong and frightened, the mice again began to run away from the Winter River, climbing back into the crevices from which they had crawled out. The demonic Mouse King stared at all of this in disbelief, but there was nothing he could do. Thus, the evil aura surrounding the Winter River made the demonic Mouse King afraid of the guy's strength, and he chose to escape. But this situation did not satisfy Winter River, who had other plans for the boss. Gripping his sword tighter, the boy ran after it. Grabbing onto the mouse's tail, Winter River indignantly ordered the coward to stop. But the king didn't stop, so the boy began to wield his sword, slowly taking the monster's ha. But after jumping from a great height, the boss still managed to break away from the pursuer. The guy fell from a huge height right on the rock, but his HP was quickly restored. After catching up with the Mouse King, Winter River stopped, and was surprised to see a huge purple crystal in front of him, which the king ran up to. The guy felt a surge of power in this area, which meant that this must be the source of this evil energy. It is precisely because of this lilac electric diamond that the mutation of mice could occur. Then the diamond glowed even brighter and a ray of light poured out of it, which was directed at the guy. The light from the stone illuminated him, and the evil energy in his body was temporarily enhanced. At this time, all of Winter River's stats increased by 1,000% for 1 minute. Now his HP was as much as a 178,500, and his attack was 1080 1140, which gave him a great chance to defeat the monster. The guy's defense power was just as strong as his attack, which meant that the demonic mouse wasn't something to be afraid of. She bared her teeth and abruptly charged towards the Winter River, radiating a large amount of energy. As if crazed in the moment, the guy rushed to meet her, wanting to destroy her. A single strike from his sword could deal over 20,000 points of damage, and such strikes followed one after another. After a few seconds, Winter River was able to destroy a silver-level boss and received 180,000 experience points, which raised his level to 19. In addition, due to the fact that the guy became the first player to destroy a silver-level boss, he received additional rewards in the form of 1,000 reputation points and a rare item, the Power of Goodness. This item was an S-rank item that was a product of nature and contained a power that only some gods possessed. The strength of the item was that it could raise low-level items by 1 rank, which really seemed like a cool quality. After that, Winter River, at the suggestion of the system, notified all adventurers on the continent about the destruction of the boss, for which he received 10,000 reputation. The guy liked that his name alone could make a splash. Winter River could make others nervous with a notification of his success. Some adventurers were only level 5, so they couldn't believe that someone was able to do such a thing. And when they learned the nickname of Winter River, it caused many players to resent, envy, and hate. But Winter River himself was only amused, so he decided to see what equipment the Demon King would drop. But then, quite unexpectedly, a system notification popped up, saying that the Winter River talent test would start in 3 minutes. The suddenness of this ordeal was a little disconcerting, but he quickly regained his composure. He still had a full 3 minutes to prepare for the challenge, which was the only way to catch a chance to raise the talent rank. According to Daniel, no items or equipment can be used in trials. But no one said that you can't use your skills. Therefore, Winter River decided to activate and use his new fartmet, the Power of Goodness, so that he could have a chance to get the best talents. Then a notification popped up, asking you to choose a skill that Winter River would like to increase in rank. But the skill must be B-ranked or higher. Then the guy noticed a dark sword skill in the list and chose it, and thus this B-rank skill changed to an A-rank Art of Destruction skill. This was the unique talent of the Dark Swordsman, which had previously caused a lot of blood to be spilled on the continent and the world to shake. Only those who have destroyed a large number of living creatures can awaken this strongest talent, which increases the normal attack by 20%. This was 4 times more than before, and it also provided a fixed increase in attack, the upper limit of which was 200 units before, but the passive addition doubled it. This made him happy, but he was distracted by the glow of an A-rank diamond that could temporarily stimulate a person's latent power. The more stones, the more the hidden power will increase, and it will last for 1 minute. Hidden power was influenced by many factors, and the system calculated everything according to level, role, talent, attributes, and so on. The stone that Winter River took in his hand, he could only use it 2 times out of the 3 possible times, since the guy had already used it once. It would be great if Winter River could use the power of this diamond in a talent test, but it's unlikely to be allowed. At this time, a notification appeared that there were 10 seconds left until the talent test, after which the countdown began. When the score reached 1, the guy disappeared as if he was out of the game, but that was far from the case. He was transported to a dark forest, which meant the beginning of a test in which you had to destroy the enemy in 10 minutes. On success, the possible rank of a possible talent can be upgraded to rank C. And if you do not pass the test, the talent will remain at rank D. Looking around, Winter River only noticed a large, well-fed rabbit standing in front of him. It was a level 1 wild rabbit with 100 HP and low attack and defense stats, which meant that it was a completely ordinary animal. His stats were lower than those of the slime, so this trial seemed increasingly strange to Winter River. Even though the guy's level dropped by 1, he could still deposit the gift 20 points that the system gave him. Without hesitation, Winter River added all these points to the attack to make it easier to complete the task. After kicking a normal wild rabbit with his foot, he completed a system task, allowing his talent to increase to D rank. Then a new enemy appeared, for the destruction of which in 10 minutes the system promised to increase the rank of the talent even more. It was a skeleton, and after destroying it, the talent's rank would go to B, and if the guy didn't make it, the talent would still be D-ranked. The skeleton didn't look like a dangerous and powerful enemy at all as it advanced on the Winter River. The guy's level automatically increased from 1 to 10, which is logical, because during the test, the level of both sides should be equal. At this time, the skeleton had already looked around and decided to attack the Winter River, but the latter, swinging, did not even give out a single emotion, struck a blow to the skeleton. The force of the blow sent him flying several meters away, turning him to dust. This intrigued the guy, who was very eager to know what talent he would get for playing a dark swordsman, besides the art of destroying. But then the next enemy of the Winter River appeared, which also had to be destroyed in 10 minutes. This was already more difficult, as the demonic wild wolf was standing in front of the guy, a normal level 20 monster with HP 3000, which Winter River had already encountered. The monster, using an attack power equal to 130-140, rushed towards the adventurer, wanting to tear and bite him, which was his ability. But to Winter River, it was just an ordinary wolf that wasn't even a boss. This monster definitely wasn't worth his attention, especially when the guy's level went up to 20. However, the wolf still pounced on the guy, wanting to slash him with its paw. But Winter River thrust out his hand, deflecting the blow and hitting the beast with all his might. The latter, clearly not expecting such a strong attack, doubled over from the impact. Thus, the guy was able to complete the next task of the system, which is why the rank of a possible talent increased to A. All of this didn't seem particularly difficult to Winter River, or was it just that he was too strong? But then a masked warrior appeared in front of the guy as another enemy, looking not very dangerous. In the next second, Winter River and the stranger rushed towards each other to attack. However, this time, the task of milking the guy was much more difficult, as his enemy reflected the guy's blows as if he was fighting with a reflection in a mirror. But here the warrior still missed one blow and received a fist in the helmet from the Winter River. System notification: after this powerful blow, I congratulated the guy on completing the next task and increasing the talent rank to SD. After letting out a breath, Winter River was surprised to notice that only the SS rank remained, and his talent rank would be the highest. But the system said that the next talent rank when Winter River wins will be DB. Then, a young purple tiger appeared in front of the guy. A dark gold first-level boss with HP of 50,000, while the tiger had many talents: Thunder Wings, Thunder Roar, Ruler Intimidation, and Thunder Punishment. The tiger was a type of thunder-winged powerful tiger that lives on the top of Mount Leyun. And although the tiger is young, it seeks out adventurers and challenges them. The previous trials raised the rank ceiling of talents, and the next one just raises their minimum level, and whether Winter River gets an S-rank talent or not will depend on luck. Suddenly, the system temporarily raised the guy's level to 40 and his attack increased to 576, after which Winter River took off and charged. The relatively small winged tiger closely followed the enemy's actions, baring its fangs. It was dangerous to fight him directly, as his attack was 360, 380, and his defense was 150. But the tiger rushed to the Winter River and was ready to jump on the guy. But the latter, ordering the tiger to sit down, put his foot on the tiger's head with all his strength, bending the animal in front of him. After which, a series of rapid strikes swept across the tiger, each one dealing damage. In the end, the battle that lasted for a few minutes began to tilt in the guy's favor. But suddenly, the tiger still managed to deal damage to the Winter River with the help of Thunder Punishment, which caused the guy to immediately lose 6757 HP. But this only added to his aggression, because of which, with one blow, he was able to destroy the game and complete the next system task. Thanks to this victory, the guy got 6 free points of characteristics, and the tigers disappeared, just like the previous enemies. The presence of the received and additional rewards made Winter River very happy. All these points the guy decided to add to the attack to increase the power of the blow. Suddenly, a strange whirlpool began to form around him, enveloping him in all directions. The whirlpool formed into a divine level boss, a water kiln that looked very imposing and powerful. After seeing it, Winter River was a little afraid, as this test would be really difficult. The guy's level was temporarily raised to 50 so that he could have a better chance of standing up to the monster. His HP hit 25,000, and his attack hit 600, which raised his reputation to 120,000. A huge amount of attack points increased the power of the Art of Destruction talent, which in addition to a fixed attack, increased the attack by another 100%. It was definitely not superfluous against such a boss, which needed to be destroyed in 10 minutes, for which the talent's rank would be raised to SA. The HP of a water kiln reached 100,000, and its talents included Water Breath, Rolling Ice Wave, Triumph and Divinity, Prohibition Possession of the Ocean. The water kiln was an extremely rare creature that few people had seen, living in the vast seas and possessing innate control over water. When he was young, he was strong, and after reaching adulthood, he would have the opportunity to enter the deity realm and become one of the strongest beings on the continent. Winter River knew that this monster was much higher level than the dark golden one from the previous trial, and its stats even at the first level were too great. The monster's latest talent, Forbidden Ocean Possession, was very interesting to the guy, who suggested that the monster could already cast curses. All of a sudden, the monster launched a 680-point attack and shot a water beam at the guy. It was so unexpected that Winter River didn't have time to understand what had happened at first. But thanks to his quick reaction, he dodged the huge jet that was shot at him. However, a few copious drops still managed to get on the guy's feet. As if they were burning, they began to deal a large amount of damage despite the fact that it was a normal attack. But the monster wasn't going to stop there and charged again. His description said that the appearance of a Killen in one of the levels of the talent trials could affect the real world, and perhaps it was physical injuries. The monster used its normal attacks, but it was still able to put Winter River on the ground, dealing it a large amount of damage. After that, the water Killen opened its mouth and began to gather the destructive energy into a huge ball. The impact of this energy was meant for Winter River, who was under the boss' full control. The guy didn't know what to do and was about to accept his end. But then something inside him turned upside down. He didn't want to lose like this when he had already achieved so much, but suddenly, the monster itself bounced off him after Winter River spat water at him. As if choking on its energy, the water Keelan moved too quickly away from the Winter River to a safe distance. He coughed, as if spitting out something he'd choked on, but the boy knew what it was. The water Keelan here wasn't the only one who could spew water after all. Humans also have innate control over water. But this only increased the water Killen's hatred of Winter River because of his taunts by 1,000 points. And now the monster was going to use the Forbidden Ocean Domain talent. Water began to fill the space under surprised Winter River's feet. The guy was scared when he realized that this attack could take him down in one hit, but then something inside him seemed to wake up, making him feel stronger. Within him, the hidden power of a dark swordsman was unexpectedly awakened during the battle. As Winter River learned the S-rank Dark Reincarnation skill, the dark energy in his body at this moment seemed like it was about to explode, and Winter River couldn't control it, but the sensation was amazing. The Dark Reincarnation skill increased the player's stats by 50% for 5 minutes, but after using this skill, the level drops to 10, and recovery takes 7 days. This skill was harmful to both the opponent and the guy himself, so ordinary players need to think twice about using it, but for Winter River, it's simply divine. After all, he could level up again, but he only had one life because he was from the Dark faction. Dying meant starting all over again, and I didn't want to lose my level 17 and its excellent stats. Therefore, Winter River used his new skill and increased all of his stats by 50%, feeling extremely powerful at the same time. Looking at the guy, even the Water Killen was surprised at how much he was able to grow. The boss asked how an ordinary novice could become the owner of such a powerful dark power. The fact that the monster was talking startled the boy for a second, who had previously thought of it as an ordinary animal. But an idea immediately formed in his mind, and he smiled and said that he would tell the Killen everything if he gave up. But he only became more angry, causing a destructive water energy to appear around him. Realizing that the monster was definitely not going to give up, Winter River didn't say anything else as he charged. While the guy was running, he used Devil Trampling to suppress the Water Killen for 0.5 seconds and stab it. Leaping high above the monster's head, Winter River swung wide with all his might. And then, blow after blow, he began to deal more damage to the boss in front of him, which began to fill the space around with water. The monster noticed with indignation and surprise that the power of the Devil's Trampling was long lost in time. But where did it come from for an ordinary adventurer? But he only replied that he can breathe underwater, so now the boss's strength is not a hindrance for him. Realizing that the opponent was strong, the boss used the Forbidden Ocean Possession skill to defend its position. Thus, he summoned all the strong sea creatures that were supposed to attack in this area within 3 minutes. Being underwater and looking around, Winter River didn't understand what kind of sea creatures they were, but he didn't really want to know about it either, so he decided to get it over with as soon as possible. But then a strange creature appeared in front of the guy like a snake made of water. It was the venomous sea snake that attacked Winter River, who was now losing 500 HP every second for 10 seconds. But it seemed like a small thing since it was only 5,000 HP, so the guy rushed towards the Water Keelan to attack. But then someone suddenly grabbed Winter River's leg and pulled it to the side. It turned out that it was a water frog that wrapped its tongue around the guy's leg. But this creature, although it dealt damage to the guy, was weak, and he easily got rid of the frog. After finally catching up with the Water Killen, Winter River only had one fierce thought in his mind: his destruction. The guy started throwing a large number of aggressive punches again, which reduced the boss's HP. But the Chillin was not a coward and had honor, so he was even angrier about it. Winter River suddenly shouted out that this monster was supposed to be just an auspicious symbol, so why is it so good at fighting? But the Killen ordered the adventurer to be quiet, as in his opinion, this ordinary person shouldn't have spoken to him like this. He realized that it was useless to talk to the monster, but he just wanted to distract Killen without using another skill. But then, A voice came from the depths of the waters, calling out to a certain GR and asking him to keep calm in the battle while keeping his talent cooldown in mind. Winterpeck assumed it was one of the denizens talking and watching the talent test. Then Winter River said that a person who spied on him riding a Killen should not be expected to do any good since he only arouses suspicion. Then, referring to Killen as GR, the guy advised him not to listen to this strange spectator. But he just grinned and threw off the Winter River in one move, and then used the skill of Rolling Ice Wave. But the guy interrupted its use using Devil Trample, suppressing the enemy for 0.5 seconds and escaping the Ice Wave. After that, he started hitting the boss with old equipment, and in the end, left him only 10% HP. The blows didn't stop, because the knowledge that it would all be over soon gave the guy strength. However, during the Battle of Keelan and Winter River, a huge water sperm whale swam above them. But that didn't bother Winter River, who continued to finish off Keelan. In the end, he dealt the monster a blow that was the last for it, after which the boss disappeared into the water. Then a notification came out that the rank of talents that the guy could get had increased to SA, and now Winter River finally got to the talent selection stage. But then a voice came out of nowhere, saying that the guy might not be so bad, but unfortunately, he turned into the wrong camp. But Winter River responded by saying that even if you join the Light faction, you can't always match the Light. The voice replied that given the guy's strength, they would definitely meet again sooner or later. In response, Winter River only said that he hoped they wouldn't see each other as enemies. The system congratulated the guy on entering the talent selection stage, and now he had to choose a suitable talent that would stay with him for life. This talent couldn't be improved, replaced, or forgotten. But Winter River still hoped that there were trials for SS-ranked talent. However, the system didn't respond to this and started to transform the space around the guy. She reminded that he has a choice of 1 hour, after which he will return to the continent Tianheng. There were a lot of balls around the guy, and they were all talents. After touching one, he found a hard rock talent that increased defense by 20%. All A-rank talents were very strong, and it was very difficult to choose one, especially since it wasn't just defense, but the ultimate defense. People with such talent had full defense points and were extremely hardy and resilient compared to an ordinary person. However, for Winter River, the best defense was attack, so you need to choose a talent related to attack. But the system insisted on defense. He was eager to find an S-ranked talent. 10 minutes later, he grabbed another A-rank talent. After 20 minutes, his search was still unsuccessful, as everything was about the same. But then, as he grabbed one of the balls, he felt a strange energy radiating from it. This was the S-rank talent that Winter River had been looking for among others for so long. It was a passive talent of immortality that recovered 0.3 HP per second during combat, and 2% per second after exiting combat. This was unbelievable, because if immortality and death were to overlap, then the recovery power would simply be abnormal. So outside the battle, you can restore all HP in less than a minute, and during the battle, 0.4 HP per second. But there is one thing. It wasn't an attacking talent, so he decided to hold on to the immortality talent for now and try to find an attacking talent in time. If he didn't succeed, he would take back what he had found, and his search continued. He was only 10 minutes away from the end, and he still hadn't found an attacking talent. But suddenly, at the top, among the balloons, Winter River noticed one with the inscription S. This was exactly what he had been looking for so long, so he immediately reached for the orb. The boy knew that everything now depended on this ball, so the hope inside him did not fade. And it turned out to be a passive madness talent that reduced defense by 20%, but increased the final attack by 40%. Although the talent had a negative effect, but the attack improvement was huge, so at the last stage of the attack with this power, the effect will be significantly increased. Then the system asked the guy if he wanted to choose madness with his talent, and reminded him that it would not be possible to change it. Without hesitation, Winter River agreed, and now he had a new special talent. Once the guy became the owner of this talent, the only thing he regretted was that he was never able to see the SS-ranked talent. However, he became the second player on the server to receive a talent. So the guy received a reward in the form of an increase in talent level, reputation by 1,005 free stat points. But then something strange happened, and the rank of the Madness talent was unexpectedly upgraded to SS rank, becoming a dominating talent. Winter River didn't expect the game to be so generous to the second player who received the talent, but it was insanely cool. Thus, the guy finally finished the talent trials and was returned to his original position. After receiving this system notification, Winter River once again materialized among the rocks, As soon as it appeared, the mice that were around it immediately began to run away. And Winter River, after opening the system, decided to take a look at the improved dominance talent, which increased the final attack by 50%. The effect of this talent was simple and crude, but unlike Insanity, it didn't lower the player's defense, and the final attack was increased by an additional 10%, which is no worse than the Sword Heart talent and the Light Sword God faction. And in fact, dominating really did seem like a stronger talent. Realizing how much money he had hit, the guy shouted out that he adored this system. But then he remembered another pleasant fact for himself. With all this, Winter River even forgot to look at what fell from the Mouse King that he destroyed. Looking at the source of the bright light, the guy realized that it seems to be full of good equipment, which could not but please him. After returning home, Winter River began to observe one of the players located in the Forbidden Zone of the Gods of the Assassin class level 19. This was the player who had first obtained the talent on their entire server, but it was an A-rank passive talent that increased the final movement speed by 30%. All the players admired and envied this guy, but only Winter River, looking at him, considered him arrogant since he only has an ordinary talent. When the guy had had enough to eat and drink, he decided to re-enter the game and put on a virtual reality helmet. Thus, he teleported to the same place where he left last time. The guy completed the mission to exterminate the mice, and for destroying the boss, he received 3 pieces of silver-ranked equipment and 50 silver coins. The first item was a shiny gold helmet that increased HP by 8% and had a defense of 18 to 20, but it required a level 22 player to use it. The second item was a silver-ranked Machine King sword with an attack range of 60 to 80 and a 10% increase in effect and attack speed. The last item was shiny gold boots with 20-25 defense and 100 HP, which increased defense by 8%. Unfortunately, the Mouse King sword required level 25 to use, and the boots required level 30. Up to level 20, the guy was only 27% short, which could be easily replenished. Moreover, now he has a talent again, which it would be time to try out already. There were just enough demonic mice around to warm up, so Winter River chased after them. With a single swipe of his sword, the guy was able to deal more than 11,000 damage to all the mice around. And because of that, with the same blow, he destroyed them all with just a wave of his armed hand. Winter River realized that the attack power of about 750 was really amazing, but then another system notification popped up. It asked if the player wanted to notify all adventurers of their glorious exploits, for which they would receive 5,000 reputation points. Without thinking at all, Winter River calmly replied that he wanted to share this news with all the players in the Tianheng continent. As soon as all the players found out that adventurer Winter River had obtained an SS-ranked talent, they were insanely shocked by the news. Winter River has become stronger than the pervert who got the talent first. Was it really so easy to obtain this talent that even a novice could do it? All these questions were nagging at the players. Then someone called Winter River using the system, and he decided to answer the call. It was the familiar 10,000-mile soaring dragon that congratulated him on his achievements. Then the guy added that if he hadn't met the Winter River earlier, he would have suspected that he was an insider sent by the developers. The guy thanked him for such compliments and replied that he was just lucky. But the dragon asked him not to be modest and asked him to tell his secret for a tidy sum. After thinking about it, Winter River decided that this information wasn't very dangerous, so he could reveal it. But there was no special way because the only thing you can count on is your skills and player class growth stars. But getting an SS-ranked talent was really almost impossible, especially for beginners even at the expense of the passive stat bonus. Moreover, it is necessary to have hidden class growth stars, and they are difficult to obtain. And even if the players met both of the first conditions, they would still need to spend a huge amount of time and money, for which they would receive the maximum S-rank talent. As soon as Winter River finished his story, the dragon was clearly a rich man. The dragon thanked the guy for the information regarding the growth stars, since he didn't know about it himself. He knew that 5 stars still felt much weaker compared to the 6-star attack. But 4 stars seemed too small an asset to acquire a talent like Winter River's. One of the players named Tiger Dragon Battle asked his friend if he knew the star growth rate of a unique hidden class. The guy told him that Winter River had already said that you need a full 4 stars for this. Raising the level of stars is important, and as they progress along the path of changing 2nd and 3rd grade, the difference in strength will only grow. The guy was going to do it but decided not to level up at the moment, as he considered securing a unique hidden class as his priority. Then Tiger and Dragon Battle replied that he could get some guys from their guild to help his friend gather information, to which he agreed. At this time, Winter River didn't even think about the other players, wanting to receive a reward from the mentor for completing the mission. His level had finally reached 20, and now he could put on the Lizard King's equipment and return to his teacher for the reward. It was already late at night outside, which enveloped the entire city. Upon arriving at the chambers of the main person of this city, Winter River addressed him, indicating his presence. Turning around to look at the guy, the necromancer was satisfied with his stats. As in addition to the high level, the guy's attack was equal to 750, which was an unbearable amount. Even though Winter River's luck had finally reached 1, and his HP had reached 25,000, he still had a low-level profile. He decided to undermine him so that he wouldn't let the teacher know that he was now an SS-ranked talent. But he suspected that Winter River's attack had increased by more than 3 times, which was already beyond his mentor's comprehension. Overjoyed, he said that his disciple had acquired a very good talent, but if the guy didn't want to tell, the necromancer wouldn't insist. He only asked what equipment his disciple wanted. The fact that Winter River could choose his own reward made him very excited and surprised. But for the necromancer, it was as a matter of course as he used the resources of the Dark City to train his disciple. And even more so, he wasn't going to deceive him, which made Winter River even more happy. But he told the teacher that he already had a pretty good weapon, but the required level to use it was quite high. The only thing that interested the guy was whether it was possible to lower this level. Looking at the weapon that the guy handed over to his teacher, he replied that this weapon would really suit the student quite well. Therefore, the necromancer gave the guy 150,000 experience points as a reward and a C. Rank item, a gift sphere, but it should only be of silver rank or lower. By choosing the Mouse King sword, he was able to upgrade its stats to gold rank, and now its attack power has increased by 15%, and its attack speed has increased by 20%. Moreover, the sword has an additional vampirism effect increased by 10%, and this sword has become sharper. The weapon's attack was simple, but after adding the attack percentage and the advantage of his talent, it's no longer just a mere 180 points. A notification popped up saying that Winter River's power had reached a new level, and he had now reached the Silver Boss rank. Now the title of Fallen has been changed to Dark Master, and the characteristics of the Winter River in the system have been changed. With such an attack rate, it is unlikely that at least someone will be able to destroy the guy instantly, which he perfectly understood and rejoiced. Due to the Dark Master's status, the final HP score was increased by 150%, which was a real demonic god's protection like resurrection. At first, the demonic god's defense doesn't show much power, but when you reach a certain level, it becomes more powerful, and all thanks to Daniel. As soon as the guy thanked the teacher for this, the teacher, as a matter of course, replied that it was really thanks to him. Winter River's attack is now high enough, but its defense is lame, as is its equipment. That is why these points need to be improved to help the Dark City, and the guy, realizing the importance of the mission, asked what he should do next. The teacher replied that recently, treacherous adventurers from the Light faction with unknown intentions appeared near the city. Since they are essentially enemies, they cannot be allowed to return alive to Light France, and so they can contribute to the Dark City. Options. There was an elixir of life for 70 silver coins and a healing elixir for 35 silver coins, which were too expensive even with a 30% discount. It's not selling elixirs, it's just looting, considering the amount the guy has in his inventory. Gritting his teeth, he asked for 5 elixirs of life, which will replenish 1,000 HP every second for 10 seconds. I also bought 4 healing elixirs that restore 500 HP each under the same conditions, and then set off. Outside the city limits, a strange shadow that obscured the sun from above caught Winter River's attention. Looking up, he was taken aback to see a real huge dragon flying across the sky. But he was not alone, but with a rider on his head, standing confidently and looking into the distance. But then something distracted the Dragon Master's attention, and he looked down, as if searching for something with his eyes. The dragon asked the master what was going on, and the master replied that he felt an insanely dark aura nearby, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. But normally, such powerful demons wouldn't appear here, so it was most likely just an illusion. The dragon was about to go back and check, but the man seemed to think their mission was more important. Even if the demons are really here, it will be difficult to contain them, and there is no need to waste time on it. Looking at the rider, Winter River thought that it was very cool to ride a dragon, but such a chance can only fall to players in the last stages of the game. But then the boy felt as if someone was watching him from behind the rocks. It was one of the adventurers who was a master of deception and a novice thief. He got too close, so they noticed him. The adventurer immediately recognized Winter River and was terrified to see him and what had become of him, as he was already a silver-level boss. Winter River noticed this fool, and he was already wondering what he would do when he knew that this was a silver-level boss. Turning to the adventurer, the guy asked why he was following him. But the novice thief didn't answer him, only thinking about how they could have such different titles. It occurred to him that Winter River might be an NPC, and his name just looked like the player's nickname. But NPCs don't get rewards for killing players and equipment, which is what happened in the video that was so heavily hyped. So the thief decided to find out what this Winter River was up to, given that the bounty on his head would drive anyone crazy. But the boy swung his sword and told the adventurer to attack him, since he was so brave, but the thief didn't have time to blink, as the Winter River sword destroyed him. Thus, the player moved to the starting point with a lost HP 11,998, which surprised him very much because this is only the beginning of the game. It's impossible for someone to be so strong, and it was just a normal attack. Then the guy asked the system to send out the coordinates of the Winter River to everyone and warned everyone to be careful, since the strength of his attack is more than 10,000. The players didn't believe it at first, as even a god-level item couldn't increase the attack so much. Everyone started discussing what the guilds would soon unite against the Winter River, but that only flattered the guy. In the end, he decided to hide and avoid being caught by the others, as there would definitely be players who would want to destroy him. Winter River was lucky that he was given the scrolls with forbidden curses at the very beginning, but it was because of the developers' stupidity, however, it could happen again. If someone decided to use such an item on the Winter River, they would immediately die. So for now, they decided to run deeper into the forest. After 10 minutes, too many people appeared near his location. However, even they didn't pose a threat to the guy, as it was almost impossible for newbies who hadn't even passed the talent trials yet to defeat him. However, these people were all too determined and wanted the reward for Winter River's head. Their leader, Sharpblade, Fierce Storm, looked for the boy with his eyes the most and asked where he was. The thief who gave away Winter River's location replied to Sharpblade that this was the same place where Winter River had destroyed him 10 minutes ago. Sharpblade ordered everyone to start searching, since the guy couldn't go far, because they wouldn't get a huge reward for catching him. All the newcomers standing nearby accepted the order and rushed off to search. They scattered through the rocky and wooded area around them, continuing to search. Then someone sent a message that Winter River destroyed it, and then sent the coordinates of where it happened. The entire team immediately rushed to this place, confident that they would find their target there. However, when the players arrived, they only noticed their comrades disappearing into space, who had already been destroyed, but the Winter River was not there. Sharpblade didn't like this game of cat and mouse, even though he knew it was very dangerous, as a single swing of their enemy's sword dealt over 10,000 damage. He didn't expect that the map of eternity would be so big that one dark city and the towns closest to it would be able to accommodate more than 10,000 players. Although the game has been playing for about 5 days, most of the players are still stuck in the novice village. Therefore, it was unrealistic to mobilize tens of thousands of people to find a single player. But the Sharpblade team, losing fighters, learned new coordinates. This seemed impossible, since all players, as soon as they met the Winter River, immediately died, without having time to write the coordinates in advance. Realizing his chances, Sharpblade said it was too dangerous and told his brothers to go back. Although he spent a lot of money on special items for this meeting, Winter River destroys them one by one without even using any items. The guild suffers heavy losses in this way, despite many sacrifices for the sake of defeating Winter River, who easily coped with the enemies. After destroying another adventurer, the guy very quickly increased his level to 22. After that, he destroyed the last 500 adventurers to complete his mission, so it was time to collect the reward. The system also notified that the Light faction wouldn't just leave a lot of adventurer deaths near the Dark City. This was the last straw of their patience, and in a week they will be ready to take back the City of Light, which rightfully belongs to them. This notification was seen by all the residents of Garoda and all the players, which caused a huge panic. Only then did Winter River realize that the battle for the city was coming, the first major event in the game since It's a First Turn. This will test the cooperative and organizational abilities of the entire guild, as launching a large-scale attack on the city is not an easy task. The system also warned that if Winter River, as the third-ranked boss of the defense line against the Light faction's troops, did not participate in the battle, there would be bad consequences. The level would be lowered by 10, and the stats would be permanently set to 1,000, which left the guy with no choice. He wasn't ready to be one of the 3 bosses defending the city, especially since the Light faction almost always won. Tiemu City is the main city of the first level, for which the Light faction can send even stronger NPCs. It was hard to be happy about the upcoming battle, given Winter River's confidence that he didn't have the stamina to fight back. Therefore, it was necessary to consult with the mentor to decide what to do next. Necromant understood the whole situation, but he definitely didn't expect Winter River to be involved in Tianheng's affairs. This speech of the mentor once again made the guy doubt that he was an NPC, since he was definitely not talking according to the rules of the game. But Daniel told the guy that he would definitely not let him get hurt. And when the time comes, he will send help and help overcome the restriction of the rules by teleporting him. This surprised Winter River, but the necromancer once again repeated that he was not afraid of death, especially when his mission was completed. Therefore, death will be a kind of release for him now. But Winter River was only interested in what kind of mission the necromancer had in mind. But Daniel said that, in the future, the guy will understand everything himself, and he definitely does not need to worry about him. Winter River didn't know what to say to that, so he just looked at the teacher with surprised eyes. But Daniel sighed and only said that he needed to solve problems as they came in. And since the mission he gave his student was still completed, judging by his characteristics, then it was time for him to choose a reward. Without thinking, Winter River blurted out that he wanted a pair of matching shoes. With a wave of his hand, the necromancer gave the student 20,000 experience points and silver-ranked equipment speed boots for completing the mission. They increased their movement speed by 8%, with the speed runes carved on them, and kept them warm in winter and cool in summer, allowing them to move quickly. The guy was glad that now he has another silver-ranked equipment, and you can use it from level 22. And since Winter River had just reached the required level, he could also wear the Mouse King's equipment, although the attack did not change much after that. But thanks to such equipment and with a 5-star increase in defense, Winter River will become a tank. The guy was very grateful to Daniel and asked what else he could do for him. The necromancer replied that his disciple had an incredible talent, thanks to which the guy will learn powerful skills, but sooner or later, he will have to learn the basics. So he handed the disciple a letter of recommendation and asked him to go to the swamps to find an undead swordsman. He will be able to teach Winter River powerful new techniques to make him grow stronger. Thus, the boy received a new mission: to find the undead swordsman who lives in the Swamp of Ghosts and became the ruler of Bolt thanks to Daniel, and give him the necromancer's letter. Then the guy asked where this Swamp of Ghosts is located, because the game does not allow you to mark information on the map, but requires players to explore everything on their own. Then the necromancer pointed to the north and said that we should go in that direction. The boy thanked the teacher and set off. He soon found himself outside of the City of Darkness, and headed in the direction Daniel indicated to find the undead swordsman. This task was of difficulty C because the mysterious swordsman was hiding in the swamps, and his power during his lifetime led the swordsman to gain consciousness. Finding the ghost swamp was equally difficult for members of the Dark and Light factions, as none of them marked this place on the map. But in the end, Winter River entered the ghost swamp location following Daniel's instructions. The dark swamp was covered with trees, lit up by the light of the moon and fireflies. It was thanks to them that Winter River noticed human silhouettes in the depths of the swamp. However, they were not people, but rotting corpses. Ordinary monsters were the bodies of 80,000 HP ghosts that had died in the swamp, and they roamed the swamp under the powerful aura of hatred. Winter River couldn't determine their level in defense, which meant that these monsters were at least level 28, and the rest of their stats were visible due to the small difference in strength between them and the guy. These monsters hated all living things and treated the creatures that had life in them as deadly enemies. So when they saw the Winter River, they swarmed over him, wanting to tear him to pieces. But the guy was not afraid and rushed to counterattack, knowing that the skill of these monsters was only to bite and tear. So when Winter River approached one of the monsters, he kicked it in the face. It was a heavy blow that had already dealt damage. But now the guy took out his sword and it went faster. But then, one of the monsters managed to get close to the Winter River and bit him on the arm. But the damage from this was small. The guy raised his defense to 252, so these rotten corpses shouldn't pose much of a threat. Thus, Winter River quickly dealt with the rotting corpses and gained 6536 experience points. Although the monsters were not very strong, but they gave a lot of points for them. But now the guy needed 280,000 acquired number of monsters in half an hour. Winter River still raised his level to 23. Now it was possible to think about the undead swordsman who should have been found in the first place. But there was no one else around, so Winter River went deeper into the forest, leaving marks on the trees with his sword. Thus, he tried not to get lost, but the location was so huge that it was still difficult to find a swordsman. But then some realization came to Winter River's mind after he read the assignment once more. It said that the undead swordsman is intelligent, so you don't have to try to find him here. Exhaling, he strained to call out to the undead swordsman, then shouted loudly about what Daniel had asked him to find. Just then, a man's hoarse voice came from the bushes, asking if someone really wanted to find him. Winter River didn't know where the sound was coming from at first, but then he heard a rustle behind him. He immediately decided to turn around to look for the source of the sound. As he did so, he saw a majestic man wearing armor and carrying a purple longsword sitting on a rock. Slowly looking up at the Winter River, the undead swordsman asked sullenly, "Why would Daniel look for him?" This question, as well as the appearance of the swordsman, was unexpected for Winter River, because a couple of seconds ago this place was empty. It was immediately clear that this man was very strong, so it was worth being careful with him. Winter River then handed the swordsman an explanation in the letter that Daniel had given him. A little interested in this fact, the man silently got up from the stone and headed towards the Winter River. In just a second, the swordsman was right next to the guy, as if teleporting. It was too fast even for a Winter River, but the swordsman took the scroll and opened it with a completely calm look. After reading what he had written, he did not express a single emotion, but said that everything was clear to him. Now it was clear why this dark swordsman had such an evil aura, since it was known that the world was in chaos, and the Light faction had created many heroes to fight him. Winter River, having heard that the myriad natures also appeared again, foreshadowing an evil fate, did not understand why the evil spirit swordsman was talking so pretentiously. But he continued by saying that even though Daniel wanted to teach his disciple undead swordsmanship techniques, the undead swordsman himself was bound to prove that he was worthy of being an undead swordsman's apprentice. So he accepted the mission. Then the task itself came up from swordsman Cheryl, who wanted Winter River to destroy 1,000 monsters, which was a lot. Cheryl suddenly said that the guy's attack level was good, but in general, he was weak and needed training. If he can't do it, then he can't expect to train. And if he does manage to complete the task, then just call the undead swordsman by name. After saying that, Cheryl seemed to vanish into thin air, and Winter River once again thought that this was a very strange character. It was already 11 p.m., but he knew he had to get stronger to deal with the approaching siege of the city. The only option was to stay awake and start completing Cheryl's mission. Finding the monsters was not so difficult as they themselves. Feeling the living spirit went to the guy. With a single swing of his sword, Winter River was able to destroy one of the monsters. This was the beginning of his quest, and it wasn't too difficult to continue it, given the number of monsters in the swamps. Completely expressionless, the guy destroyed the monsters one by one. He also hoped that for destroying any of them, he would get some good item. And now, after destroying 486 monsters, Winter River still dropped a bronze staff of evil level. It was a very good loot that should be paid well for, but for now, I needed to focus on the mission. Thus, after 5 hours, Winter River was still able to destroy 1,000 monsters. After finally finishing the task, a satisfied Winter River realized that he only had 5% left before advancing to the next level. But suddenly, a notification popped up saying that the concealing spell cast by Necromancer Daniel had ended. This meant that Winter River had now taken on its true dark appearance, looking rather creepy. But it was only now that he was able to understand the true appearance of a dark swordsman. Then Cheryl appeared out of nowhere again by the Winter River, even though the boy hadn't called out to him. Looking at the undead swordsman, a satisfied Winter River in his true form said that he had completed the task. He replied that he had been watching the guy and praised his attack for being superior to everyone else at this level, so there were no monsters that would be a challenge for Winter River. For completing this mission, the guy received 200,000 experience points and the right to become a disciple of Cheryl, thanks to which his level increased to 26. Cheryl then added that the guy didn't need to call him officially, and since Daniel himself had asked to teach him, he could consider him a teacher. Now Cheryl was definitely ready to teach the boy and considered him his student. But he immediately warned Winter River not to wait too long, as the guy is too infirm to learn much. But Winter River himself ignored these words because it was time for him to choose a skill. There were a huge number of them, and they all looked very powerful and frightening. All of them were unique and high level, learned by Cheryl, so any skill could be considered. One of them, the S-rank Sinister Solution, instantly destroyed targets 10 levels below the user and cost as much as 1,000 gold coins. It was a powerful talent, but the level required to use it was as high as 55, which was difficult and expensive for Winter River. An S rank, dark cover talent that weakened all enemies was worth 600 gold coins, while an SS rank descent talent that moved to any location belonging to the dark faction was worth 99999 gold coins. It was too expensive and unaffordable for Winter River, given its relatively low level and 6 gold coins available. After a few minutes of searching, Winter River still found the A-rank Undead Grip skill available to him for 2 gold coins, which can immobilize the enemy for 3 seconds. The second talent, a rank B Necro Swing for 1 gold coin, dealt 250% damage to the enemy's attack power and reduced their speed by 10% for 2 seconds. Although these skills were not as cool as some of the previous skills, but both of them are top for the initial stage of the game. After giving Winter River 2 skills, Cheryl said that this was all he could teach Winter River for now, and told him to come back when he got stronger. But then the Dark Swordsman became interested and asked Cheryl when he would be strong enough to continue his lessons. Cheryl replied that it would come when the power of the Winter River began to overwhelm him from within, so that he could see new methods. If he remembered correctly, he had obtained Dark Reincarnation at level 50 during the talent test, so you need to reach exactly this level and return here. But for now, you had to say goodbye to the teacher. By doing so, Winter River was finally able to exit the game and return to the real world. Taking off his helmet, the guy exhaled, noticing that it was already 3 a.m., so he definitely needed to sleep if he valued his life. So the guy lay down to rest and slept until the next day. He would have stayed up all night, but the phone rang and he was suddenly woken up. The sleepy guy picked up the phone and heard the cheerful voice of his friend Wang Kai, who asked in surprise why he was still asleep. Winter River replied that he just went to bed late, but Wang Kai quickly brought him to his senses, saying that a huge event was announced through the system yesterday. The guy knew about the siege of the city, but Wang Kai added that for participating in it, they give decent rewards, and players in the top can even get gold-ranked equipment. Winter River became interested when he heard about the reward, which included cool equipment and rare items, and asked where he could find out about it. Wang Kai replied that the system itself did not say this, and he obtained this information through closed channels. That might have caused problems, but Wang Kai said he didn't sign any non-disclosure agreements, so he can tell anyone he wants. Moreover, this is a very cool chance, as just for participating and relaxing fights against small monsters will give a good reward. And you can also get a lot of points to level up. But all this was difficult for Sleepy Winter River to realize. But when it did happen, the guy still opened his eyes and once again asked about the awards. Then he jumped out of bed and shouted that he had a brilliant plan. If he succeeded, he would definitely treat Wang Kai. But in the meantime, he needed to do everything. Wang Kai wanted to find out what the plan was, but Winter River didn't answer him, instead saying a sweet goodbye with a smack of his lips on the phone before dropping it. The lonely Wang Kai was left without answers, listening to the phone ring in surprise while standing on a small balcony. And only now he told the already disconnected subscriber that he was a guy, so it's strange to say goodbye to him like that. This was just a joke that Winter River himself didn't care about at all, as his thoughts were currently filled with other things. He returned to the game and didn't want to waste any time rushing to his teacher to discuss strategy with him. Soon, he reached the Dark City and entered the castle where the head of that dark place lived. Turning to Daniel, who was twirling the flask in his hand, the guy blurted out that he had an effective plan against the Light faction to protect the city. A little interested in these words, the necromancer still turned in the direction of the disciple and decided to listen to him. Winter River began by saying that adventurers don't like being bossed around, and even though they came to the continent as members of the Light faction, there are also players like Winter River. Whether they represented light or dark, it didn't limit their actions as adventurers, so there's one suggestion that Daniel already guessed. The guy added that it's all about the reward, because the Light faction has always been biased towards adventurers, so by giving them more attention and rewards, players can be lured to the dark side. From the very first village, Winter River has experienced a dislike for adventurers from the locals, which annoys many of them, so many of them will want to play against the main plot. But Daniel shook his head, saying that the disciple was oversimplifying everything because you can't join the dark faction just because you want to. But the guy replied that the main thing for them now is that adventurers from the Light faction will date the concealment magic on him. The necromancer replied that he would have done so even if the guy hadn't asked, because given his strength, if he caught the eye of someone powerful, then he was guaranteed death. So Daniel cast the concealment magic on the disciple again, which restored him to his human form for 1 month. It was a long period of time that had increased since last time. The necromancer replied that it was because his strength had increased and his injuries had healed, so his concealment magic would last longer. The teacher then turned a curious gaze on the boy and asked if he had met Cheryl. Winter River responded positively and added that he had learned 2 skills, after which Cheryl told him to come back when he was strong enough. This was good news for Daniil, who was glad that the undead swordsman didn't seem to be going back to the light faction, which meant that he would give his disciple some help. These words surprised the guy, as he could not imagine that Cheryl was previously in the light faction, or rather, in his previous life. Daniel replied that Cheryl was powerful, and as the necromancer had already mentioned in the letter, if he died one day, it would be Cheryl who would become Winter River's second teacher. Daniel told the boy not to look surprised because if he followed him, he wouldn't get very far, and death wasn't the end of the road for him. So if Daniel dies one day, then let Winter River not grieve for him, because if the boy lasts long enough on this earth, then they will meet again. Winter River was surprised that a teacher could resurrect after death, but Daniel replied that a necromancer wasn't something you could just decide to become. Therefore, now the guy needs to think not about this, but about how to become stronger in order to be the first in the siege of the city. So Winter River received a new mission to make trouble difficulty S, which was to take first place in the city's defense rating table, and in case of failure, the guy will lose the protection of the demonic gods. Winter River, as the creator of the plan, carried a fee for possible defeat, which meant that this mission was given automatically to all players by the system, and not personally by the teacher, but the guy still accepted it. The next mission issued by Daniel popped up next, which was to destroy the Light Faction's camp and ease the pressure on the city's defenders. The teacher added that he had increased the difficulty of the task, and hoped that the student would not disappoint him and not disgrace the name of the Dark Swordsman. The guy accepted the task with dignity and went to the southeast of the city to clear out the human army and destroy the Light Faction camp boss. They were dangerous as they were planning to attack the city with part of their forces, so they needed to be found. After a while, the guy entered a new location of the Radiant Forest, where the bright sun shone. Finding the campsite wasn't so difficult, as they were quite noisy due to the large number of people in it. Guarding the camp were the Star and Moon soldiers, elite warriors sent to the Radiant Forest by the Star Nebula City, who are strong enough to attack the City of Darkness. Winter River only saw a soldier's HP of $100,000 and defense of 250, but the soldier's progress was 5 levels higher than the guy's, so he couldn't see his level and attack. In any case, Winter River first decided to attack those standing alone to test the ground. But the soldier was perfectly prepared and immediately sensed the approaching enemy. But before he could even turn around, Winter River used the Undead Grip skill, which immobilized the soldier for 1 second, and then, running into him from behind, dealt 24th and an interesting idea for the Winter River. The guy suddenly decided to stop and braked sharply, turning to the soldiers. He looked directly at them and started teasing them with a bunch of useless ants. The soldiers naturally started attacking, using the star formation skill and increasing their attack by 15%. But even with the attack raised for Winter River, they were just a bunch of bugs that were easy to deal with. The guy destroyed soldiers with 1 hit and received more than 11,000 experience points for each of them. This was a great way to level up, so Winter River wasn't even going to run away, unlike the terrified soldiers. But after 10 minutes, the guy was able to destroy almost all the soldiers guarding the camp. He was even disappointed, as he thought that there would be at least a few hundred soldiers, but it turned out that there were only 20 to 30 of them. But suddenly there was a loud crunch behind the Winter River, and the boy immediately turned around to find out who had made it. It would have been better if this hadn't happened, since a huge and formidable warrior with 2 equally large axes in his hands towered over the Winter River. Judging by the concubine who ran out after the warrior, it was the general of the Stars and Moon named Kinton who was running this camp. He was also a silver-ranked boss with unknown level, attack, defense, and skills, but with a huge HP of 250,000, but now, according to rumors, he was losing his power. Without seeing much of the soldier's stats, Winter River realized that his scout skills were becoming less effective. The general suddenly said that he recognized Winter River's abilities since he had defeated his soldiers, which was a very unexpected statement for the guy. The general said that Winter River was far from unknown in the Light faction, because there was a big reward for him that Kinton wanted to get. The general added that when he finished off the Winter River, he would be swimming in money and would be able to get any woman, but the guy had big doubts about this. He said that Kinton wouldn't last a minute, which angered the general, who rushed into battle. He really wanted to get a unique battle class, fame, and money as a reward for the head of Winter River, so he swung his huge weapon. The impact was truly strong, and the ground shook from it, but Winter River managed to bounce back in time. He then hit Kinton with the Devil Trample skill and dealt 11,571 points of damage to the enemy. But due to the large difference in levels, the suppression effect didn't work, which Winter River definitely didn't expect. The general took advantage of the guy's confusion and started attacking him, dealing damage points. Winter River understood that despite his high attack, his defense level was much lower than the general's, so it was impossible to defend for long. Then, Winter River used his agility and was able to run behind an enemy who wasn't expecting it. And then, coming from behind, the guy attacked from behind, striking a strong blow with his sword. Kinton, exasperated, said it was an impressive move, but he wasn't going to give up. Increasing one's power and ensuring a good future greatly motivated the general, who launched a merciless attack. A concubine watched from behind a tree, biding her time, watching all this beautiful and complex battle. The girl watched and really worried about the general, because her life depended on him. At this time, Winter River's HP had already decreased from 46,290 to 13,800, which was already more than half. And at that moment, the guy realized that it was time for healing and took out a bottle of medicine. After drinking it, Winter River raised his HP to 2,030, which surprised the general and took advantage of his confusion. Immediately after recovering, Winter River used the Undead Grip skill, which immobilized the general for 0.8 seconds. This should have been enough time to get close to him and attack. Using the Devil Trample skill, Winter River dealt 11,560 points of damage to the enemy in one hit. Kinton, who was angry, said that the guy's attempts to control him were insignificant and that he would only disgrace himself. But before the general could swing, Winter River, having increased his movement speed by 200%, instantly disappeared behind the trees. Even the general himself was surprised by this skill, looking after the guy and realizing that it would be impossible to catch up with him. Suddenly, a concubine came out of the trees and asked if Kilton was all right. He replied that everything was fine, but he was sorry that Winter River had run away. But fortunately or unfortunately for Kilton, the guy did not completely escape and abruptly appeared right in front of him. His HP had been completely replenished and now he wasn't going to run anymore, so if the general was so eager for a fight, then so be it. And he was thinking about the miraculous recovery effect of the potion to avoid death in battle, which restored 0.5% HP per second, which was very cool. The furious general couldn't believe that the guy dared to come back, but he was glad that he had another chance to destroy him. After 2 minutes of the fight, Kilton managed to take away half of the guy's HP. Suddenly, Winter River once again immobilized the enemy with his skills. A split second was enough to approach and strike the general, and as soon as Kilton was able to move again, Winter River ran away with great speed and hid behind a tree, restoring HP. The general, who only had a little more than half of his HP left, considered Winter River to be an impudent person who had absolutely no fighting manners. Then, the concubine suddenly turned to the general again and said that they could just leave here. Kilton considered the suggestion, finding it not a place to waste time. But this angered Winter River, who ran out of the trees and swung his sword threateningly. Was the general really going to run away if he couldn't win? It's really a shame for the likes of him. Enraged, Kilton lashed out at the guy, not understanding how he could talk about him so seriously. But Winter River asked, why wouldn't he say that if it was true? But the general replied that only the Winter River constantly runs away here. Attacking, the guy replied that he was glad that the general appreciated his skills so much, so he had the right to show off a little. Today they will fight to the death, and one of them will leave this world, but the generals arranged such conditions. He suddenly turned into a whirlwind, and his punches became too fast and powerful. Winter River realized that this silver-ranked boss was truly impressive, but his HP was still slowly being restored. But he still decided to wait until the general's skills were finished and then attack. But for now, it was better for him to escape again. It didn't take long for the general to get exhausted and lose his guard. At this time, Winter River suddenly appeared again and took cover and began to attack. Swinging his sword, the guy dealt a fairly large amount of damage to the general. He clutched his shoulder and only now decided to ask why Winter River's stamina wasn't running out, since his HP was almost at 0. The guy replied that he wasn't as weak as everyone thought. After that, he used his next skill to deliver the final blow and defeat the boss of the Light faction. Thanks to this, the guy's level increased, and also some rewards fell out. In addition, etava Vupala equipment was dropped, a silver-ranked rock armor, a thunder axe, and 2 gold coins. The armor was heavy, durable, and quite distinctive for its 60-80 point defense parameters, and it was also Kinton's favorite armor. The thunder axe was very heavy to wield, but it increased the attack speed and reduced its speed by 10%. The armor was cool, but the weapon required a high level of 35, so it was also not as powerful as the Machine King's sword. Then, the guy decided to sell the axe and recruited an already familiar guy to sell it. The dragon glanced at the axe and said that its level of use was too high, as the strongest player was only level 23 so far. Well, the guy had to sell this axe, as well as the equipment, since he lost access to the storage functionality after joining the Dark Faction. Now, if he suddenly dies, his weapon will evaporate along with the character. So Winter River still managed to negotiate with the dragon for 200,000 coins for the axe. Then the guy, as usual, threw off the coordinates and asked the dragon to send a person to pick up the hidden weapon. When the dragon transferred the correct amount once again, Winter River rejoiced at the honesty of this guy, who didn't even check the accuracy of the data, but already transferred the money. Then, Winter River's attention was drawn to the general's concubine who had been hiding behind the trees during the battle. As soon as the guy looked at her, he noticed that the girl was very scared and worried. Then Winter River decided to check out how realistic the NPC in Eternity is, and went to the girl. She started shouting and moving away from the guy, fearfully asking what he wanted, but Winter River did not answer, reaching out to the girl in her arms. But suddenly, he was stopped by a notice stating that these actions would be considered brutal behavior in the Tianheng continent. If Winter River wanted to carry out his plan, then he would become the enemy of the entire continent, which was annoying for the guy, but expected from the developers. Then, Winter River turned to the lady and asked her to give the Light Faction his message that he would be waiting for them in the City of Darkness, and anyone who didn't come was a coward. The girl was startled and ran away, and Winter River, looking after her, decided to go back and report everything to the teacher. I had to go back to town to find Daniel, which the guy did. When Winter River found his mentor, he asked how he could help. Then the guy asked the necromancer for another gift sphere. Without hesitation, Daniel handed the sphere to Winter River, which was a reward for completing the task. The guy also received 200,000 experience points, but now he decided to use the sphere on the rock armor. After that, Winter River put on this equipment, which increased his defense to 331 to 374. In the description, it was said that Winter River is a fallen traitor of the Light Faction, growing stronger with Daniel's help. As soon as the armor landed on the Winter River, the power rating of the Dark Faction was also revealed to him. It contained all the powerful living creatures from the Dark Faction, arranged in descending order. Then Winter River asked to find it on this list, but was a little disappointed. It turned out that in the Dark Faction, he was ranked 999955 in terms of strength. He realized with annoyance that the number of characters from the Dark Faction that could destroy him was almost 100 million. Then, Daniel said that the top 10 characters in the ranking are demonic gods, whose strength is rarely seen in the Tianheng continent. Therefore, Winter River should not devalue his achievements because he himself may be in the top 10. This is because he is a Dark Swordsman, and the previous Dark Swordsman was just one of the demonic gods whose name was heard all over the world. Then Winter River asked how the previous Dark Swordsman had died, but Daniel said that the boy didn't need to know yet. And then he added that the Winter River plan was really effective, as more than 200,000 adventurers joined the defense ranks under Cantor and will help them defend the city. This made Winter River happy, as if it wasn't the Light Faction that represented justice that would help. Then it would be the players who were inclined to act as they wished. Daniel noticed that at this rate, if they didn't show up, they might actually be able to save the City of Darkness. The boy looked at the teacher in surprise and asked who he meant. But Daniel said he already knew the answer to that question, so don't make a fool of yourself. Then the Winter River realized that the main problem is not in the armies and strength, but in the story rails that they do not want to change. But Daniel said that this wasn't the time to think about it, since the guy wasn't powerful enough to solve the problem right now. Therefore, he should accept a new task to train the skeleton warriors guarding the city in the amount of 5,000. Their own skills aren't enough to stand up to the Light Faction's elite, but after accepting this task, the guy is out of the game. He decided to start with a snack, but then he noticed a new notification on his phone. It was Wang Kai, who had invited a friend to eat spicy beef noodles, and the guy agreed to meet. After meeting at their favorite place, the boys ordered food and started discussing the events in the game. Wang Kai decided to ask what level his friend had reached, to which he replied that he was already at level 20+. This surprised Wang Kai, who realized that his friend seemed to be at the top of the leaderboard. Wang Kai himself was level 19 and ranked 39 with the nickname Triumphant King. But he was wondering what his friend's nickname was. When he finished eating, the guy looked at Wang Kai and warned him that he was going to say the nickname, but he couldn't say it to anyone. And at that moment, a shocking confession happened, because Wang Kai found out that his little brother was Winter River. At first, Wang Kai, hearing this nickname, calmly continued to eat the noodles. But then he realized what his friend had said, and his surprise turned to shock. Since his friend is the Winter River, then all the past situations become clear and everything falls into place. Wang Kai didn't even believe it at first, asking his friend if he was really the Winter River, or was it a joke? But if that's the case, then it's really best not to spread your nickname and ID so as not to cause problems. And Wang Kai, realizing this, promised to remain silent. But Winter River, looking at his friend, calmly replied that he believed him. After this impressionable meeting, the guy returned to the game and again found himself in a dark city. Immediately, a notification came that due to the Dark Faction's actions to attract players, the Light Faction was preparing an attack 4 days earlier. After making simple mathematical calculations, Winter River realized that 4 days earlier is tomorrow. This seemed impossible since no one had previously moved the established game event, which means that every NPC here really has their own feelings and storyline. This allows them to trigger changes to a static-looking story, or it's still the work of developers. He shouted out that their lord had ordered him to train the skeletons in hopes that they would learn new abilities. Winter River then ordered all the students who were nearby to be called to him to begin their training. But as soon as the skeletons gathered around the guy, he wondered how he should train them. The system notification said that the skeleton warriors have limited potential and are not able to perfectly reproduce the skills shown by the guy. They could be trained at least every day, but then Winter River came up with an interesting idea. He coughed to draw attention to himself and said that today he would show an extremely effective technique. In the next second, Winter River was high in the air with a jump, and then he landed with his foot outstretched and smashed the ground with it, saying that the main thing in this technique is to step on the enemy. When encountering opponents, in particular representatives of the Light Faction, skeleton warriors must crush their faces with special force. Something told him that in tomorrow's battle, many skeletons would use the Devil's Trampling technique against adventurers. Then, one of the skeleton warriors asked Winter River to show him the reception again, as he had missed everything. After agreeing, the guy took to the air again, showing a D-rank move trampling people, which the 13 skeletons had mastered. After finishing their training, the 3 skeletons also learned the C-rank crushing skill, which was quite good. Then Winter River realized that skeletons differ in their understanding, so they learned different skill ranks, but they were similar to Winter River's skills, but they were much weaker. Then the guy decided to add theories, so that 22 skeletons adopted trampling people as the main combat technique, increasing the frequency of its use. At the end of the training, 42 skeletons already had this skill, but they were only supposed to use it when their health reached a critical level. After a while, the guy managed to complete the task, training skeleton warriors, and he went to the teacher for a reward. Arriving at the courtyard of the palace, the guy found Daniel in the gazebo and said that he had completed the task. The necromancer, looking contentedly at the Winter River, replied that he expected his apprentice to be able to handle it in a day, given the enemy's attack tomorrow. The reward for completing the mission was a mysterious object, a fragment of the moon of unknown rank. It contained immense power and provides the wearer with one-time protection from lethal damage and is recharged for 1 month. After taking the moon shard, Winter River wondered how such a valuable and powerful item could become a reward for such an ordinary task. The necromancer replied that the moon shard's rank was unknown, so it was available on an easy task. Looking at his teacher, Winter River sincerely thanked him, and the necromancer suddenly said a mysterious phrase about fate and said that at first he used the power of the shard to avoid strong enemies. At one point, it stopped recharging, and that was when Daniel met Winter River, who unexpectedly became his disciple. The guy asked why the teacher gave him the stone, to which the latter replied that his mission was completed and his death was destined. Rather than let the imposters from the Light Faction take the moon shard, Daniel chose to give this value to his disciple. But this is all too sentimental. The only thing the necromancer added was that he wished Winter River to live longer in this world, which would allow them to meet in the future. Then the guy once again asked who Daniel is, but the latter, turning around, replied that when the guy becomes powerful enough, he will find out the truth himself. Now the main thing for the Winter River is to remember that its main task tomorrow is to protect itself. Winter River was silent as he watched his teacher walk away, knowing that he didn't need to say anything right now. So I decided to return to the real world, deciding that it was getting late and I needed to get some sleep to be ready for tomorrow's battle. Winter River, after returning home, Skazu immediately fell asleep and slept until 9:30. By this time, he was already mentally and physically set up for a fierce fight. Taking the helmet, he put it on with special pleasure and excitement to enter the game and start the battle. However, as soon as he was in the Dark City, a whole crowd of pre-switchers caught his eye. These were the same players who had betrayed the Light faction. But suddenly, a lot of notifications came out, saying that the Winter River mission to protect the city will start at exactly 10 o'clock. Also, if he does not take the first place in the rating table, he will lose the protection of the demonic gods. And if he does not appear at the post assigned by the Light faction, he will lose 10 levels. Apparently, such sanctions were imposed on the guy for the confusion that he introduced among the players. But then one of them called out to the guy. Winter River made a splash with his appearance, receiving positive comments in his direction from all the players. The guy began to fill up with questions, but he did not answer. Began to push people aside, asking them to let him pass. Winter River knew that he had been assigned as the boss of the Third Frontier, so he needed to check what was going on the walls first. It was there that the guy found his teacher, and then a notification came that the event had started. The system also drew the guy's attention to the fact that he, being a silver-ranked boss, should not enter the battle ahead of time. Winter River didn't know how to figure out when the time would come, because the huge army that was coming at them worried him much more. The level 20 bronze rank boss, Challenger Shazuo, was leading the first wave of Light faction players into a siege. This player was strong, having an attack of 200 to 350 and skills in the form of a mighty punch and rage. And on top of that, he was very active in cheering on his army. The head of the city, Daniel, raised his hand and ordered his soldiers to go forward. Instantly, the city's gates opened to release their vanguard. Thousands of skeletons began to rush out, ready to defend the city. The first skeleton warriors who ran out immediately decided to use their newly acquired skills in action. Using the human trampling skill, the skeletons caused the adventurers from the Light faction to hesitate and stop in disbelief. This was to the advantage of the Dark faction warriors, who crushed the adventurers one by one. Some of them were afraid and were glad that they were standing in defense, since the rule of "do not hit the face" did not work for skeletons. Looking at the chaos, the necromancer stole a glance at the Winter River and nodded approvingly, saying that he was his best student. This insidious move was truly worthy of applause, and even some adventurers decided to record the fight to review it. One of them was running away from the skeleton and shouting that these monsters couldn't do this before and were too weak. But now, it's not like that at all. But then, their leader appeared among all the adventurers, throwing the skeletons aside and condemning their dirty tricks. He immediately ordered all the defenders to take up positions and hold their defenses. Then Winter River decided to look at the rating of the best defenders, where Insomniac was in first place, earning 20 points. The battle has only just begun, and the Storm Legion's HP is quite high, so they won't be wiped out quickly. Obviously, adventurers attacking the city earn points for defeating the defenders. So just in case, Winter River decided to do something and asked the player for his spare weapon. But it was a bow that was unlikely to help a warrior, but Winter River reassured the guy, saying that it didn't matter to him, offering 10 silver coins for any junk. Thus, Winter River had an ordinary wooden bow with an attack of 6 to 8. The system had warned that if this bow shot out, it would be a miracle. But Winter River didn't care. After changing his weapon to a bow, the guy's attack power dropped to 842, but he had already pulled the string. Taking careful aim, the guy released the arrow and it flew into the crowd. Fortunately, she reached the goal and destroyed one of the Light faction adventurers, for which Winter River received 1 point. This Prickliuya Ensum was the deputy leader of the army of the Light faction, which scared the rest of the players because the dead man had a defense above level 20. The former owner of the bow was also shocked, as he knew that this weapon wasn't even of the disciple class, and he as an archer wouldn't be able to deal so much damage. And Winter River is a swordsman, but his damage was amazing, but he wasn't going to stop there. Drawing the bowstring a second time, Winter River took aim at the next victim. An arrow shot out from the side of the wall with great speed. It hit right on target, dealing 9,968 points of damage to the adventurer and giving the guy another point. The archer, who was standing on the wall with Winter River, couldn't believe his eyes as he destroyed a level 21 enemy, thinking that it was all due to the Dark faction. But this only flattered Winter River, as he realized that he was talented not only with a sword, but also with a bow. After drawing 3 arrows at once, Winter River said that the name Reincarnation Lubu was more suitable for him right now. But when the arrows flew out, they didn't quite hit the target but destroyed 2 skeletons. One adventurer was still injured, but he was on the side of the Dark faction. For such inattention, the guy was removed 3 points for each of the members of the dark faction he destroyed. The necromancer, looking at all this with annoyance and disappointment in his eyes, did not want to look at the Winter River. The boy himself was ashamed, but Daniel still addressed the disciple as a flying general and warned that if he continued to shoot like this, the entire Dark Army would beg for mercy from him. Then, Winter River decided not to complicate matters any further and aimed for where the enemies were clustered. After 20 minutes of fighting, the leader of the Light faction lost almost all of his HP, but he didn't want to give up. But the final blow destroyed him and the hope of regaining the City of Light. The players immediately pounced on the items left behind by Xiaozuo's challenger, ignoring the fight. For player Sleepless's victory over challenger Xiaozuo, he received 25 points, with only 129 points, which pushed Winter River into 4th place. After all, he had only 51. The competition was quite fierce, especially for the first place, where Besson had almost twice as many points as the second place. Suddenly, a notification came out that the Thunder Legion, led by a level 25 bronze rank boss Angus Thunderaxe, would be laying siege to the second wave in 5 minutes. A second wave in the form of a huge and stronger army was already ready. Their boss, who sent the Ice Legion brothers to attack, was stronger than the previous leader, having 160,000 HP and 450 attack. Their formation was more constructive and complex, because they were already trained fighters and a strong leader with the skills of a mutually sharp blade and onslaught. The archers were the first to attack from the walls, destroying the vanguard of Angus Thunderaxe's army. The arrow strikes were strong enough to explode, knocking enemies back. Suddenly, the necromancer ordered to go on the offensive and go to the battlefield, because the dark faction also had its own folded army. It was led by the skeleton general, a level 25 bronze boss with 250,000 HP, who led the 2nd Battalion of skeletons and adventurers to attack. His skills were different from those of ordinary soldiers, including heavy punch and lunge skills, and a general's attack was 4490. They easily began to scatter the adventurers from the Light faction, and the skeleton general with 120-150 defense was not so easy to defeat. Angus was furious at the skeleton warriors, dirty moves, and wanted to crush them. But then, a huge monster appeared right in front of him, the skeleton general NPC, whose size and strength terrified him. With one strike, the skeleton general decided to destroy the most important enemy in this wave. He succeeded and Angus Thunderaxe fell. But since the skeleton was an NPC, the points for destroying Agnes were not counted. The warriors from the Light faction, upon noticing that their master had been finished off, immediately fell into fear. But it gave a lot more confidence to the warriors from the Dark faction, who ran to attack, using the enemy's confusion. But as soon as this army was defeated, another notification came out that a third wave was coming, the Legions of New England. They were led by a level 35 silver of 850. He also had the skills of combo strike, advanced swordsmanship, rage, and silver lightblade. But then a skeleton general came out to meet Cairo. The soldier easily dodged the monster's strike, especially since he had a defense of 420-450. He could not be afraid of the monster's attacks. Then, with a swing of his ball, the Cairo soldier landed a heavy blow and destroyed the skeleton. But the points for destroying it were also not counted. The furious Cairo soldier was also an NPC, who was currently leading the entire army in an attack. Looking at this, Winter River thought that there was no intrigue in the battle of level 35 and level 25 soldiers, so it was time for him to join the battle. But then Daniel turned to the guy and reminded him that the main goal of his student is survival. So let him not let the fervor of battle drown out the voice of reason. After thanking the teacher for his advice, Winter River immediately jumped down from the wall going into battle. The system immediately notified all adventurers that the third line of defense would be led by a level 28 silver rank boss, Dark Master Winter River. All the adventurers from the Light faction noticed that this guy got into a fight and immediately wanted to finish him off in order to secure a huge amount of wealth. Then another notification popped up, saying that the Winter River needs to hold out for at least 20 minutes before retreating back to the city. He realized that the system clearly didn't want him to get out of this mess, but then a sword point flew towards him. At first, it seemed unexpected, but the guy's agility was up to par and he dodged. His opponent from the Light faction once again raised his sword to strike Winter River. One of the adventurers ordered the others to surround the guy and attack him together. They understood that if Winter River was destroyed by someone, whether it was the attacking party or the defending party, a reward would be issued for it. This flattered the guy, who knew that the wars had even prepared front agents on the side of the defenders to deal with him. However, Due to the fact that there were more than 5,000 adventurers around the guy, the damage resistance was significantly increased and the HP was increased by 100%. Then the number of adventurers reached 8,000. The guy's attack increased to 1308, and HP increased by 200%, rose to 150.660. Winter River realized that the system increased the boss's health based on the number of players in the raid, but it worked to his advantage. So the guy began to destroy the adventurers of the light faction, getting more and more points. Everyone was surprised at how much damage the guy could deal in one hit, and was shocked at how strong his attack was. With her help, the adventurers had no chance to fight him. Winter River dealt damage equal to more than 22,000, which no soldier in this army could do. Using his skills with a single attack, the guy managed to destroy as many as 13 soldiers. But then there was the furious soldier Cairo, who just wanted to defeat the Winter River. He charged straight at the boy, drawing his sword. But Winter River didn't mind fighting him. Cairo managed to deal over 5,000 damage to his opponent with a single sword strike. The satisfied soldier looked at Winter River with excitement in his eyes and asked if he remembered him. Winter River replied that it was impossible to forget such a fool from the novice village, but this made Cairo even angrier. He said that the guy had deceived him by saying that the other adventurers would be gone for a long time, and as a result, there were too many of them, causing the cost of equipment to skyrocket to 1,000 gold. But the guy replied that their contract clearly stated the value of 2 gold coins, which Winter River was willing to return right now. But if Cairo continues to fight, then Winter River will think that his debt is paid by the soldier's death. So let him take the money better, while the others attack him uselessly. The soldiers attacking Winter River from behind couldn't deal more than 2 points of damage to it. This meant that the guy's armor was very heavily upgraded, so he didn't even notice these blows, but the guy didn't like being attacked from behind. However, Cairo, who was standing nearby, didn't want to agree to the conditions set forth by Winter River at all. After all, he had suffered a huge amount of damage for him. Moreover, the soldiers are very lucky that this guy is still not submissive in the face of death. So I decided it was time to show him a new advanced swordsmanship skill. The fight started really interesting, as the swords were moving too fast. The other soldiers watched in surprise and realized that they wouldn't even be able to get there without taking damage. After 2 minutes, Winter River's HP was almost at 0, but he still used his undead grip skills. This immobilized Cairo's soldier for 1 second, which was enough for the guy to deal him a lot of damage points. But that wasn't enough, and only angered Cairo, who once again raised his sword over the Winter River. However, with a single swing of his sword, he destroyed a cousin standing nearby, for which he received 1 point and 2340 experience points. Cairo didn't understand why the guy did this until he saw that his HP had fully recovered to 156,500. Thus, the Winter River reached level 29, which further angered Cairo, who did not doubt the cunning of his opponent. Nazimanyaya Rekka smiled and replied that his opponent was still as stupid as a traffic jam. Out of sheer rage, Cairo didn't hesitate to attack his opponent, who didn't even budge. However, at the last moment, Winter River used the Devil Trample skill and dealt 16,547 points of damage to Cairo. Because of this, the soldier was immobilized for 1 second, which was enough for Winter River to use another skill, Mad Annihilation. Thus, he dealt a huge amount of damage to Cairo, who was finally able to recover from the attack. But Winter River decided to use the attack recovery speed just in case and drink a health potion to restore HP. The furious soldier Cairo was already almost burning with anger, wanting his enemy to pay for all the sins he had committed, so he used the rage skill. With it, Cairo's damage was increased by 20%, and her attack speed was increased by 25%, which even Winter River found to be a cool skill. But he raised his sword and ordered the skeleton warriors to protect him. The skeletons themselves didn't expect such an order, but they still had to do it. The players also didn't think that it was possible to fight like this, using other warriors. Winter River had warned that Cairo wouldn't get away with it if he decided to go into a siege. Once his skill time runs out, dealing with him will be a breeze. Winter River asked Cairo, did he really believe that in his rage, which was now no different from impotent anger, he would break through the wall of skeletons in 1 minute? Suddenly, Cairo ordered all adventurers to retreat, as their numbers increased Winter River's health and damage resistance. But the adventurers understood, as they have a chance to just finish off the Winter River at the last moment, for which they can get a fortune. That was why they didn't want to listen to Cairo and retreat, but only wanted to get involved in the fight at the last moment, so that one soldier wouldn't get everything. Winter River, looking at this, reminded Cairo that he had 30 seconds of his rage left. and the soldier had no choice but to attack the Winter River on his own and try to break through the barrier created by the skeletons. He tried to do it, but the skeletons didn't give in so easily. Another 10 seconds passed, and the wall still wasn't broken. Cairo continued to attack, still trying to break the defense. Eventually, he started to succeed, but his power only lasted for another 10 seconds. Finally reaching the Winter River, Cairo pounced on him, wanting to shut him up forever. But the guy knew that there was only 1 second left, and his enemy's strength would run out. After waiting for this moment, Winter River used Devil Trample and hit the enemy that was approaching him. Thus, he dealt 14,786 points of damage to Cairo and immobilized him for 1 second, so he was able to deal even more blows. After putting his foot on his face, Winter River realized that his enemy didn't have much HP left. But Cairo started to beg the guy to spare him. But Winter River did not listen to him, destroying the third wave boss, and getting 500 points, 2,000 reputation points, and 300,000 experience points for it. The Light Faction's players were shocked that an ordinary guy could take down a boss of this level. They were indignantly wondering why such a strong warrior wasn't on their side, but then equipment fell out with the boss. No one dared to take it and approach Winter River, who decided to drop the equipment in the inventory first. He only had 13 minutes left on the battlefield, so he decided to waste no time and attack the Light Faction warriors. Daniel, looking at this, was sure that by the time he was reborn, Winter River would definitely become a person known throughout the entire Tianheng continent. Then the necromancer sensed some strange energy coming from afar and looked in the other direction. Smiling, he recognized Brandy's energy, calling him a really persistent ghost, but it wasn't up to him right now. Winter River had already spent 4 minutes catching up and destroying all the adventurers of the Light Faction, who thought that it was simply impossible to destroy him. Many players started to run, but then one of them tried to stop them, saying that this way they would only become an experience. This was a man who didn't expect that there would be so many people at the front line, but he was sure that he would happily take the reward for the head of Winter River. The guy immediately noticed it, thinking that it was some top-ranked player called Kufeng Wutong, who was a raging flame swordsman. He was at level 25 with a HP of 20.070, and his appearance indicated that his skills were related to fire, flame strike, dragon dance, patronage of the fire god, and rage of raging flames. Winter River realized that this guy had a secret class, but he didn't understand why he was still taking it out. Kufeng Wutong replied that according to the rumors, if you give up another secret class, the game will also give out a corresponding reward in return. Winter River understood this guy's position and was already ready to defend, as his attack was 705, 752 points, and his defense was 3583, 377. Kufeng Wutong then said that he was quite curious about Winter River's personal abilities, as SSS rank abilities were something to be envied. The guy immediately used the Raging Flame Rage skill, which increased all stats by 50% for 2 minutes at the cost of losing 10 levels. Winter River appreciated the opponent's powerful skill, but it looked like the opponent had decided to put everything on the line to finish him off here. Kufeng Wutong attacked Winter River using his skill, and to the guy's surprise, dealt him as much as 10,000 points of damage. The players marveled at this warrior's prowess, wishing that this nerd from the eastern region would defeat Winter River, while they themselves only delivered the final blow. But after Kufeng Wutong's attack, Winter River said threateningly that it was his turn. He leaped up using the Devil Trampling skill and dealt the enemy a crushing blow, which immobilized him for 2 seconds. This surprised Kufeng Wutong, who was unable to move for a full 2 seconds, causing him to suffer damage. But he wasn't going to give up so easily and used the Fire God's Protection skill, which increased his defense by 30% for 5 seconds. But Winter River didn't let him get up, using the Mad Annihilation skill and hitting the enemy. Kufeng Wutong had already stood up to reply while having low HP and a look full of anger. But Winter River didn't back down. Then Wutong got up and started running, when suddenly an energy of great power overtook him. Winter River used the undead's grip on him, which immobilized the opponent for 1 second. Wutong was annoyed that the guy had so many controlling skills. He knew that he was about to die, so he decided to call out a certain Tianyu Kiwa. Just then, a bright beam shot out from the crowd aimed directly at Wutong. With his help, the guy's HP increased by more than 25,000, completely healing him. Just then, a staff flashed by in the same crowd with healing energy coming from it. And then there was Tianyu Chihua, the divine priestess, who mockingly said that she thought Wutong could handle it on his own. Healing took 7 days to recharge, but Winter River was more interested in the priestess secret class. Then Wutong ordered all the healers who remained on the battlefield to treat him, as only he can weaken the Winter River, which can then be finished off. But the players did not understand how they would deliver the last blow. But this time, they decided to trust and listen to the guy. After fully recovering, Wutong said that he was ready to start the next round, because as long as he was treated by dozens of priests, he could only be destroyed in one powerful blow. But Winter River replied that his opponent was wrong, because he definitely wouldn't be able to cut off 140,000 of his HP in 2 minutes. Wutong realized that he had to act quickly, otherwise the guy would just run away. He attacked Winter River and started to provoke him, saying that he wasn't acting like a man and wasn't playing fair, but the guy didn't care. He disappeared into the crowd under the gaze of Daniel, who silently praised the disciple who acted wisely, because soon his enemy's techniques would stop working, and he would become easy and prey. After 2 minutes, Wutong, who was no longer level 25 but level 20, was exhausted. And at that moment, Winter River jumped on the pillars, destroying the opponent with one blow of the sword, thanks to which he received 10 points. After which, he immediately pounced on the Chihua priestess and received 8 points for her destruction. It was too easy for Winter River, but now he had gained level 30, increased his strength and health. But it was strange to him that there were actually a lot of nerds, like this Raging Flame Swordsman and Divine Priestess, among the players of the Eastern region. A new system notification popped up, stating that the Ice Legion, led by a level 50 gold-ranked boss, would be laying siege to the 4th wave in 1 minute. At the same time, there will also be a 5th wave under the leadership of a level 80 Dark Gold rank boss, which really scared the players in the Dark faction. It turned out that this was a story event and now they would have to fight the strongest bosses, so the necromancer who was standing on the wall fearfully ordered Winter River to return, since there was no place for him in the next battle. But the guy himself, looking at his first place in the ranking, thought the next battle was awesome, because Uhi already had 11,099 points, which was 70 points more than the second place, so they should have been enough. He realized that he had better go back to the city and wait for the right moment. But then a scary and powerful figure of a guy appeared in his way. It turned out that it was Sleepless, who was in second place in the ranking. He said that players would never defeat Winter River with normal methods, but the latter recognized this guy and ordered him to get out of the way. But Insomniac said that they had no hurry because they had an unresolved issue. Standing in front of the Winter River, Sleepless held out a forbidden spell scroll in his direction. This was exactly what he was most afraid of, as it was the most effective weapon against evil. Sleepless knew that no matter how strong Winter River was, it might not be enough to withstand the terrifying power of the forbidden spell scroll. The system immediately notified that a Sleepless player had used a forbidden spell that triggered the sacred storm of 9 heavens. This meant that all targets within a 500-meter radius would be dealt 2,000 points of damage through defense. In the next second, all the players of the Dark faction were struck by a tremendous force. Of course, it did not avoid Winter River, who was confused and did not understand how to escape now. At this moment, Sleepless felt the triumph of his action, being sure that he had just destroyed all the representatives of the Dark faction. All of this was done in order to obtain the secret class and the reward for the head of the Winter River. But then Daniel's voice came out of the clouds of dust and said that none of this was going to happen. While protecting the surprised Winter River, the necromancer said that no Sleepless one had attacked many adventurers defending the City of Darkness, that you can't go unpunished. Sleepless couldn't believe what was happening, since the ban on the non-scroll spell was supposed to destroy the Winter River, but it certainly wouldn't be blocked by an NPC. It was already strange for an NPC to interfere in an adventurer's fight, but he was able to destroy Insomniac in one hit. Winter River, turning to the teacher, said that if he had received a direct blow, then his life would have been saved by a fragment of the moon. But Daniel said not to worry because one day he will die anyway and the moon fragment is extremely valuable to waste. It is better to stay just in case, which may happen with right now. Before the necromancer and his apprentice, an entire army appeared, led by the ice mage Jennifer and the fire mage Brandy, who pretended to be touched by the teacher-student relationship. In fact, Brandy wanted to collect the necromancer's debts, but apart from his name, all his other stats were unknown. Winter River only realized that this old one was level 80, and the difference in strength between them was so huge that he couldn't even see the value in the status bar. Then the skeleton general appeared and told the Winter River to leave it to him and the city lord, and the guy himself should have rested in the city. Daniil agreed, and ordered the boy to hide so that he and Cantor could manage on their own. But Winter River didn't expect the Dark faction to be more loyal than the Light faction. Therefore, he couldn't do otherwise and gripped his sword even tighter. Then he turned to the teacher and told him to let him deal with Brandy, and he and Cantor would take care of the old crone. Daniil had shouted at the disciple this time and ordered him to retreat to the city and escape if possible, and that wasn't up for discussion right now. A system notification immediately popped up, suggesting that the guy accept the mission Escape from Death, but he resolutely refused. The guy said that these old men had always harassed the Dark Faction, and if the guy ran away now, then these magicians would continue to pursue him in the future. They had better join forces to deal with him once and for all. And these arguments finally convinced Daniel, who agreed to give the old woman to the guy. Jennifer was furious at the boy's audacity, so she decided to take it on herself and leave Daniel on Brandy. The Ice Legion was ready to tear apart all the members of the Dark Faction and went on the attack. All the attackers had used the group skill Storm Rain, which allowed them to move too fast. The Dark Faction players realized that level 40 skills could pulverize them in one hit and began to retreat. Daniil ordered everyone to follow him into the city to take cover and take advantageous positions. Everyone obeyed their commander and started running into the closing gate. Brandy didn't want to let it go, so he gave chase. He and Jennifer managed to run under the gate before it closed. As soon as the gate was closed, the enemy began firing arrows. But the two mages didn't move, as these arrows didn't do any damage to them at all. The archers were surprised by the armor's strength, but then they remembered that they were level 80 and 50 bosses after all. Suddenly, Daniel suddenly appeared and hit the enemy from behind with magic. But for Brandy, this was unexpected, but too pathetic and weak a trick to defeat him. He believed that this was all a necromancer could do, and he responded with his firepower. At this time, Cantor and Winter River had already crept up on Jennifer, fully prepared for the attack. The guy told Cantor to go head-on while he was supporting, and this simple plan was immediately agreed upon. So the Undead Knight used the Onslaught skill, which increased his movement speed by 35% and ensured that he could knock down the first enemy on the way. Jennifer didn't react at first, and then in an instant, she built a wall of ice in front of her. The knight immediately hit that wall, smashing it with his power. As soon as Cantor broke the ice, the foot of Winter River immediately appeared behind him, which decided to use the Devil Trampling skill. But it only dealt 1 point of damage to Jennifer, who blocked the use of this skill. He was surprised that a level 50 boss could block Devil Trampling with his bare hands. Jennifer also added that Devil Trampling is a powerful skill, but its wearer is simply too weak. Tut appeared Undead Knight, drawing Jennifer's attention to him, said that he was her main opponent, but before the knight could raise his spear over her, Jennifer used her power against him. Winter River realized with horror that a level 40 gold boss like Cantor was no match for her at all. Even this ice witch is so terrifying that they're really doomed this time because Jennifer didn't take them seriously at all. The knight barely got up from the ground and said that their battle wasn't over yet. Jennifer was even angrier, as it was starting to bore her. She immediately gathered her strength and threw icy, knife-sharp shards towards the knight. They hit right on target, taking almost all of the knight's HP. Thus, Jennifer was able to defeat him in one blow, fulfilling his desire to fight to the end. But, in the next second, Winter River appeared in front of the old woman, flying towards her. This made Jennifer even angrier, because she knew that she couldn't be harmed by a bug. However, the guy was unexpectedly able to deal 141,169 points of damage to her in one hit. Winter River's eyes were filled with rage, and he asked if this old woman was tired of showing off. She was lying on the ground, pinned down by the guy's boot, clearly not expecting such strength from him. He looked at her with a fierce gaze and knew that he was ready to destroy him now. However, this kind of power did not appear immediately, and a moment ago, he thought that he would die, since his attacks were useless. But he couldn't back down, as he watched his master and Cantor fight to the last for his life. It was also hard for them, but they were willing to die for their goal and were not afraid of it. But because Winter River was only hindering them, it looked like they would all die here together. The thought of this was very depressing, and the guy refused to accept it, because his character has only one life, and he does not want to lose everything he has achieved now. For him now, this is not a life and death struggle, and he must fight to the end, so he decided to use the Lilac Electric Diamond. This stone could stimulate a person's latent power, and Winter River decided to use it a second time. When he did, he awakened his hidden potential, and all of the guy's stats were raised by 1,000% for 1 minute. So when he hit Jennifer, all the players couldn't believe that the damage from that hit was so strong. Jennifer herself could not understand how this was possible, because before that, he was no stronger than a bug. But the guy wasn't going to stop and used Devil Trample, dealing 141,169 points of damage to the Ice Mage and applying an overwhelming effect for 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, Winter River managed to deal a huge amount of damage to this old woman who couldn't resist. Watching the guy fight, Cantor was also surprised as he didn't expect this from Winter River, but he was happy with the result. Suddenly, the guy called out to the skeleton and beckoned it to him, standing over Jennifer. He immediately understood what Winter River wanted from him and threw his spear in his direction. The spear directly hit the ice mage, causing serious damage to the woman who started to call for help. She really hadn't expected such force and such blows, so she called Brandy for help. The old man couldn't believe his eyes, as he couldn't understand how a weak boy had brought a level 50 boss to such a state. But in any case, he decided to help his partner and pointed his staff in the direction of the guy. A huge force of fire rained down in his direction and almost grazed the Winter River. Thanks to this, the guy staggered back and lost a few seconds, which caused the effect of suppressing the opponent to disappear. After getting up from the ground, the old woman immediately started running away, clutching her wound. Now Winter River used the Undead Grip skill and immobilized the old woman for 3 seconds, stopping her right under Brandy's flying energy. The old woman realized that she didn't have enough time to escape from this force directed directly at her by her ally. Brandy couldn't do anything either, so a huge fiery energy enveloped Jennifer, taking away her life force. The final strike was behind Winter River, who brought up his sword and dealt Jennifer another big damage of 314,587 points. Thus, the guy managed to defeat a gold-ranked boss of level 50, so his level increased by 3, and his reputation increased by 2,500 points. So Winter River became the first player to defeat a gold-ranked boss in the game, for which he received additional rewards. 5,000 reputation points, 30 stat points, and a rare skill. Then the guy once again posted his achievement and received 10,000 reputation points for it, and the notification of his victory spread all over the continent. The players immediately started asking the guy how much he spent on the item that increased his strength so much, because they also wanted to, but the guy just silently tidied up the equipment he got from the boss. But we must not forget about the second boss, Brandy, who was furious about what he saw because he just destroyed his partner with his own hands. The boss decided to use the Flame Shield skill, creating a shield around him equal to 25% of his maximum HP, which blocked all types of physical damage. Winter River understood that he needed to deal the maximum amount of damage while the Lilac Diamond's power was working. Even though there was only 17 seconds left, the guy still tried to break through the shield, but it was useless. It seemed impossible, but there really wasn't any damage as this shield was very powerful. Just then, the tired voice of the necromancer rang out, ordering his disciple to retreat as he was no match for this opponent. The teacher looked exhausted, which didn't escape Winter River's gaze, especially after Daniel started drinking some potion. His strength was almost fully restored, but he said that he could barely cope with this opponent. Moreover, my grandfather completely went berserk and started shouting that he would destroy everyone who is here right now. He then used the Sea of Flame skill, which dealt 10% of his attack power to all enemies within a 50-meter radius for 2 minutes. Those whose strength was too low were immediately mired in the fiery abyss before they could escape, as their speed was also reduced by 10%. Everyone was affected by this skill, from novice adventurers to skeleton warriors, some of whom were even weaker. Winter River's HP also started to drop, but the guy calculated that approximately 15,050 points would be pumped into the attack, since the Lilac Diamond's effect was over. As he drank the health elixir, he realized that even with the power of the diamond, his stats weren't enough to withstand the attacks of this old man. Then Daniel shouted, and once again ordered the guy with Cantor to back off and leave Brandy to him. But the boy, as if he hadn't heard the teacher, said that now he would find a convenient moment to attack from the other side. Brandy was furious, and he didn't like the tragedy of teachers and a student playing out right in front of him, as there was a lot of pathos in it. He thought they were too pathetic to allow himself to be bullied, so he said that today he would send them straight to hell, after which he released another huge stream of fire. Winter River wouldn't have had time to dodge if it wasn't for Cantor appearing right in front of him and blocking him from being hit. Thus, this strike dealt 871,008 points of damage to the skeleton, which was too much. Tuchya's skeleton fell to the ground as Daniel screamed, and Winter River stared in surprise. The last thing the skeleton said was that the kid was destined to sow the entire Tianheng continent, not fall here. The boy couldn't believe that Cantor had risked his life for him and wanted to help him. But the necromancer knew it was too late, so he ordered him to leave. Both of them barely managed to dodge the next wave of fire that appeared in front of them. Once the necromancer and his apprentice were more or less safely away, a thought occurred to Winter River. He handed the teacher a blue diamond and asked if he could use it to increase his strength. But Daniil replied that those who have become necromancers no longer belong to the world of the living, so this is impossible. Brandy, by this time, was completely raging and seemed to be mocking his rivals. He decided to see how long they could escape and released a real fire monster in their direction. But Daniel also released a large enough burst of energy in response, as if putting out a fire. Thus, two destructive energies collided, causing the earth to crack. Winter River even had to cover her eyes with her hands against the bright light that these energies emitted. Brandy said that if the necromancer hadn't taken the hit of the forbidden spell, he might have been able to hold out a little longer against it. But now he was too weak. He could only wait for his own demise, but Daniil didn't agree with that. Winter River understood that no matter how hard the teacher tried, he really didn't have much chance, so he had to do something. The guy opened the inventory and began frantically searching for something useful there. Then he saw the skill book, which was a reward for defeating a gold-ranked boss, and gave him the S-rank penetrating gaze skill. This is the most advanced exploration technique, which not only showed the strength of the caller, but also had the chance to reveal their weaknesses, even if the opponent is higher by 50 levels. Winter River didn't hesitate to learn this skill, so it should be useful right now, and immediately used it. So he was able to see all the stats of the Fire Mage, starting from his HP of 10,000, ending with a weakness, the desire to extend life by holy purification from necromancers wanted by the Light faction. Thus, the guy discovered the weakness of his enemy, and it was not an attack of 15,500 is 16,200 points, and not a defense of 11,500, 12,100. The mage's weakness was his low stamina due to aging, which he so wanted to avoid. Then Winter River shouted to the teacher that it was not worth fighting the mage head-on. This is because it is not very hardy and can be handled at a distance. The necromancer became interested in this thought and ordered all the skeletons of the city to go to attack Brandy. The warriors accepted the order and unconditionally began to carry it out, delaying the mage. Brandy was too strong and once again created a fiery whirlpool around him, protecting him from the attacks of the oncoming skeletons. To him, they were just scum that stood in his way and were too easy to destroy. He was sure that even with his stamina, old age, and infirmity, he definitely wouldn't linger on the skeleton warriors. They were too weak to reduce the old man's stamina in any way, as they burned up before they could get close to him. Daniil also realized this and said that he was hoping for skeletons. Empty hopes, since they wouldn't be able to exhaust the mage. But one thing the necromancer was sure of, Brandy wouldn't stop while he was alive, so he was willing to sacrifice himself. Winter River didn't agree with this, saying that as long as they were alive, they still had a chance, but without Daniel, they would definitely lose. The necromancer replied that they originally had no chance, as the City of Darkness would fall, and the Light faction was destined to win. He couldn't believe it, because if they won now, what was the chance that a new wave wouldn't come? But Brandy was just adding fuel to the fire that was already burning around him, and asking Daniel to just accept his death in submission. As a huge fiery hand flew at the necromancer, he said that his part in this performance was over for the time being. But Brandy hated the Winter River so much that even if he let the guy go, it would still be a huge problem for him. Therefore, they must end it by using all the energy reserves that Daniel had. Winter River couldn't believe that Master had just had one foot in the grave and instantly turned into a brand new person. Who he really was still a mystery to the guy, but he was able to gather energy that covered the entire sky. As soon as the energy vortex gathered in the sky, a huge beam of energy immediately shot out from it. It flew downwards, infusing the necromancer with tremendous energy and increasing his strength. Thus, he received a mysterious blessing and all of his stats were boosted by 10,000% for 10 seconds. Looking at Brandy, the necromancer said in a threatening, angry, and dead voice that Brandy was going to die today. The old man, looking at this accumulation of enormous energy, couldn't believe his eyes. Daniil suddenly turned to his disciple and said that he really did a great job, so he shouldn't be upset. The necromancer had already told him that if he lived long enough, they would meet again, and then Winter River would know who he was. But now, he had to do his job, and sent a huge killing beam of energy straight at Brandy, taking away more than 38,000 HP from him. The old man couldn't believe it, but he had to accept what was happening as this blow destroyed him. Immediately after, Daniel's stats dropped by 10,000% for some unknown reason. The boy looked at the teacher worriedly, but the teacher told him to run before it was too late. But suddenly, from the roof of one of the houses, as if someone flew out and instantly moved to the wall. When the stranger landed, his boots made an unpleasant creak. It turned out that because of the fire mage's death, a hidden story boss, had appeared. He started applauding and said that the last stroke of the necromancer is always impressive, no matter how much he sees it. The guy saw that his name was Holy Knight Herbert using his sharp eyes. But even with detection magic, all of his stats were questionable except for his name, which could mean that his level was just incredibly high. Herbert, looking at the Dark Swordsman and the necromancer, said that today was his lucky day. Daniil replied that Herbert's church was collecting the remains of necromancers, which would definitely lead to disaster in the future. But the knight replied that it was definitely not the necromancer's concern, and took out a golden spear. It was one of the most powerful weapons Winter River had ever seen, and it was the one Herbert aimed at the boy. The knight said that Winter River was loyal and fair, which caused him to admire, but the guy chose the wrong faction. So now the knights decided to show mercy and leave Winter River a chance to say the last word. There was nothing he could do, and that annoyed him a lot. He didn't want to leave after what he had already done, but the silence was a sign of agreement for Herbert, who swung his spear at the Winter River. But suddenly, this strike was stopped by someone with their purple longsword. It was Cheryl, who appeared out of nowhere and started protecting his disciple to the last. The use of Valkruji's enormous powers created huge clouds of dust, which was easy to hide in. The undead swordsman's gaze was full of life and threats, which seemed impossible. Herbert knew that an ordinary undead swordsman couldn't have that kind of power, so he asked who the undead swordsman was when he was alive. But Cheryl clearly wasn't going to say anything, so he grabbed Winter River and started to hide. He did it with such speed that Herbert didn't even have time to catch up and give chase. Daniel, on the other hand, was sitting on his knees, his energy draining out of him, causing him to fall apart. As he disappeared, he spoke to his disciple with the belief that when they met again, his name would be heard all over the Tianheng continent. After that, only a small ball of energy remained in Daniel's place, a piece of the necromancer's soul. Herbert took it in his hands, which meant that he had taken possession of this city. The gates to the city immediately began to open, letting in all the warriors of the Light faction. As soon as they were inside, they immediately bowed down to the Holy Knight who had become their new head. Knight Tuji ordered an increase in the reward for capturing a dark swordsman, dead or alive, so he needed his head. Thus, the city of Tama was conquered by the Light faction, so the points earned by the defending party are doubled for successfully opposing the 5 attacking waves. Adventurers who joined the Dark faction filmed the entire battle and decided to post a video online. But the main character was Winter River, whose reward was increased. They had already seen enough and decided not to stay, as they could be destroyed and lose levels, so they decided to run away, but first download the video. While the players were celebrating their victory, Cheryl ran deeper into the forest along with the Winter River to the Ghost Swamp. After reaching the goal, the undead swordsman said that Daniil had written in his letters that he hoped that Cheryl would save Winter River's life at a critical moment. So the undead swordsman was hiding in the City of Darkness and waiting for the right moment. But he was wondering why Cheryl didn't save Daniel. The swordsman replied that Daniel caused a celestial phenomenon, which is the necromancer's final strike. After using it, Daniel was no longer able to move and was only minutes away from dying. Moreover, necromancers are very important to the Church of Light, and if Cheryl had taken both of them, Herbert would have definitely gone after them. And so the swordsman would not only not have saved the boy, but would have died himself. Herbert is just a puppet, as there are more powerful individuals hidden in the City of Darkness who were also hunting Daniel. This information surprised the guy, as Daniel's identity was increasingly filled with mysteries for him. But then, Cheryl handed the boy a scroll and told him that he would be his new teacher today, adding that Winter River's performance in the City of Darkness was peerless. The guy is definitely capable, but to become Cheryl's disciple, you had to pass a test called Treasure Hunt, which the guy took to become stronger. He had to travel and discover the entire Tianheng continent along with the identity of the teacher. And in the meantime, he was studying a new task where he needed to find treasures. The reward was becoming Cheryl's disciple. The penalty for completing tasks was 10 gold coins, and although it didn't seem too easy, the swordsman believed in the guy. But then the guy received notifications that his main mission to protect the City of Darkness was a failure. But for his contribution, he received 1,000 experience points and a rare piece of equipment, the Wind Ring. He received 500,000 experience points and black-scaled bracers for completing the mission of making trouble, and the title of Dark Master was slightly improved. Because Winter River was ranked in the top of the leaderboards in terms of points, he gained 1,500 experience points, joined the Dark faction, and changed his class to Hidden Undead Swordsman. And now he could choose a reward or a class, but based on the judgment system, The system warned that the Dark Swordsman class was rarer than the lower-level swordsman, so it was worth choosing with caution. Winter River couldn't believe it, as even though the defense had fallen, he still received a bunch of rewards and reached level 36. Then, a notification spread across the continent that Winter River had joined the Dark faction and attracted the attention of the Light faction. Whoever destroys it will receive incredibly rare rewards and a unique hidden class with an additional S-rank skill book. After seeing this notification, all the players were excited and wanted to find the Winter River. After all, a reward of 100,000 was announced for information about the location of the guy. Winter River wasn't happy, as he thought that getting rid of Brandy would reduce the problem. But now, the Holy Knight had announced a huge reward for him. He promised to take revenge on Herbert, saying that the next time they met he would destroy him. But right now, Winter River decided to check out today's rewards and upgrade his equipment to increase his power, and started with the rewards for defeating Cairo. The first was the silver-ranked heroic boots, which increased movement speed by 12% and provided excellent defense. The second item was a silver-ranked heroic ring that increased attack by 10% and denoted strength and status, as it was worn by the generals of Tianhai City. The silver-ranked heroic sword increased attack and attack speed by 15% and was very sharp, so Cairo treasured it like a treasure. These were all great things that would significantly boost the guy's strength, so I didn't even want to get mad at Cairo anymore. The boots he decided to wear now, and the heroic ring and sword aren't that good, so they can be sold. But right now, one would have to look at the rewards for defending the City of Darkness, which should have been even cooler. The first reward was a 20%, making it a top-tier piece of equipment given its 160-180 attack power, and a 30% increase in it. It was a great replacement for the Necro Ring for the guy, but now he decided to look at the gold-ranked black-scale bracers that he had received, which looked just fine. This item gave high durability and comfort, because its defense was equal to 50-60 points. The effect increased HP by 20%, which made them an ideal defense. With such improvements, the power of the Winter River increased significantly, and he decided to test his parameters. With all the equipment, the guy's attack reached 143 points of points. The reputation was 39,000, making him a silver-level boss. In the description, it was said that Winter River is a cunning evil adventurer who tried to lure good adventurers to the dark side, but his plan failed. However, for the title of Dark Master, the guy's HP was increased by 200%, which was incredible. However, there was still one system notification that Winter River hadn't managed to accept yet. Ono suggested that the guy accept the hidden class change to Undead Swordsman, which he refused, because the power that he received after becoming a Dark Swordsman was incredible. Then the system warned that the rewards could be changed to skills or equipment of the same rarity, so it offered several options for rewards. Without hesitation, the guy chose a reward in the form of a new skill, because equipment, after all, can be changed, but skills cannot. In addition, the skills of the Undead Swordsman's hidden class may be strong, but suddenly a new notification came that the guy received 500,000 experience points for getting into the top of the leaderboards in terms of points. In addition, he has a new S-class skill battlefield, which reduces the attack of enemies within a 50-meter radius and increases the attack of allies by an amount that depends on the difference in strength between the two sides. This attack lasted 3 minutes. Well, to use it, you needed a melee class, but the skill itself was very strong. Then the guy decided to study it, reading the description that a warrior who has passed through bloody battles always becomes the center of the battlefield and can inspire fear in enemies and increase the morale of allies. And this skill would definitely not be superfluous. So after studying it, the guy revealed the map that Cheryl had given him. He knew that it was time for him to take on the quest to increase his strength even more. According to the map, it was necessary to go directly to the huge volcano that was located nearby. It was a lava mountain range location where it was really very hot. Winter River, without hesitation, decided to go on the road according to the map. Soon, he saw a huge mountain that was so hot that it heated the air around to enormous temperatures. But what scared him the most was that the map showed that the treasure was at the top, which looked very dangerous. Suddenly, there was a rumble behind the Winter River, and the rocks seemed to come to life, turning into a huge monster. Even turning around and looking at him was scary, but there was no choice. Turning around, he saw a huge level 38 lava mountain monster that was clearly not friendly. Winter River barely managed to get back from his strong attack, because his attack level reached 550 points, and his defense even more, 700-800. Using the Sharp Eye skill, He also saw the monster's other parameters, its HP of 220,000 and its special skills, durability, and petrification. Mountain monsters lived around the mountain range, famous for their irritability and love of high ambient temperatures. But because of the more dangerous creatures at higher altitudes, monsters only live in the lower reaches of the mountain, not posing a big threat to the Winter River due to a small attack. This was even a good thing for the guy, since he could now test the power of combat on these small monsters. Combat power increased the guy's attack power and reduced the monster's attack power by 20%. So, with one hit, the guy was able to deal 15,547 points of damage to the monster. He obviously hadn't expected such strength, so he realized that he needed to use his skills. At that moment, he crouched down and used the petrification skill, reducing his attack power by another 20%. However, the monster's defense power increased by 30% for 2 minutes, making it virtually impenetrable. But Winter River only laughed, thinking that the monster used the phrase, "wear the thickest armor to withstand the strongest blows." And the guy knew that this made it easier for him since he would just attack a non-moving opponent, so he destroyed the monster in 1 minute. For defeating him, Winter River received 2,500 experience points, which was decent, but he needed 1.2 million to advance to the next level. Winter River reckoned that he needed to destroy 480 of these monsters, but he didn't have the time as he needed to climb higher. The higher he climbed, the more intense the heat that enveloped him became, but suddenly something caught his attention. Strange creatures resembling monkeys with fiery tails and manes were sitting on the hot stone rocks. They were level 40 toothy fire monkeys with 280,000 HP and 1,1080 attack. They also liked high temperatures and were flexible and aggressive. The description said that they liked to make fun of their opponents, so they were one of the most hated monsters on the continent. Their main skills were taunting and throwing stones, but Winter River didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to mock a player like him. Then one of the monkeys screamed and began to gather all the others, saying that someone had come. When there were enough of them, they immediately started calling Winter River names, calling him scary and funny, making fun of his nickname. They called the guy a weakling and laughed out loud, not afraid of the damage that he could do to them, because their defense was equal to 420 points. However, they clearly underestimated Winter River, who was provoked and very angry. He immediately jumped up, arriving at the top of the cliff next to the monkeys in one bound. He started threatening them that they would meet their end today and launched an attack. With the new skill, Battlefield, he was able to reduce the attack of the toothy fire apes by 16% for 3 minutes. There were quite a lot of them, so they continued to attack, throwing fast-flying stones in the direction of the guy. The damage from them was minuscule, so Winter River became emboldened, thinking that this was all the monkeys were capable of. In the end, anger flooded Winter River with his head, as he was tired of these animals. He swung his sword and pushed the 2 huge monkeys away from him with a single blow. At the end of this little fight, all the monkeys were lying around the guy who had defeated them. He called them pathetic little people, but he decided to give them a chance to redeem themselves if they wanted to. The monkeys immediately began to cry out for mercy, and even named Winter River their king, ready to obey him. Then the boys' first order to the Obensians was to take him to their companions, to which the apes readily agreed. While tolling over the monkeys, Winter River confidently ordered them to lead the way. So the first place, of course, was Winter River, who was the only one with an SS-ranked talent. This flattered him insanely and made him feel like the strongest player on the continent. But there was no time to enjoy his triumph for long as Winter River reached the monkey den. One of the monkeys also started laughing like it was at the beginning and was about to joke about the Winter River again. But he swung his sword and struck at the monkey, asking why it suddenly started laughing. After 2 minutes, all the monkeys that were aggressive towards the guy were already lying on the ground and did not resist. Looking at the monkey that had accompanied him before, the guy said to move on to the next fortress. But this behavior of Winter River couldn't be ignored by the stronger monster, the Fire-Tooth Monkey King. This level 42 gold boss was rushing across the hot stone surface, wanting to know who was destroying the toothy fire apes. Noticing the guy, the huge monster jumped up to get to him in one jump, and the power of its attack was amazing, equal to 1,600 points. The king, with 2,000 HP, won a mockery contest held every 3 years among the monkeys, and after winning, became the leader who controlled the entire clan with his firepower and his own harem of admirers. This boss was too strong, and even though with the ultimate taunt skill, which reduced the enemy's attack by 5%, But Winter River had an opportunity to attack and increase its strength in direct proportion to the weakening, and he decided to take advantage of it. Swinging his hand, the boy said that with the king's strength, the toothy fire apes would be completely safe under his protection. Then, Winter River used a verbal attack and lowered the defense of the toothy fire ape king by 10%. He realized that he had hit a weak spot, as the king's defense of 850 points had been breached. And now he has a chance, and started attacking to break through the defense. But to the king, it looked like his enemy was trying to annoy him, because the Winter River had too little strength and energy. Therefore, the Monkey King once again used the ultimate taunt skill and lowered the guy's attack by 10%. But that left him baffled. The guy couldn't understand. Does the game still think that this power works on him? So he decided to tease the monkey with its own method. Winter River started laughing at the king and saying that no female would talk to him because he looked pathetic, which made the king very angry. But the guy used a verbal attack, lowering the king's defense by 20% and increasing his attack and its speed by 10%. However, even with that, the Ape King's attack power was quite strong, and it was too fast to attack the guy. He knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge completely, so he used the equipment skill, Wind Guard, which reduces attack damage by 20%. Thus, with his strong strike, the Monkey King was only able to deal 30,157 points of damage to the guy who managed to deviate a little. Winter River started taunting the king again, saying that he had a small power that shamed him, so it was time for the monkey to go home and swim for milk, while continuing his attacks. Due to the guy's constant verbal attacks, the toothy Fire Ape King took 300% more damage. This caused a lot of excitement in Winter River, since the king was already broken, even though the guy hadn't even started yet. In the end, the guy dealt the final blow to the gold-ranked boss, for which he received 1,800,000 experience points and 20 reputation points. Suddenly, a system notification popped up saying that by winning the Battle of Ridicule against the Monkey King, the guy received the hidden title of King of Ridicule and became the new king. This title increased the damage from verbal attacks by 10%, which didn't help much, but it was very offensive to others, which was great for verbal duels. In any case, the guy decided to leave the title of Dark Master for now in order to increase his HP. Thanks to defeating this boss, the guy's level increased to 37, after which he decided to look at the treasures that fell from the Golden Monkey King. The first reward was a gold-ranked fire helmet with a remarkable level of protection created from precious fire crystals that are hard to hit with ordinary weapons. The second reward was a gold-ranked fire dagger tempered with special flames that cut through iron like it was dirt. But there was one downside: a scorching surface that dealt damage to the user. It was a good loot for the guy, but it would take a bit of training to get him to wear a helmet and use a dagger starting at level 40. The dagger was very good, but since the guy was a swordsman, he got more bonuses from swords, so he decided to exchange it later and now continue on his way. When the guy passed a little birch, the system noticed that in a high-temperature environment, the HP of the host decreases by 10 every second. Winter River knew that the higher he climbed, the hotter it would get, but his death power was restoring 0.5% HP every second. So he was able to continue on his way without much damage and find what he was looking for: a long, white-ranked wooden stick. In the description, it was said that only girls who have lost hope in love choose it, as it is a very weak weapon with an attack of 1. Winter River was disappointed as he thought he would get something worthwhile, but apparently Cheryl just wanted to give him a difficult task and leave the stick as the endpoint. It definitely didn't look like a treasure, so the guy turned around in frustration and decided to go back and finish the quest. Suddenly, Winter River felt that the disguise that Daniel had placed on him was falling off, but the time wasn't up yet, so it could only mean that the Dark Swordsman's potential was being awakened again. The system said that the guy sensed the presence of something of the same origin as himself, 500 meters away. Winter River thought that this was the treasure and went back, but the distance increased. Thus, he began to take a couple of steps in different directions to figure out which way to go, so that the distance would decrease. Eventually, Winter River was able to reach his destination, but he didn't see anything worthwhile. To be more precise, he didn't see anything, so he assumed that it was a treasure underground. Then the boy began to dig with his sword, sticking it into the ground. It didn't take long to wait, as the sword almost immediately hit something solid under the ground. Scooping up the ground, Winter River dug a hole with a single swing of his weapon to see what he found. The system notified him that he hadn't found the hidden location of the God of Suppression Tower, an ancient structure of unknown generations that had retained its original appearance even after endless years. It was rumored to be the site of a battle between endless powerful warriors and mystical and evil creatures, which meant that it was clearly not safe. But Winter River was a gambler. And even if he only had one life, if he was afraid to risk it, he wouldn't have made it this far. So he took another chance. Jumping down into a huge pit, he landed on the stone floor after a few seconds of falling. As soon as Winter River looked up, he noticed a strange energy essence in front of him, radiating immense power. Looking at this with a crazy look, the guy immediately used wind protection to somehow protect himself. But it didn't help him much. The energy that seemed to envelop the Winter River took away almost all of his HP, which triggered the limited line left on the ground by the fire demon god. The power of the line had dropped due to a long time lapse, and that was only why Winter River was able to survive. But he was lucky to have the power of death. Sometime later, thanks to this power, the guy fully recovered and the wind guard rolled back. It was necessary to proceed cautiously, so Winter River continued on his way, stepping on the ground as quietly as possible. But then the guy was dumbfounded when he saw another huge accumulation of the fire demon god's energy in front of him, which made him use wind guard again. Winter River triggered another line left on the ground by the fire demon god, but its power also dropped after a while, so the damage was less. The guy managed to deal 157,191 points of damage, and he began to search even harder for something that has the same origin as him. 5 minutes later, Winter River regained all of his HP and continued on his way, realizing that what he was looking for was right there. The rest of his journey was easier, so he decided that not every point here could cause a bounded line. But these were hasty judgments, as he had provoked yet another line left on the ground by the fire demon god. Everything continued according to the same pattern for half an hour. But Winter River was finally able to make his way further. He was walking without suspecting anything, but suddenly stopped, as if he had hit an invisible wall. It was unpleasant, but I had to accept the fact that before the Winter River, another test, an invisible wall. The guy tried to break or cut it with his sword, but it was pointless. It still wouldn't let him pass, so it suggested that this one was working like some kind of mechanism. It was only necessary to find a solution. But then the same fragment of the moon appeared in front of the guy. He stood right in place of the invisible wall, as if he had destroyed it, as if it had never existed, and now the Winter River could pass. The guy assumed that this barrier was set up by someone who owns a fragment of the moon, since it causes such a reaction. This intrigued Winter River even more, and he started to descend further, but suddenly he noticed sword marks on the walls. They showed that there had once been a very fierce battle here, so the guy began to move with caution. As he descended the stairs, he suddenly noticed a human figure sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. It turned out that it was the Soul Reaper Carl, who was no longer a tenant, but was once one of the dozens of strongest, and yet quietly died in a mysterious battle, and was not noticed by anyone. This scared the guy, as it turns out that even one of the top 10 demon gods had died here, which meant that there was a very strong divine something in this place. What was even scarier was that Winter River couldn't even take the equipment of this Carl who was sitting by the wall. He thought that something of the same origin was still far away from him, but he saw a purple light. It was as if it was leading him, forcing him to go further and descend even lower in the dungeon. At first, Winter River didn't understand where he was being led, but when the pitch darkness parted, the guy was dumbfounded with horror. My eyes had to adjust to the darkness to see all the horror around me in the form of a pile of bones. They were human bones scattered all over the hall, which looked very creepy. The owners of this horror were in a variety of poses, as if they were all destroyed by someone in one moment. These were many skilled warriors who had fallen here, so it was clear that the Tower of the God of Suppression wasn't that simple. Thus, the guy calmly reached the 4th floor and nothing happened to him. But suddenly, 2 fast and strong sword swings appeared in front of him, cutting through the air right in front of his eyes, causing Winter River to lose 800 HP per second. As he tried to defend himself, he felt that the source of the aura he was looking for was here. As soon as the sword strike stopped, Winter River peered into the pitch-black distance, seeing only a dark silhouette. The dark swordsman Luo Yi was standing in front of him, but he wasn't already dead, however. He used to be one of the dozens of strongest gods of ancient times known to the entire world. His power was capable of crushing the heavens and earth, but in the end, he came here wrapped in dust, and it was the aura of his armor that brought Winter River here. The previous dark swordsman seemed to have been a dead man here for a long time, and now the guy could take his armor. He stretched out his hand, said Luo Yi rests in peace, and promised that he would take care of the continuation of the dark swordsman's legacy. But then his hand stopped abruptly, as if someone invisible was holding it up. Winter River immediately turned around and asked who was there, but there was no response. Only from the dark swordsman did the strongest aura and destructive energy begin to radiate. It felt like the skeleton was starting to survive, covering itself with flesh and skin, becoming like an ordinary person. After recovering, the guy in front of the Winter River introduced himself as the remnant soul of Luo Yi, the former owner of the Dark Swordsman title that the guy is going to carry. Rolling his eyes at the pretentiousness of the statement, Winter River replied that he just said it like that. But Luo Yi replied that he was already dead, so he didn't care what Winter River said, but they were talking about armor right now. They've accompanied the swordsman through countless battles, so he can't just give them up if Winter River can defeat him at dawn. The system offered to challenge the ghost, but for the guy it was expected, since the greedy game system will never allow you to take something for free. However, he agreed and accepted the challenge, after which he was able to see all the stats of a gold. Level 37 Dark Swordsman boss with 300,000 HP. The swordsman was about to attack and charged at the guy, using all the power of his attack, equal to 1430, 1510 points. But Winter River stopped him. He decided to ask how Luo Yi was able to use Dark Reincarnation when he was at level 37, since it can only be used at level 50. Luo replied that as a remnant of the soul, his memories were somewhat vague, so he didn't know how it happened, but the guy didn't believe him. The swordsman then attacked Winter River again, but the latter immediately used the battlefield skill, increasing its attack power by 20% and reducing the Dark Swordsman's attack power by 10% for 3 minutes. This surprised Luo Yi, and he asked where the guy learned it, since his skills were basic. Dark Blade, Killing Sword Technique, Death Power, and Dark Reincarnation. But Winter River defensively replied that he had an innate talent and had dealt with it on his own. Luo Yi smiled and asked if the guy really thought he would believe that since it was impossible. But while the swordsman was pondering and slightly distracted, Winter River took advantage of this moment. With the help of his leg and devil trampling, he dealt Luo a powerful blow that knocked him out of the way and dealt 26,546 damage to the swordsman. Luo was also immobilized for 1 second, which allowed the guy to land another punch. But he didn't want to stop there and use the power of the undead's grip, which stopped the opponent for a few more seconds. Thus, it became too easy for Winter River to deal heavy blows to her opponent, dealing more and more damage to him with the help of insane destruction. However, Luo said that the quality of the guy's equipment is not that outstanding, and his passive skills only enhance the attack with the slaughter technique. Although Winter River's attack power exceeded 2,000, it was more than Luo's best years, so the skills were quite high. But then Winter River couldn't stand it. He shouted out that it was their duty to revive the glory of the Dark Swordsman, which even for Luo Yi sounded too arrogant. He raised his hand and said that it was time to raise the difficulty. Drawing his sword to the side, the Dark Swordsman seemed to strengthen his aura, with the help of which he increased HP. He didn't understand what was going on, because Luo's aura was now completely different from before. But the swordsman was not interested in this, and he threw another blow with the ball, as if extracting energy from it and throwing it directly at the guy. Winter River knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge in time, so he decided to use the Wind Guard skill again. The energy wave created by the sword passed through the guy, taking a fairly large amount of HP from him. Winter River realized that this swordsman was too fierce, and if it wasn't for his skills in HP-raising elixirs, he would have been dead by now. But for Luo, it also seemed strong enough. After all, the last Dark Swordsman is 1,000 times stronger than the current one. The excitement had already turned to anger, and Luo Yi told the guy to get ready, as there was going to be an even more intense battle right now. He used the same Dark Reincarnation skill and increased his stats by 50% for 5 minutes, but after using this skill, the level dropped by 10. Given the increased strength, Winter River panicked as he could no longer directly attack the opponent. Luo Yi's health was now 300,000 HP, her attack power was 2,256, and her defense was 975, which was an incredible amount. And this strongest spirit rushed towards the Winter River at an astonishingly fast speed. In just a second, Luo Yi was behind a guy who didn't even notice how it happened. With a single strike, the swordsman dealt over 43,000 damage to Winter River, which was quite a large amount. In one hit, the guy lost a quarter of HP, which surprised him, and he had to drink the elixir. But the Dark Swordsman attacked again. But Winter River knew that, with normal speed, he wouldn't be able to fend off the spirit's attacks. The energy was already too close, but Winter River decided to seize the moment. He used evil steps, increasing his speed by 200% for 2 seconds, then dodged the blow and immobilized the opponent for 1 second. Winter River then dealt the swordsman a necro strike, dealing over 8,000 damage and slowing the opponent down by 15% for 2 seconds. In the next second, Luo decided to attack again and swung at the guy who deftly jumped out of the way. He realized that his tactic had worked, as Luo really had slowed down, so it was now possible to dodge his attacks. It was worth continuing this deceleration, so Winter River used undead capture on his opponent. Luo practically froze for a few seconds, but it was enough to get close to him. Luo praised the guy for this, as he knew how to get close and use his skills to slow down the opponent. But Winter River understood that all of the Phantom's skills were written down, so there shouldn't be anything unexpected. But just in case, the guy decided to jump back, and he wasn't wrong, because the swordsman once again released a stronger burst of energy at him. He dinced. The only thing that came to Winter River's mind was to hide behind a pillar at the side. The guy managed to run behind it, but the swordsman's power was too destructive not to destroy the stone pillar. However, the exhaled guy still barely managed to dodge, and by that time there were 5 seconds left before the evil steps were reloaded. But Luo was already too close and swung his sword at the Winter River in a leap. The guy didn't expect this, so he didn't have time to dodge and lost almost all of his HP. The Phantom, watching the battle, even wondered what Winter River would do next. But the guy stood up, realizing that he was almost destroyed by a normal air attack. But now, the evil steps have recovered. Thanks to this, Winter River was able to dodge the impact with a sky jump. Once again increasing his speed by 200%, the guy launched an air kick straight at the swordsman. And then, following the old tactic, he used Necro Sword Strike to take down the unexpected Luo. The swordsman quickly got his bearings and got back on his feet, swinging at the guy again. But he used an undead grapple and immobilized the opponent for a few seconds, after which the guy used the Furious Strike skill to deal more damage to Luo per hit. However, after that, Winter River realized that the control had already ended and it was time to retreat before he was destroyed in one blow. Moreover, due to the large number of control skills, Warrior Luo Yi has gained a resistance that reduces control by 80%. Winter River didn't expect that there was such a setup, but what scared him now was that he wouldn't be able to dodge. He closed his eyes and decided to use the Shard of the Moon at his own risk, which should save him, but this is not a fact. Luo then delivered another final blow for Winter River, which took all of his HP away from him. There was an instant of darkness around them, but it was not clear from what. Closed eyes in fear of hitting the starting point. When Winter River opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that he was still alive, but he didn't understand what had happened. Standing in front of him was the spirit of Luo Yi, whose dark reincarnation skill had ended and his level had dropped by 10. Luo's level was now only 27, which was clearly not enough to defeat Winter River, even with low HP. Their swords crossed, but Luo's strength was definitely not the same as a moment ago, so he didn't stand a chance. Winter River marveled at the swordsman's self-confidence, because in his place, the best solution would be to hide and wait for a cooldown. The guy didn't stand on ceremony anymore, and pushed Luo away from him with all his strength, dealing him more than 23,000 points of damage. Blow after blow drained Luo Yi's strength, who didn't even have time to defend against them. In the end, Winter River only had one punch left, and the guy jumped up and threw it with all his strength. Luo Yi's sword couldn't withstand such pressure and cracked under the onslaught of the Winter River sword. In this way, he was able to defeat the Dark Warrior Luo Yi and received 1 million reputation points in return. This raised the level of the Winter River to 38 and allowed for the completion of the quest from Warrior Luo, who was pleased to say that the guy had a good balance of courage and strategy. The latter, raising his level, reminded him that he had completed the task and was waiting for a reward. But the swordsman told him not to worry, as he always keeps his promises. Therefore, Winter River received 50,000 experience points, a gold level, and dark armor made from dragon scales and gems. It became stronger with the blood of living creatures and weaker if it didn't get blood for too long. And the armor could also be upgraded. As expected, this was a divine equipment that Winter River was delighted with. Such a strong defense of 250, 300 points and a health of 20,000 was at its best, and she also had the terrifying presence skill, so she could also be upgraded. It was impossible to destroy and had an exclusive Dark Warrior class. Winter River realized that the gold level wasn't the highest, so it was clear that this armor wouldn't disappoint him. The S-rank Terrifying Presence skill unleashed the power of the Dragon Soul hidden in the armor, scaring opponents and dealing 100% damage depending on the player's attack on all opponents. This worked within a 100-meter radius and reduced opponents' walks' speed and attack speed by 20%, while taking 5 minutes to recharge. Winter River was delighted with such a powerful area attack, which also slowed down the enemies, because it was an incredible power. Dark Swordsman. Luo Yi looked at the surprised guy and asked if he was satisfied. He enthusiastically replied that he was very pleased because the armor received is incredibly strong and all this can be described in one phrase. Swordsman questioningly looked at the Winter River and asked what kind of phrase was he referring to. And he, already dressed in a new armor, said that all this fits him just perfectly. Now wearing this armor, the guy automatically increased his defense by 30% and additional health by 20%, which made him even stronger. Luo Yi, a little disappointed by the guy's words, scratched his forehead and said that his dark armor had finally found its next master. After saying these words, the swordsman disappeared, and Winter River didn't even have time to ask the questions he was interested in. When he realized this, OT reappeared in front of the guy and asked him what else he wanted from him. Winter River, looking at Luo Yi's huge sword, said that he wanted to take this weapon for himself. He said that this weapon is as good as the dark armor, but after years of use the sword weakens, so if the guy wants, then let him take it. But there is one condition. Luo Yi asked for a girl to return her jade pendant, and he would give her his sword as a reward. The system immediately notified the guy that he had activated the side quest to recover the jade pendant. The only important task that Winter River received was defending the city from Tama, and everything else was optional. However, side tasks are often related to the main line or provide additional information about the story. But you don't have to do them, and the guy agreed to them anyway. In the quest, it was said that the dark warrior Luo Yi was defeated, but there is something that he can't forget, so he asks for the pendant back, but he didn't know who the owner was. Luo added that he didn't have anything serious with her, so he didn't even know her name. Winter River asked if Luo could find out with his power, but Luo replied that this girl had done a good job, so the swordsman only saw her fake name. Moreover, the girl used something rare, and her weapon is a sword, so she might be from the sword pavilion. When asked where it was, Luo Yi said that it was hidden in Qingfeng City so that no one would know about the power struggle of their princes. After receiving information about the quest just from a conversation, Winter River was overjoyed, as he had previously had to deal with it on his own. However, the guy had already joined the Dark faction and didn't know how to infiltrate the City of Light without revealing his identity, given that there were billions being paid for his head. He was being hunted by both players and ordinary NPCs, so Luo Yi said that it wouldn't be a problem and sent his energy to the Winter River. The swordsman said that he would teach the boy to hide his true aura by giving him a new skill, the Art of Stealth Level A. The system immediately asked Winter River if he wanted to accept this skill, but the guy definitely answered yes. Now Winter River could hide the title and name so that other players lower by 20 levels. It is more difficult to reveal the true stats, and the duration of the action was 1 day. This was very useful, as the level of the Winter River was higher than most players, not counting the very best. With this art, they had no chance of unlocking it. Luo Yi suddenly said that the energy of his remaining soul was running out, so let the guy ask his questions quickly if there are any more. Winter River immediately took out a moon shard from his inventory and asked if the swordsman knew what it was. Upon seeing the shard, Luo Yi almost went crazy from the surprise and shock he felt. He immediately asked where the guy got it, and the other guy said that it was just a gift, which surprised the swordsman even more. He assumed that Winter River had created a close bond with the person who gave it to him. He really wanted to know more, but the swordsman was starting to disappear, so he just asked who Luo Yi was talking about. But he didn't have time to reply that the source of all the corpses was in the God Suppression Tower, a mysterious creature that caused the downfall of the best warriors, including himself. It was clear where this moon shard came from, as well as Daniel's strength now seemed enormous. He still didn't know who this necromancer really was, but now it wasn't surprising that Daniel hadn't told him about the previous Dark Swordsman's death. Does that mean that Daniel destroyed him? But if he really did, why didn't he hate Winter River and even train him? These thoughts completely confused the guys, and he decided that he would think about it in the future, which will show him all the answers. At the moment, he needed to complete a side quest to obtain a powerful weapon. He apologized to the elder and tore the pendant from the skeleton's neck to take it to its owner. As soon as he did, the skeleton dissolved, leaving only a spirit-level sword, whose power, unfortunately, after tens of thousands of years, even reaches 1,000th of its former strength. The attack was equal to 750 points, and the effect increased it by 40%, and the attack speed by 50%, while having an additional effect that adds 15% health during the attack. It had a special skill, Blood Drink, and was also a valuable divine weapon, but to get it, you need to complete the task in 3 days. If this is not done, then the sword will be temporarily unavailable. And to get it, you will need to complete one more task. Winter River took the sword in his hands and immediately felt its special skill, which increased the power of the blood sword for each destruction of the enemy, which added 1% of the attack. The guy knew that this was an unusual skill, because this skill could be changed up to 20 times, and the entire effect remained until the end of the battle. Winter River was happy to realize that the trip to the lava mountains had paid off many times because he had received the strongest equipment. But suddenly there was a whisper that reverberated throughout the huge hall, whispering a request. "Give it back." The voice continued to whisper that it belonged to him, but a bright, strong energy began to radiate from below, which is surprising because the guy thought that there were no more living creatures here. Winter River had already prepared for the fight, drawing his new sword and aiming it at the energy. However, the feeling of unease in him increased, as he felt that this energy was too strong and it was impossible to stay here for long. Then he decided to run away from here, because he decided that he had had enough of the trials, because getting armor and a sword is already a big victory. Half an hour later, Winter River managed to get out of this dungeon. He marked his coordinates on the map and promised himself that he would return here later when he had completed the task. But suddenly, he felt the strange and very dangerous presence of a huge creature behind him. Turning around, Winter River was dumbfounded when he saw the huge snake monster and used the Eye of Insight skill to look at its stats. It was a fire python, a normal level 45 monster ruler of the lava mountain range, with 3,200,000 HP and a huge attack equal to 1,300–1,400 points. There weren't many monsters like this, but the guy chuckled as he looked at it, knowing that it was the same boss. Winter River understood that his stats were much higher after all. What was the cost of his attack, which was equal to more than 3,500 points? The monster, without thinking for a long time, rushed towards the guy, but the guy easily managed to jump away, avoiding his attack. Moreover, Winter River was on top and was able to deliver his signature punch with skills and powerful kicks. The guy then used his sword to deal even more damage to the monster with his punches. After that, he flew into the air and used the Mad Annihilation skill, which slows down the opponent and increases the guy's attack. This way, he was able to cut the fire python in half and defeat it. After that, Winter River confidently looked at his defeated enemy and said that no one in the world dares to threaten him. But the only thing that bothered him right now was that it was already 2 a.m., and he still hadn't slept because of his quests. Then Winter River decided to go back to teacher Cheryl, hand over the assignment to him, and go on a side trip to his world. The guy called out to the teacher, who immediately responded, saying that it looked like his student was able to complete the quest. Cheryl reappeared out of nowhere, and the system congratulated him on completing the task, earning him 800,000 experience points. The undead swordsman looked at his disciple and his stats in surprise, immediately realizing that he was able to achieve a lot in the mountains. After advancing to level 39, Winter River fairly replied that he had several opportunities to do so. The swordsman replied that he had originally placed the wooden wand in a different location, but looking at the way the boy was growing, he realized that he could handle more difficult tasks. Remembering his discovery, the swordsman very interested. Taking the pendant out of his pocket, Winter River showed it to the teacher and told him to return it to a girl. Seeing this, Cheryl was very surprised, as he realized that this locket was from the sword pavilion, and Winter River was just waiting for this because he wasn't sure if Cheryl knew anything, but apparently he was lucky. The swordsman replied that he had once been a disciple of the sword pavilion himself, so he knew the origin of this pendant. Winter River realized that if Cheryl said one day, he was referring to the time before his demise, but the fact that he was connected to the pavilion was really interesting. Taking the jade pendant in his hands, the undead swordsman said that every female in the sword pavilion, from student to teacher, has one. And if a girl falls in love with a guy, she gives him her pendant, which has already become an unbreakable custom in the sword pavilion. Winter River realized that some girl who was in love with Luo Yi had given him her pendant to express her feelings. However, Cheryl added that this jade pendant is quite unusual, which means that the girl's status in the sword pavilion is very high. Then the guy asked if he would be in danger if she found her pendant in his possession. Cheryl, giving the pendant back to the guy, replied that perhaps this is fate, and this girl is waiting for the Winter River. The undead swordsman then added that the sword he possesses is also from the sword pavilion and must be returned, so let Winter River come to him tomorrow. Tomorrow he will give him new tasks, but in the meantime, the guy needs to rest after such a difficult ordeal, and after these words, the swordsman disappeared. Winter River also decided not to waste any time and logged out of the game to get some sleep. In his world, he slept until noon, after which he put on his helmet again and entered Eternity. As soon as he entered the game, he immediately decided to find Cheryl to accept the mission from him. But the undead swordsman didn't take long to find, as he was already waiting for the Winter River, standing right on the same spot. The two of them then set off on their way to the swordsman pavilion, gradually leaving the location of the swamp. During this journey, the guy asked what his teacher thought about him constantly appearing and disappearing. Cheryl replied that he knew that adventurers go back to their own space, which was a very interesting privilege that the god of time and space probably gave them. This answer surprised Winter River, who thought that the game itself had instilled this in the NPCs so that they wouldn't ask too many questions. After a while, the system's notification came that the travelers had entered the location of the Swordsman Pavilion. The boy looked out in surprise from the ravine that he and the teacher had just come out of to take a look at the city. He was shocked by the huge number of light faction soldiers who were guarding the entrance of the city, which made it very difficult to enter it. Cheryl added that to enter Qingfeng City they would have to teleport out of the City of Darkness. The only problem was concealing the aura of the Winter River, which fortunately he could easily solve by himself. It was about time to try out the new appearance-changing skill, but if Winter River didn't do it, the light faction would destroy it. It was also necessary to choose a fake name, and Winter River wanted to change it to Successful, but accidentally said Fake Name, which became his nickname in the game. Moreover, the new appearance of the fake name left much to be desired. Cheryl almost fell out laughing when he saw the bald head of the guy, which will now remain so for 24 hours. However, it was necessary, but as soon as Fake Name entered the city, he immediately attracted attention. Adventurers began to turn around in the direction of the guy and joke about his funny nickname and the same strange appearance. However, it was necessary to continue on, and thus the undead swordsman and his hidden disciple reached the portal. The person standing there asked for 60 silvers for the teleportation he was supposed to perform. Naturally, Cheryl knew all this and paid for the service, after which the magician began to cast a teleportation spell. The teleport outlined on the ground lit up with a bright light, activating the energy to transport people. This was how Cheryl and the fake name landed on the new map of the third-level Qingfeng City, which, even though it was close to the Dark Faction, was never attacked. It was all about the Sword Pavilion guarding the city, but Winter River didn't understand why it was hidden on the map anyway. Cheryl said that it was dangerous to move around during the day, so they would continue at night, which Fake Name agreed with, since the undead swordsman would definitely help him find the hidden pavilion. They could explore the area during the day, but you don't need to attract attention. Then the guy said that he wanted to go shopping and restock, and Cheryl just knew a good place to buy potions. Arriving at a small pavilion, the student and teacher met with a nice salesman who asked what they needed. Fake Name immediately shouted out that he wanted the best health potions, while having 236 gold, 56 silver, and 3 copper coins that the guy was able to accumulate after destroying the bosses. The guy already thought that he could afford everything, but the seller pointed out one of the best potions that could be used from level 120, and it cost 50,000 gold. In real money, it was a fabulous sum. And although the effect of the potion was incomparable, the fake name decided to choose something more rational. For example, Healing Potion, the most popular potion among adventurers, restoring 500 HP per second, which cost 50 silver. Or a healing potion that could heal injuries and illnesses and restore 1000 HP per second for 10 seconds, worth 1 gold coin. Laughing, Cheryl told the guy not to underestimate Qingfeng City, because even though it's only level 3, there are top-level masters here. Then Fake Name noticed something strange, hearing frightened screams and dangerous sounds from around the corner. Right in broad daylight, some knight was molesting an innocent, beautiful girl, trying to go unnoticed. Looking at this situation, Fake Name thought that this was his chance to become a hero. Both of these characters were probably NPCs, otherwise the penalties for this would be too severe for normal players. The system said that the guy opened another hidden task, which the guy gladly decided to complete and ordered the man to stop. The task, Cool as the Wind, was of difficulty D, which was to destroy bandits and get a lot of experience. Then Fake Name walked up to the man and shouted, "How dare he bother a woman in broad daylight?" The man also laughed when he saw the bald guy, because of which he was removed 5 reputation points because he did not think through his appearance. But Winter River was so angry that his angry expression even on such a face and the order to go away scared the opponent, for which he returned 1 reputation point. However, he was still angry and couldn't forgive the guy for ruining his fun. Fake Name proudly pointed at himself and asked if this fool knew who he was, but this made the man laugh even more. However, the guy replied that this low-level man can only see his fake name, being unworthy to see the real one. But he, with the eye of insight, could see all the stats of the level 50 opponent, who was a gold boss, and used to be the mayor of the city and a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. However, he was exiled for molesting girls and now he has lost all his authority. The opponent's stats surprised Winter River, who realized that this ordinary peasant Bei Fu had a dark gold level, just like Brandy, but you couldn't tell that visually. Bei Fu was a little scared that he didn't know the opponent's true name, which earned him 5 points, but the man didn't care who he was, and what mattered was his courage. And when Bei Fu was about to attack, Fake Name pointed at Cheryl, who was called Xiaoxi, and said that he would deal with him. Xiaoxi said in a dissatisfied voice that his young master hated it when someone oppressed the innocent, so he would avenge him. The girl, hearing that this boy is a young master, was very surprised, and Bei Fu, once again thinking that if a strong swordsman like Xiaoxi is this guy's subordinate, then his strength is even greater. Deciding not to mess with them alone, Bei Fu ran while shouting about coming back, which increased the man's hatred by 1,000 and the guy's points by 30. He looked at his teacher contentedly and gave a thumbs up, but Cheryl himself didn't share his joy as he didn't like this game. However, for admiring the rescued victim, the guy received another 20 points and told the girl that it was time for him to leave, and inwardly thought that he would not want to wait for reinforcements from Bei Fu. The girl looked at the young master in surprise and asked him to tell her his real name, and the fake name, under the indignant gaze of the undead swordsman, called himself Daniel, thus completing his hidden mission. The guy received 51 cool points, exchanged for 10,000 experience points, and then went to the auction house to sell unnecessary equipment. So he ran all day with the teacher until it was 8 o'clock in the evening, and night enveloped the city. It was about time to sneak into the swordsman pavilion, and Fake Name and Xiaoxi went to the gate. They were ready to start the mission, so they decided to sneak through the gate first. Using the power of the jump, the swordsman and his apprentice flew up to jump over the gate. Thus, the two of them were instantly on the other side of the gate, arriving at the location of the swordsman pavilion. The pavilion's architecture was very similar to the Chinese one, and for illegal presence here, NPCs will immediately destroy the enemy and his level will drop by 5. Cheryl ordered the disciple to go to the sword storage area in the east, where there would be a person who could help him, and he would go to the sword forging place. Fake Name didn't really want to split up, but he asked who the person who should help him was. Cheryl replied that it was the sword god himself, whom he didn't know personally, but he knew that he valued pure consciousness, and given the guy's intentions, the god wouldn't touch him. Fake Name couldn't believe that his teacher would let him go so easily on such an assignment, but he decided to wish him luck and not argue. The undead swordsman immediately took off, shouting out to the boy not to worry about him, as he would settle everything and stay alive. As he watched the teacher go, he promised himself to be careful, because if an NPC noticed him, he would be finished. Then he went to a huge Chinese building and hid behind a wall, waiting for security to pass. A few minutes later, the Fake Name managed to land next to the sword vault, which was still empty, with only the light from a second-floor window illuminating the building's facade. He knew that the mech god was here, and he wondered if the sword god would destroy him as soon as he entered. But if this sword god is real, then he already knows that the guy is here, so it's best to be honest. But as soon as Fake Name opened the gate, his appearance changed back to that of Winter River due to the presence of a stronger entity in the space. This surprised him, but his skills didn't really seem to match up to the sword god's strength. As Winter River stepped inside, he noticed a girl sitting on a huge chair in front of him, who was the sword god. The girl, hearing the noise, immediately turned around and asked, "Who is there?" The guy couldn't believe his eyes, but he definitely didn't expect that the god was a young beauty. He first heard about this god at the talent test when Daniel mentioned that he had a special SS rank sword heart skill. When the guy asked if the goddess knew him, she furiously slammed the book shut and said yes, because if Cheryl had destroyed Herbert in the City of Darkness, then she would have appeared next. He remembered what Cheryl had said about strong entities, and thought that the Light Faction and Necromancers could cooperate, so they sent Saint Knight Herbert. Cheryl was helping because Daniel resurrected him, and if the undead swordsman and sword pavilion's connection to the sword god is real, then the power Cheryl was talking about is here. And since this girl is a sword god, she should definitely have rare skill books that contain a lot of power. She was holding one of the books in her hands, but it was a novel about the god of swords, and it was unlikely that the guy was interested in it. But if he wanted to, the girl was willing to hand over the book as soon as she finished reading it. But Winter River waved it off, not expecting God to read romantic novels. Walking closer to her, Winter River handed her a jade pendant and asked her if she knew who the item belonged to. Upon seeing the pendant, The girl named Dongfang Yixin immediately recognized it, looking at the Winter River in surprise. She immediately stood up and ran over to the guy, looking harmless. However, despite her young appearance, the true age of the girl was not known. The sword god was revered even by the royal family and respected for her strength, as she was one of the top figures in the Light faction and was trusted. So, after taking the pendant in her hands, Yixin asked Winter River, "Where did he get this pendant?" The guy decided to tell the whole truth and replied that this pendant belonged to the previous Dark Swordsman, who is no longer there. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised, because it was impossible. If the previous Dark Swordsman was dead, then Winter River wouldn't be able to become the new Dark Swordsman. However, he knew that the Dark Swordsman was a hidden class that only one player could have in eternity, so he replied that he had only seen the rest of the swordsman's soul. But there was no point in saying more, and since the God of Swords knew who the pendant belonged to, then let her hand it over herself, and Winter River would just say goodbye. But as soon as the guy wanted to leave, a sharper than a sword appeared in front of him, not allowing him to go any further. She didn't want to just let go of Winter River, who knew that an S-class quest couldn't be completed so easily. But if it is related to defeating a god, then S level is definitely not enough, and it should be SS or even SSS level. So Winter River told Yixin that she could have anything she wanted, except for his life. But the suggestion only made her laugh. She swung her sword and replied that today's price for the Winter River might be very high, but the guy stopped her and asked her to listen. He offered a deal that he could withstand one blow from the sword god, and if he stayed alive, then the sword pavilion would remain intact. But the girl replied that she belongs to the Light faction and can't just let go of Winter River because it would cause problems. But the guy started to make excuses, saying that he only came here to return the Jade Pendant, and it would be cruel of Yixin to destroy the hero. Moreover, she would damage her sword heart, which would always be on her conscience, but the girl asked, "What is it?" This question had driven Winter River into a dead end. After all, he thought that the sword heart was like some mysterious will or something. This was understandable to him, but Yixin had been holding back her laughter the entire time and finally broke down. Laughing, she said that she was joking, and it really wouldn't be right to destroy the guy for bringing the pendant. But she still couldn't let Winter River leave safely, as the sword pavilion would face criticism. So the girl had a plan. She will fight a guy with silver level stats, which will lower her level to 39, and if she wins, Winter River will leave the pavilion, and if she loses, this world. The system immediately notified him of a new mission to defeat the sword god at silver level, which sounded doable, and he agreed. In order not to destroy the pavilion, the sword god snapped her fingers and moved them to another location more suitable for battle. They were now in a complete wasteland, where there was only a boss with HP 21 3000 and attack 2500 2820 in front of the Winter River. The girl also had a huge number of skills, such as Word Mastery, Destructive Strike, Unsurpassed Blade, Vidus Sword types, and other powerful powers. Any forbidden skill was always super powerful, and the girl used the Forbidden Sword Return skill. With a stern and confident look at the guy, Yixin decided to finish him off quickly, and then used the Sharp Sword skill. He increased her attack speed by 50%, and her attack range was 200 meters. And with that, she charged at the Winter River. The guy was shocked, as the first skill Yixin used was already very powerful. But Winter River also had plenty of trump cards, so he used the Undead's Grip and aimed it at the Sword God, which immobilized it for 0.35 seconds. He then used the Jump skill and was able to press down the sword flying at him with his foot. Yixin was already familiar with such skills, but she had never seen it used like this before. Suddenly, she wanted her sword back, and with a snap of her fingers, she ordered the weapon back to her. However, the Winter River pressed down on him too much, and the sword didn't move. And then the God of Swords got angry and flew up in the air, deciding to attack the guy again with one of her swords. She pounced on him, but Winter River used the War Domain skill, which increased his attack by 20% and reduced the enemy's attack by 10%. Even though it only lasted for 3 minutes, it was difficult to dodge the blow, and Yixin's sword rapidly approached the Winter River. The weapon pierced through the guy and his armor, which seemed like it should have hit him, but it didn't do much damage. Yixin, seeing that the guy was still alive, was very surprised, as she was sure of her victory. And Winter River, with a gambling smile, grabbed the blade of the sword and decided to throw it to the side. After that, a fight broke out between the guy and the sword god. But the damage was only on one side. Yixin was nimbly dodging the punches, and the guy's punches didn't deal any damage to her. In the end, The girl jumped out of the way and took a fresh look at the Winter River. Then she added threateningly that he was putting his life at great risk by using such techniques against her. But Winter River wasn't going to stop and use the Devil Presence skill, which awakened a powerful energy in him. It even started to change visually, which further startled the God of Swords, who was watching the Winter River metamorphosis in surprise. In the end, the guy changed so much that when he was absorbed by the dark energy, he looked like a huge dragon. He was able to deal over 36,000 damage to the Sword God and reduce the Sword God's attack speed by 20% more than he needed to take advantage of. But the girl was also not easy and used the Break Strickle skill, ignoring 80% of the damage based on the difference in attributes between both sides. Moreover, she was only waiting for the guy to move so that she could get her weapon back. Once again, with a single snap of her fingers, she pulled her sword, which was her main weapon, towards her. As soon as the sword was in Yixin's hand, it was as if she was filled with energy and immediately decided to use this power. A huge shockwave was created with this weapon, and it was aimed directly at the Winter River. The guy didn't have time to dodge anymore, so he used one of his skills to create a shield around himself. Yixin couldn't believe that her attack had caused such a small amount of damage, which made her assume that the Winter River was above the silver level. And suddenly, Yixin loudly said that the battle between them was over, as she noticed that the guy didn't have a single forbidding skill. However, this didn't stop him from fighting off attacks with dignity and playing fair, being at the silver level. So Yixin admitted that Winter River was better than her. He was shocked by the news, but it didn't stop him from completing the mission, gaining 100,000 experience points and advancing to level 40. Moreover, the guy's strength became so great that his status was upgraded to a gold-level boss, which changed his attributes. Returning to Azad, Winter River asked with interest why it was over, because the girl didn't even use her basic skills, and the HP remained almost the same. Yixin replied that she hadn't originally intended to fight him, because the guy had brought her a jade pendant, but the rules forced her to do so. The girl had already turned around and was about to leave, released Winter River, and he wondered how these NPCs can judge the rules of the game and be dissatisfied with them. But Yixin interrupted his thoughts and finally said that as soon as the guy leaves here, there will be a house around. It sounded creepy, but Yixin added that the confrontation between the factions had lasted too long. A few days ago, the Light faction recaptured the City of Darkness, indicating that they are fully prepared, so the return of the pendant may be a godsend. Winter River wanted to hear more and had already rushed after Yixin to ask her to tell him more. But he didn't make it, as the door slammed shut in front of him, leaving Winter River to wonder. The guy stared at the door for a few more seconds and thought about what to do. After all, since the prediction is so bad, the best solution is to just leave as soon as possible. After he left, Winter River regained his previous appearance and fake name. When he returned, he reported to the undead swordsman that he had returned the pendant and found the teacher in a good mood. He gave his disciple a mysterious look and said that it was time for them to head back to the Ghost Swamp. 2 hours later, they were already there, and the undead swordsman decided to thank the surprised Winter River. Thanks to Cheryl's return of the sword, he was no longer a member of the Sword Pavilion, which allowed him to join the Dark faction in peace without any mental burden. He was surprised to hear this, as he had thought all along that the undead swordsman already belonged to the Dark faction. Well, he replied that to join it, one had to prove one's loyalty to the darkness, but as a disciple of the Ball Pavilion, he swore to never turn his sword against humans. But now Cheryl was free of that restriction and ready to settle old scores. After this utterance, everyone received a notification that the Dark and Light factions' confrontation had officially begun. With the sword back, Cheryl could now join the Dark faction, just like many other players, and the whole process was set in motion by Winter River. After that, a notification came out that the undead army led by the level 190 boss, the undead swordsman Cheryl, is preparing an attack on the main city of Meiruichekshin in 3 days. The system also notified that an army of vampires led by a level 185 sky boss, Catherine Hladnokrovnoy Coldblood Moon, is preparing to attack the Eastern District's main city, Ivermillion. Also, the Sin army, led by the level 190 heavenly boss Solomon Sudshini, was preparing to attack the main city of Sakura District, Thunder City. There were too many sieges, but Winter River realized that he and his teacher would be able to participate in the siege of Chaishin City. Then another notification came out that the Dark Army led by the boss of the 40 gold level, the Dark Swordsman of the Winter River, is preparing to attack the Tender City of the 3rd level of the Romantic District. The players who saw this notification were shocked by the news that Winter River had become a gold-level boss and received the main S difficulty quest, Siege and Conquest. Now Winter River acted as the boss of the fifth wave and had to conquer Snow City, for which he had to gain access to the demon treasury. The guy was proud of himself for being able to lead an entire army, but if he failed, he would die. Cheryl, looking at the confident Winter River, happily said that he hoped the guy would come out victorious. And as soon as he wished the teacher good luck in return, the teacher disappeared, saying goodbye to the student. With a sly smile, Winter River decided to show all Eternity players the power of a gold-tier boss. Now that he was already at level 40, he could improve his equipment, so he opened the inventory. There, he looked at all the equipment he had, and it increased the guy's attack power and HP. As it grew stronger, Winter River attracted more and more attention from powerful figures. There was a strange notification saying that the final HP of the Dark Swordsman will increase by 250%. With such an improvement, Winter River could enter the top 100 in the Dark Faction's strongest player rankings. However, when he opened the rating, the guy found himself only in 84505217 place, which surprised him. But he decided to postpone it for later and log out of the game to get some sleep. The next day, Winter River called his friend Wang Kai, who congratulated him on his achievements. Winter River also added that he can now even jump on servers to check out other players. But Wang Kai warned a friend that he had checked all the local forums and they were exploding as many headed to Snow City to destroy the Winter River. After saying thank you to his friend for the experience, Winter River promised that he would be careful and was transported to Eternity. There he was noticed by surprised adventurers and immediately recognized, so they decided to run away as they were afraid of him. But then one of the players in the lead ordered everyone to stop, because they had been preparing for this for too long. They've been studying the Winter River battle videos to learn his techniques, and now he's standing right in front of them so they can't escape. Someone supported the leader, saying that they were indeed the best of their guild and were able to get this reward by defeating Winter River. All the players suddenly rushed towards the guy, working together and ensuring each other, which was really a good technique. The team leader jumped up and swung his sword at the guy, thinking that the enemy was finished. But Winter River only took one step back and swung his sword, so he easily dodged the blow. However, with his strike, he destroyed the leader of the company as well as all the others, which he immediately began to work on. Someone tried to use shadow strike skills, but they couldn't make it, as the Winter River sword was faster. After finishing with the players, the guy apologized and said that any technique is fluff against absolute power. But suddenly, he received a notification. One of his items was sold at an auction in Qingfing City for 2,147 gold coins, and the second piece of equipment was sold for 112 gold coins. Winter River himself did not understand why he was given so much money, but in the currency exchange, the ratio of gold to money was 193. Seeing the excellent exchange rate, the guy decided to first activate some gold in cash, and he got 530,000 real money. After that, Winter River decided that it was time to level up for the upcoming fierce battle. So the guy got to the location of an empty field, where an elite monster was walking. A dark panther of level 50 with HP 650,000 and attack 2650. She was one of the predators of the Void Field, known for its terrifying speed and attack power, but it was corrupted by dark energy. Because of this, the monster was even more angry and impatient. But what confused Winter River was that the panther's stats were higher than the lava pythons. But the guy's own stats were much better, so he understood that the panther would just be his experience. Thus, Winter River spent an entire day at this location, destroying the panthers, which helped him rise to level 41. And in that instant, the system changed the difficulty of the Siege and Conquest quest, and now it was not S but SS, even though the conditions were the same, which was strange. The next piece of bad news that the dragon told Winter River was that Snow City had found a level 60 dark boss to defend against. He didn't understand how the light faction would be helped by the dark boss, but it was like the system was rigging it against him. Winter River thanked the dragon for the information anyway, and the dragon wished him luck as he said goodbye. Then, the notification told the guy that the undead swordsman had already gathered his army and the guy needed to join. Winter River happily agreed to visit Cheryl and learn about the Snow City and its defenses. Thus, the guy soon reached the location of the Dark Swamp and found Cheryl, who was standing at the head of a large army. It consisted of undead knights, whose stats Winter River couldn't even see through the eye of divination. The guy was surprised, realizing that these warriors are too strong, because they are definitely 50 levels more than him. But Cheryl replied that these warriors weren't as strong as he was in life, and they didn't upgrade their consciousness like he did to become real living warriors. The undead swordsman then raised his hand and pointed to the side, saying that the Winter River army was there. Seeing his warriors, the guy was taken aback, because they were not knights in armor, but real elite monsters of level 45 water demons. However, their HP was 550,000, and their attack was 2150, which wasn't very much. But in the Dark Faction, they were considered cannon fodder, which was not a pity. Winter River looked back at the undead swordsman in disbelief and asked if he could send him some of his knights so that they would at least have a chance. But Cheryl replied that this was impossible, as the rules forbid it, which caused an inner fear in the guy. Then Winter River, after a short pause, asked if there was any other way to support him. Cheryl replied that there were ways, such as summoning a level 5 demon god, but that would be enough for them to attack a level 3 small town. If you break this scroll, you will open a portal for 1 minute, from which you can attract god-level entities and join them in battle. However, Cheryl warned not to summon these creatures lightly, as if the guy fails to attract their attention. It will be, in fact, self-destruction. There was a case of one guy who summoned a demon god on a whim that devoured the guy in the same second. The guy's joy at such a gift was replaced by seriousness, because he realized that this scroll could save them, and maybe even destroy them. So Winterhand held out his hand to the teacher and slyly asked if Cheryl had something safer for him. But the undead swordsman said with displeasure not to push him, because he was sure that the guy would not be able to milk him like Daniel. Deciding not to get personal, Cheryl coughed into his fist to change the subject and said it was time for them to move out. Winter River had no choice but to follow him, and they moved forward. The army seemed huge and moved clearly in formation, listening to Cheryl's orders. Suddenly, Winter River decided to ask him what he thought of the Dark Faction's capabilities and chances. Cheryl had called the Dark Faction rebels trying to overthrow those in power, but to the guy that meant the Light Faction had to be evil. However, usually the symbols of evil are just the undead, demons, the 10 great demon gods that can't be good. But Cheryl said that it is not so easy to define good and evil, and you need to remember that the story is written by the winner. And if they defeat the Light Faction, they will become the Light themselves, and the Light will become the Dark Faction. The undead swordsman added that he had seen very noble undead and the most despicable rulers of the Light Faction. Of course, it is not necessary to say that the Dark Faction is better and justify it for everything. But among the 10 great demon gods, some have human bloodlines, but they have betrayed humanity. All these words were memorized by the guy who decided that future quests would be related to this. But now he needed to focus, because they had arrived. The place was too quiet for combat, even calling itself the Long Grass Plain. But it was just the right place for Cheryl, who suddenly stretched out his hand and began to release energy. It revealed an entire energy wall, a veritable barrier that divided the Tianheng continent into regions. Taking the scroll in his hand, Cheryl added that if you're not strong enough, you won't be able to pass through the barrier. In the next second, he tore the scroll in half, and even more energy suddenly gushed out of it, which shattered the barrier. So they could enter a new region, the romantic area from which they planned to attack. Thus, Cheryl and his entire army ended up in a foreign territory, and if they were caught, the death penalty would be the death penalty. Moreover, this punishment was doubled, but for the guy it meant absolutely nothing. After all, if he dies, then his character will no longer be able to revive, since for him, the punishment was not doubled. Cheryl turned to the student and said that since the student had never been here before, he would take the boy to Snow City himself, for which the boy was grateful. Soon, they were in the new mountains location where it was cold and there was snow all around, covering the city that needed to be attacked. Looking at his target, Winter River assessed the possibilities and said contentedly that he would definitely deal with it. Newcomers to Snow City should tremble at its power. But suddenly, Cheryl interrupted Winter River's self-confident thoughts. He wished the disciple victory and said that he hoped that they would enter the demon god's treasury together and find the demon god's treasures there. This phrase made Winter River very interested, and he asked the teacher what these treasures were. And Cheryl told him that all the treasures were collected by the demon gods. There were rare skills, items, equipment, and even certificates for a hidden class transfer. And you can only choose and bring one such item with you. Winter River was most interested in the hidden class transfer certificates because even if he didn't need it, it could be sold for millions. Then, Winter River waved to the teacher and told him to go and settle his own business, and he would not distract him anymore and let them meet at the entrance to the treasury. Winter River then turned to his troops and told them to set up camp here, and if anyone attacked them, they should be informed immediately. And the guy himself looked at the snow-covered thicket and decided not to waste time but to raise his level here. He will descend from the cliff and go deep into the snowy mountains in search of monsters. I didn't have to search for them for a long time, as a big fluffy silhouette appeared in front of the Winter River among the snow-covered trees. It was a level 55 elite white bear monster with 800,000 HP. This bear lived in cold places and had a fierce attack. Many adventurers had met their end in his belly, and in terms of strength, he was far superior to the Dark Panther. His stats were high enough for an elite monster, and so he would be a great prey for Winter River who charged in. The bear also didn't waste any time and also rushed into the attack, the strength of which he had was as much as 3,200 points. But the guy used the high jump skill and flew over the bear, landing directly on its head, dealing damage. Then, using Mad Annihilation, Winter River began to strike the bear one by one. Thus, destroying the snow monster was too easy and fast for Winter River, which earned him 14,000 experience points. But suddenly, he noticed a few coins and a B-rank snow globe skill left over from the monster, which was strange for a bear of such a small level. The skill allowed you to create snowballs and throw them for 5 seconds to deal 30% damage. It was interesting, but suddenly a new notification came that the Winter River army was under attack from the Romantic District and they urgently needed help. And indeed, a battle broke out in the camp as members of the Light faction decided to attack. They were quite strong and destroyed monsters that were caught off guard. But then one of them felt someone suddenly appear behind him. It was Winter River who had destroyed an adventurer from the Light faction with a single sword strike. Everyone else immediately recognized the legendary Winter River as they stared in awe at his statuesque silhouette. The guy noticed that people speak their own language, corresponding to this region, but for the Winter River, automatic translation was taking place. However, the knight started attacking the guy in droves, but he didn't budge, as these punches didn't do much damage to him. The leaders of this group couldn't believe their eyes, considering that even though Winter River had become the boss of the Dark faction, he was still a player. Nevertheless, his strength was off the scale and frightening, and the guy himself really wanted to communicate with foreign enemies. It used Shockwave, dealing 100% attack damage to enemies within a 100-meter radius, reducing their attack speed by 20% and movement speed by 20% for 3 seconds. Thus, only a few knights managed to survive, thanking the Almighty for being further away from the battlefield. But what bothered Winter River was that there were too few warriors around him, as if it were a trap. And suddenly he felt that someone was approaching him and very fast. The guy barely managed to dodge the enemy's sword strike, which shot past him like a bullet. It was a level 34 Shadow Assassin class Ghost King, who immediately knew that he had come across a professional in the form of Winter River. The Knights of the Light faction were overjoyed when they saw their leader, thinking that all was not lost yet. Winter River, on the other hand, looked at the Ghost King and decided that he was the best player in their city, since they were so happy to see him. But the only thing he was really good at was an insane attack speed of over 1,670 points. He was right next to the guy in a second and threw a punch, managing to hit the Winter River. The guy jumped back and stared at the enemy, but he was no longer there, as he was moving with great speed. This time, he attacked from behind, once again dealing over 3,000 points of damage to the Winter River. The players were encouraged to realize that although their leader doesn't hit as hard, he moves very fast, so they must help him to overthrow the Winter River. They started cheering on the Ghost King, saying that he was their hero as he continued the battle. However, Winter River studied his opponent's capabilities and observed what techniques he used. Some players started broadcasting so that everyone could see this fight, because right now Winter River might be defeated. However, the guy was only playing with them, giving them false hope. But the climax of this fight was about to come. And right at this moment, with the victory over the Ghost King, their last hope will perish. Winter River was able to hit his opponent with a single hit, earning over 16,000 experience points. All the players on the field suddenly fell silent and stared at the Winter River with fear and terror in their eyes. Moreover, for defeating the Winter River boss, you have increased your level to 42, becoming even stronger. The players, even more frightened, began to run away from the battlefield, not wanting to face such a strong opponent. Looking after them, Winter River told his charges that it was unlikely that they would dare to attack in the next few days, but the defense must continue to be maintained. For the remaining 2 days, he leveled up until the Siege and Conquest quest officially started. As soon as this SS rank mission started, the system warned that the Dark Army must launch at least 5 waves of attacks. Otherwise, the attributes of all troops will decrease by 20% until the end of the siege. The system also notified that the fight should start at exactly 10 o'clock, and otherwise there will be another sanctions, which again made Winter River think that the system was trying to prevent him. He was just hoping that there wouldn't be anyone like Herbert or Cheryl in this town. But suddenly there were a lot of system notifications. They were all saying that the sieges on the other cities had already begun, and Winter River, not wanting to be left behind, ordered the first wave to prepare for the siege. Then, a level 20 bronze boss approached the guy and said that he would lead the siege as the leader. Winter River agreed, and then a boss named Gug sent troops to the gates of the city, starting a siege. But the city's warriors didn't even take the monsters seriously, as level 20 was too weak for them. Thus, Gug and his army were defeated in a matter of minutes, which upset Winter River a little, but he realized that the enemies were stronger than level 20. Then the guy raised his hand and ordered the second line of defense to act, which was led by the boss of the bronze level 25 sech. His army, slightly higher in level and more numerous, broke out in front. The war retreat, which could have already meant victory, but it wasn't the end. Suddenly, a girl appeared and pulled the bowstring, saying that they couldn't lose to these undead. Her arrows began to pierce through the enemies with great speed and accuracy. The damage caused by her was huge, but Winter River was too far away to know if she was an NPC or a player. In any case, the city guard came out as support, so it was time to start a new wave of attacks. After 20 minutes, the fourth wave was destroyed, so it was time to perform the fifth. And now, it was led by the level 42 boss himself, Winter River, who was already looking forward to his performance. He went first, ordering the monsters to follow him to capture the commander of the Light Faction's army. When the warriors saw the Winter River, they were afraid, remembering what he had done before, and many of them were afraid and began to run. The girl was angry because of this behavior of her warriors, who became traitors to her. She didn't know Winter River, but because of him, the spirit of her army fell. The girl ordered everyone not to worry, as this is only a golden boss, and not to let him out of their sight, so as not to allow them to advance any further. The warriors were inspired, realizing that they also have gold-level bosses, and decided to still defeat Winter River and share the reward for it equally. One of the level 35 warriors, Harold, attacked Winter River directly, wanting his head. But the guy was absolutely not sure about this, striking the warrior with a kick that became crushing for him. For destroying Harold, Winter River earned more than 16,000 experience points by taking on other warriors. When he realized that there were too many warriors around him, he used War Domain, increasing his attack by 20%. Allies within 50 meters received 15% attack. Enemies and attacks decreased by 25% for 3 minutes. This skill was simply insane, and gave the monster much more opportunities to attack. Players fell one after another just from a single strike of the Winter River sword, which dealt over 100,000 points of damage. The players were horrified when they realized that Winter River's attack had become even stronger, and they no longer dared to attack him. It was as if he was the incarnation of a demon on Earth, and his weapons increased their strength by 20%, and his attack was equal to more than 14,000 points. His HP reached 489,600 points, so no one dared to stand in his way, except for one warrior named Lantal, gold level 50. He couldn't forgive the traitor, and being the son of the mayor of Snow City, the second in command and a heartthrob. Thanks to his talent, he has a bright future. After seeing the opponent with his HP of 2,800,000 points and attack of over 3,000 points, Winter River realized that Lantal was strong, so he decided to use Breeze Guard. However, with one hit, the knight dealt Winter River more than 50,000 hit points, reducing its attack speed by 20% and movement speed by 15% for 5 seconds. Winter River realized that this guy's attack speed was quite fast, and he was also pretty cool. All the warriors immediately started supporting their leader, confident that the Winter River would definitely come to an end now. This made the guy very angry, who couldn't let someone humiliate him, especially for fighting on foot. Lantal suddenly said that it was strange that Winter River had traveled for so long on his own feet. Winter River, releasing his dark energy, said that the joke was really good, but his opponent had chosen the wrong target. Using a terrifying presence, Winter River embodied dragon energy and dealt 100% attack damage to enemies within 100 meters. The attack also reduced their attack speed by 20%, their movement speed by 20% for 3 seconds. This power startled Lanter, who definitely didn't expect such damage to his army. But to the knight himself, this was child's play, and in his opinion, Winter River was only good at bullying weaklings. But, releasing the undead's grip, the guy replied to Lanter that this power should be enough for him, and then immobilized the opponent for 2 seconds. After that, Winter River approached the knight and dealt him a powerful blow with his sword. However, just before the impact, Lanter managed to use the Ice Armor skill to reduce the damage. The armor's durability negated the suppression effect, causing Lanter to deal damage to the Winter River. He definitely hadn't expected the shockwave from the armor to damage him, and it was extremely annoying. But it didn't matter right now, as one had to think rationally. He ordered the undead to surround Lanter to use their power as well. Now that the knight's power was being dispersed to a large number of enemies, he couldn't just focus on the Winter River. He said that he wanted to destroy Lanter quickly, but now he was going to let the undead do it to scratch his face. This angered the knight, who didn't understand how this fool dared to fight him head-on so brazenly. The undead surrounded the narcissistic and confident Lanter, who was infuriated by this. He started to fight the undead, chasing them away, but there were too many monsters. Lanter himself wasn't expecting this, and the monsters kept swooping in, devouring him. Even for one of the most unsympathetic monsters, Lanter now looked just awful and, accordingly, was defeated. For this, Winter River received 500,000 HP and 1,000 reputation points, for which he rose to level 44. But these were reduced rewards because he did not personally destroy the knight. But suddenly Lanter's sister appeared on the horizon, who did not want to put up with his death and believed that he was destroyed with dirty tricks. The girl named Phoenix was about to rush into battle, but her partner told her to calm down. After all, according to the rules, they can only attack after the Dark Army enters the city, which happened a few seconds later. The system warned him that a level 50 boss, Snow Guardian Phoenix, and a Dark Gold level 60 boss, Troll of Icy Rage, were waiting for him. He was leading the elite Snow Guard as the 5th wave of defense, and having 2 bosses at once scared Winter River away. After 5 rounds of siege battles, both sides of forces were almost completely exhausted. But now, elites, guards, high-level players, and a gold-level boss are too much, even though Winter River has already met 2 bosses at once in Dark City. However, before Daniel and Cantor were with him, and now only he is here, but he is ready to show his dead friends who he has become. That is why the legendary battle of the same Winter River will now begin. But then an arrow flew at him, and a disgruntled female voice called the guy a traitor, who did not dare to rise so high in his last battle. However, this only made Winter River angry, and he dodged the arrow with just a slight tilt of his head to the side. This was Phoenix, who was the daughter of the mayor of Ice and Snow City, the first commander known for her stunning beauty and exceptional archery skills. She was admired by many, but now avoiding the arrows, he began to climb up with great speed. He was doing it so fast that there was no time to follow him, but the guy had a clear goal. Jumping up, he released his demonic energy once again, using the power of Devil Annihilation. This power hit everyone around them, dealing 100% attack damage to all enemies, reducing their attack speed and movement by 20%. Then, he landed on the ground, and that was just the beginning of his attack. Rushing forward, his sword started hitting the targets one by one with great ease. But then Winter River, after defeating another target, noticed that a lot of arrows were flying at him, but he didn't have time to dodge. Thus, the guy was hit by a lot of arrows from Phoenix, which took away his HP, but the guy had a healing potion. While he was taking it, he was thinking that if he was alone, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle bosses of this level. But fortunately, his monsters were with him, and could buy him some time to think things through, so he ordered the monsters to attack. Winter River then used War Domain again, increasing his attack by 20%. And allies within 50 meters gained 15% attack, while enemies or attacks decreased by 25%. Then another arrow flew at the boy, but missed again, hitting one of the warriors. Winter River immediately ordered the monster to grab the phoenix that was shooting at him. But she was not so simple and used her arrow to destroy one of the monsters. She immediately ordered all her soldiers to exterminate all the undead, and most importantly, capture Winter River. He was their most important enemy, as he dealt the most damage to the enemy. Suddenly, Winter River was hit by the Ghost King, dealing 356 HP damage to the guy and stunning him for 0.35 seconds. Winter River already knew this opponent, but it was strange to see him again. He was still moving too fast, so Winter River received a stab in the back that caused him to lose a lot of HP. But when he was about to attack back, he didn't notice the Ghost King disappearing from sight. Therefore, Winter River rushed away from the Ghost King, destroying all the enemies along the way. The people watching the broadcast were surprised that Winter River was running away from the Ghost King, suggesting that it was because almost all of the Dark Soldiers had been destroyed. Winter River's HP had already dropped by half, and no one believed that he could defeat the two bosses anymore. However, the guy did not realize that he was being watched not by the most ordinary people, but by someone higher up, who also hoped for his victory. The main man in this company was upset to see this sad situation, and he was comforted by saying that they have many other talented players. Da-I, as they say, the tallest tree in the forest is torn off by the wind, and the glory of the Winter River in the early days was too high. But if he kept a low profile, his future achievements would be greater. But the main man told everyone to be quiet and watch. There was still hope that the Winter River would perform a miracle. But the guy himself only continued to destroy the elite warriors of the Light faction one by one. However, his strength was running low, and no matter how hard he tried to defeat everyone, his entire army had already been destroyed. Another powerful arrow suddenly landed in his back. It was Phoenix who found the Winter River and called the others to attack. She stared at the guy with a crazy and wild look, wishing only for him to be destroyed. Phoenix was about to fire the last shot, but suddenly, the other Light faction players blocked her way. She ordered the warriors to retreat, because she wanted to destroy the Winter River on her own. But the players didn't care. All of them wanted to destroy the Winter River to get a huge reward for it. Phoenix started shooting at the Light faction players to protect the Winter River from them. And he himself, smiling slyly, said that you should never underestimate the human greed inherent in adventurers and NPCs. He began to jump over their heads, wanting nothing more than to run away while they all crowded around him. Winter River used the evil trampling skill, increasing his speed by 200% for 2 seconds, slowing down his enemies slightly. The guy wanted to escape, so he jumped up to the second floor to hide, but he was chased. People immediately started running out of the building, shouting for help, as someone broke into their apartment on the second floor. It was Winter River who ran down the hallway of the entire house and jumped out of the opposite window. And while they were looking for him in the house on all floors, the guy ran further and further down the street. Eventually, the warriors noticed that the window was broken and realized that it was Winter River who jumped out of it. Someone suggested that the guy ran away, but this assumption was rejected, since the system penalty was too high to take such a risk. Therefore, the order was given to search the entire city to find the fugitive, which caused completely different emotions among all the players and people watching the game. They searched for him for more than 20 minutes, entering every house, but could not find him. The Ghost King was also searching for the Winter River, and also without success. But suddenly a strange man in a cloak turned to him. His name was Bob, and he said that someone broke into his house and he was scared, asking the warrior to help him. The Ghost King was already overjoyed, as he was sure it was a Winter River, so he asked Bob to take him to his house. They went to a dark corner where there were many high-rise buildings, and the Ghost King began to look for the fugitive with his eyes. But suddenly Bob's sword was being tampered with, which was powerful and took the guy over 47,000 HP. It turned out that Bob had cheated, and the Ghost King didn't even have time to answer him before he disappeared, which meant that Bob had destroyed him. In fact, Bob was Winter River, who possessed the ability to change his appearance and name, which allowed him to hide for a long time and fully restore his health. In the guise of Bob, Winter River roamed the streets quite calmly and destroyed the soldiers from one after another. However, it couldn't go unnoticed for too long, and the news that Winter River became a bean spread through the city. Instead of the guy, everyone started looking for a man in a robe who didn't manage to hide for a long time. Winter River tried to pass himself off as someone else until the last moment, but the adventurers already knew about the guy's little trick and attacked Bob. They told Winter River to show him off, but he didn't even argue and took off his robes and magic, becoming himself. He added that for him, these warriors are just small carriers of his glasses because it's too easy to destroy them. The players didn't even have time to understand how the guy was able to restore health so quickly because they were destroyed too quickly. Winter River wanted to find the boss, but he found it on his own. Phoenix was already aiming her arrows at him. But because of her rage, Phoenix was too loud for him to notice her in time and dodge her punches. With his word, he accurately hit the arrows and cut them on the fly until they reached the target. And then Winter River, standing in front of the girl, said that since all the pests had disappeared, now it was her turn. Phoenix shot another arrow at the boy. It seemed that she wasn't fully aware of all the dangers as anger consumed her. Winter River rushed forward, not paying attention to the arrows because his main goal was to get to the girl. He used evil trampling again and jumped straight at Phoenix, dealing her a massive amount of damage and knocking her down. Then, he pinned her to the ground and immobilized her with another skill for a few seconds. After all, Phoenix was a great fighter, but she was an archer, so when the enemy approached her, she didn't stand a chance. In close combat, she was helpless, and Winter River realizing this, was ready to destroy the terrified Phoenix right now. Suddenly, just as the boy was drawing his sword, she called out to Trello and asked if he was going to help her. It was unlikely that a certain Trello would want the Phoenix destroyed so easily, so Winter River suddenly sensed something magical about it. In the end, he barely managed to jump away from the powerful energy blast that was being directed at him from the roof. Turning his head, Winter River saw a male silhouette, whose voice said that he would never let the Phoenix die. But he was just studying all the pieces of their cunning enemy. Trello was once a powerful gold-level warrior, but his greed and lust led him to take extreme measures. He used the flame potion to forcefully break through to dark gold, but at the cost of being disfigured by the potion's burns and having shaky strength. He liked Phoenix, and her call for help meant that she was ready to marry him, but the girl only ordered the destruction of the Winter River. Trello could not refuse the bride, but he thanked Winter River for his arrival, because now he will receive both the reward and Felix, so he will make the guy's death quick and painless. Looking at Trello, Winter River noticed that his stats were insane, because the guy's maximum attack was barely 4,000, and this Trello's defense was at 6k, which made it impossible to break through. No, judging from Trello's biography, his stats might not be as strong as they seem, but the warrior himself replied that these would be the last words of Winter River. However, the guy wasn't so sure because he already had a plan in mind. After all, Trello went through all these trials just to get Phoenix, so it turns out that she is very important to him. As soon as Winter River charged towards the girl, Trello immediately directed his 10,000-point attack at him, threatening not to approach Phoenix. But Winter River wasn't going to do that, and just jumped out of the way too quickly, exposing the Phoenix to the attack. The plan worked perfectly, and the girl received over 100,000 points of damage from the Trello energy strike. She immediately used her ice armor to protect herself from the guy's next blows, and then ironically thanked Trello for the service he'd done. She yelled at him and asked him who exactly he was going to destroy, her or Winter River. Trello apologized to Phoenix and promised that Winter River's little tricks would end soon. He used the Frost Sweep skill, creating a huge number of small shards of ice aimed at the guy. So Trello dealt 200% damage to all enemies within 200 meters in front of him, lasting 20 seconds. And naturally, Winter River was also hit. But he wasn't going to just stand there, so he charged. Suddenly, an arrow filled with dark, powerful energy shot past him. When she hit the target, she dealt over 43,000 points of damage to the Winter River, and the furious Felix told the guy not to even dream of escaping. The other players watching the battle understood that Winter River's HP was too low and he should have died right now. However, in an instant, the arrow stopped dealing as much damage as before, and the guy's energy became stronger. Winter River sensed that there were still survivors, which was a great way to level him up. He immediately used his skill, which destroyed the enemies in a small radius around him. He only had a short time to level up, so the steam and players were enough, and now the Winter River's level had reached 45. Phoenix, who was watching the guy's HP fully recover, was very angry. Trello knew that Winter River had another trump card up his sleeve, but even now, he was no match for him. However, the guy did not think so and decided to show what he was capable of, gathering all the energy in his fist. Then, this energy began to overwhelm him, and he rushed towards Trello to attack. However, his main target was Phoenix, who used the Icy Windfield skill to reduce the enemy's attack power by 10%. This power also created a shield around the girl who thought it would be enough, but the power of the Winter River was stronger. Not only did it deal quite a lot of damage to the dumbfounded Phoenix, but it also broke through her A armor in one hit. In fact, the guy used an S-class item Purple Electric Gem, unlocking its potential by increasing all attributes by 1,000% for 1 minute. There were 56 seconds left, and that was enough time for another strong Phoenix strike. She was already on edge and shouted at Trello to save her, as he was her only hope. Startled, Trello used his staff to direct his power at the boy, ordering him to move away from Phoenix. However, his strike almost did not deal any damage to the Winter River, which was insanely strange. The situation smelled of hopelessness. Trello didn't understand why his icicle shot had barely dealt triple damage, and what power Zad Potion River just unlocked. In any case, it helped the guy to hit Phoenix again, who fell to the ground from the huge damage. She looked at the guys with tears in her eyes and asked them not to destroy her. But Winter River didn't fall for such tricks anymore and raised his leg up to swing. To him, asking for mercy was just ridiculous after what Phoenix had done to him. So he didn't hesitate to give her the final blow, receiving 2,200,000 points for defeating the boss. Trello stared dumbfounded as Winter River destroyed his fiancée and wondered why Ataki Winter River's attacks couldn't even scratch him before. But now, he had just destroyed the golden boss in a few hits, and now he was staring intently at Trello. After saying that it was the little mage's turn, Winter River charged towards Trello. Trello dodged, but his mask was grazed by the blade of a sword. In the end, the mask came off and broke in two, which was a tragedy for Trello. He was ashamed of the burns on his face, and losing the mask completely disoriented him. After seeing Trello's real face, Winter River made insulting comments about his cheap appearance for a gold-level boss. Trello used the Desperate Cold Wind skill while lying on the ground, but it didn't do much damage to the Winter River. Seeing this, the dumbfounded warrior realized that he couldn't fight the guy head-on, so something had to be done. Trello decided to use self-freezing to create a powerful barrier around himself, increasing his defense by 100% and restoring 200,000 HP per second. However, Trello couldn't move for 20 seconds, so he decided to wait out the duration of the Winter River skill. But the guy wasn't worried, as he still had a full 26 seconds to destroy the enemy. He started hitting the barrier one by one, gradually destroying it. Trello himself was shocked by the power, and the Winter River still had 10 seconds to destroy the barrier. The guy was afraid that he wouldn't make it in time, so his punches were crazy and very fast. In the end, the barrier collapsed, and Trello's HP was practically at zero. He definitely didn't expect the guy's strength to be increased for such a long period of time, so he decided to run away. But Winter River used the Undead's grip to immobilize the enemy for 2 seconds, preventing them from escaping. And when Winter River had 1 second of the buff left, he raised his sword. Thus, he managed to strike and destroy a gold-level Trello boss, for which he received 4,500,000 experience points and 600 reputation points. So Winter River became the first player to destroy a gold boss in the game, for which he received an additional 8,000 reputation and 30 free attributes. He also got a rare item God's Blessing, a gem, and won the final battle. Tired Winter River thought this was the end, but suddenly heard a familiar voice that said it looked epic. Turning his head, the guy saw a hidden boss, Holy Knight Herbert, who praised him for defeating such bosses alone. However, as soon as Winter River saw Herbert, his eyes filled with rage. Jumping down from the roof, the knight said that this traitor Cheryl saved Winter River last time, but he definitely won't escape today. He remembered Cantor and Daniel, who were both NPCs, and he shouldn't have felt guilty about their deaths. But in his mind were always the words of Cheryl, who said that if Winter River lived long enough, they would see each other again. He also remembered that Cheryl was sure that the Winter River was destined to shine on the Tianheng continent. Still, he couldn't forgive himself for Cheryl's death, so he asked what Herbert did to him when he won. Herbert replied that the necromancer was destined to die after using a forbidden spell, but he was their main enemy. Therefore, even if his body is dead, his body will still suffer as punishment for his sins in front of the Light faction. After saying that, the rage engulfed Winter River, who now definitely couldn't call the Light faction light, due to the rage and stimulation of the nearby powerful blood. The guy's dark armor has advanced to the level of dark gold, with greatly improved attributes. But Winter River didn't care anymore and attacked Herbert, who said that this was a winning fight. From the collision of the two most powerful forces, a powerful shockwave swept through the entire city. However, Herbert was able to resist the power of the Winter River and deflected his blow, knocking the guy aside. It was only thanks to the moon fragment that Winter River was immune to this fatal damage and was able to survive by hitting the ground hard. Gilbert didn't expect the guy to have a rescue trick up his sleeve, but this is even more interesting because it would be boring if the trial ended before it even started. Herbert then raised up his staff and activated the Searing Heat skill, which deals damage to the enemy's weapons, as well as an additional 100% continuous damage to the enemy. But before Herbert could use it, Winter River held up a scroll in his hand. The knight immediately knew that it was a thing for summoning demonic gods, but he didn't understand where Winter River got this scroll from. Herbert wanted to leave the boy and talk some sense into him, because this subject was so important. Could have caused a huge disaster. But Winter River didn't care if he was going to die anyway, so he didn't mind taking someone along to avenge Daniel. Back then, the guy used the Demon God Summoning Scroll, with a chance to summon a god-level essence on the battlefield. But nothing happened, which caused Herbert to laugh and despise, for the fool should not have thought that the demon god would pay attention to the summons from a small town. But suddenly, a whisper rang out in Herbert's head, saying that resistance was useless and the knight should just accept his fate. This ultrasound came from nowhere, but very much frightened and strained the knight, who heard the threats. Suddenly, a hole seemed to form in the sky, revealing a space from which a demonic silhouette emerged. A few seconds later, one of the 10 great demon gods of the dark faction, Evil Curse Laurel, appeared in front of Herbert and Winter River, by 50%, but there were still 2 seconds left before the teleportation ended. Winter River said that Herbert had better pray to die here. If he finds out that the knight is still alive, he will spend all his resources to track him down. But the teleportation unfortunately succeeded. But in the end, a disappointed Winter River called Herbert a coward and promised to find him and finish him off on his own. Now there was another problem. The Winter River caused demon looming over Snow City. The guy looked at him in fright, as he understood that he should not say anything superfluous. Otherwise, he would be finished. Then Laurel spoke first, turning to the Dark Swordsman and asking why he had summoned her. Winter River spoke to the great demon god, saying that it was because of the Holy Knight Gilbert, but he had fled in disgrace because of the demon's overwhelming power. Laurel was angry at being disturbed over such a small matter and promised to bury this city in darkness. But Winter River stopped her, saying that since Laurel is a great demon god, she must know about the situation here, so she can't do that. Laurel replied that she had only come down here because she had sensed the energy of an old acquaintance, but had found nothing. This surprised him, and he suggested that it might be the moon shard that Daniil had given him. But if anyone had connections with the gods, it was him. Taking out a shard of the moon, Winter River asked if this was what Laurel had mentioned, not forgetting to mention that it was given to him by teacher Daniel, and the guy himself is his outstanding student. To which the demon replied that this subject really has an interesting aura. Winter River thought it might have worked, but suddenly Laurel said that she and Daniel were really good friends before, but now they were sworn enemies. The demon added that he would like to destroy the necromancer with his own hands, and it is a pity that this will not happen, but destroying his best student is a great alternative. Winter River couldn't believe it and asked, why did she and Daniil become enemies? But Laurel wasn't going to answer, and as she began to gather energy, she said that as soon as the guy tore up that scroll, he signed his own death warrant. She was furious and was ready to destroy not only the Winter River, but the entire city as well, releasing destructive energy. For the guy who had primal fear in his eyes, it was all over since there was nowhere to run. But suddenly, he heard a woman's voice ordering him to quickly take her sword in his hand. Lowering his gaze, Winter River saw the sword god girl from the pavilion, and his surprise was boundless. Yixin looked belligerently and confidently at Winter River, who, oddly enough, had hope in her face. He didn't have time to ask how the girl appeared here, as there was a strong explosion, and the guy was thrown away by the shockwave. He flew out of the city and landed unpleasantly on the ground, but most importantly, he was alive. However, he couldn't believe his eyes and that the Snow City had been destroyed. In the sky, the gap from which the demon had emerged began to close, which meant that it was leaving. Winter River was wondering where the sword god was, but the girl landed right behind the dumbfounded guy a few seconds later. He looked at her with a worried look and asked if she was okay. Yixin forced a smile and replied that everything was fine, but now Winter River owed her 2 favors. The guy stared at the sword god in surprise and asked, what kind of 2 services did she have in mind? Yixin gave 2 reasons. First, she saved him from certain death, and second, she is a member of the Light faction, that is, an enemy. But she still helped Winter River. But the guy already knew that, so he rushed to Yixin and asked her how she was feeling and if she needed help to treat her injuries. The girl said for the second time that she was fine, because don't forget that she is still a powerful sword god. Winter River said that he saw the rift in the sky tighten, and Yixin confirmed his guess, saying that the demon had gone back into the darkness. But the guy was still worried, because he had angered Laurel and she might come back for him again later. But Yixin said not to worry about it, as the demonic god Winter River is as insignificant as a bug, so he won't bother with nonsense. He thanked the sword god for the explanation, but added that it sounded a little insulting, for which Yixin apologized awkwardly. Then she decided to say goodbye, as everything went quiet, but she said not to forget about the 2 services that Winter River still owed her. After that, she used her sword skill to summon her huge sword. After saying goodbye to the guy completely, she jumped into the air to jump on her unusual transport. Standing on her sword, perfectly balanced, she flew into the air, leaving Winter River alone. Looking after the girl, the guy thought that the sword skill is really cool, just like Yixin herself. Then, notifications began to pop up congratulating him on completing the main city siege quest, for which the guy received 4,000 experience points. For destroying the snowy city, Winter River received 1,000 more experience points and access to the Demon Gook's treasury, which increased his level to 48. In this way, Winter River finally managed to conquer Snow City, and he let out a sigh of relief when he realized that it was time for him to return. Along the way, he received notifications that the vampire army led by Catherine had conquered the main level 1 city of Vermilion Bird City in the Eastern District. Also, the Sin army led by Solomon Sincourt had conquered the level 1 city of Thunder City in the Sakura area. But he was worried that there were no notifications from Cheryl. Winter River hoped that his mentor was fine, but there was nothing he could do right now, so he decided to check out his loot from the siege. First up were the Phoenix rewards, a level 48 gold-grade ghost orchid bowl. Phoenix's favorite weapon is the Snowstorm Garden, known for its excellent killing power and expensive 300-330 attack design, which increases its power by 35%. The next piece of equipment was a gold-level Snow Knight cloak, which increases defense by 20%, being a symbol of leadership in the Snow City. The last one was an A-class blinding arrow, which, even if it missed, could still affect the enemy's vision with poison and cause blindness. Winter River was thrilled, as he definitely didn't expect that even a cloak would make sense, and it could all be sold for a lot of money. The following items were from Lanter. Gold-ranked Frostguard bracers forged from frost crystals, offering superior defense that increases HP by 30%. There was also an A-rank Ice Armor skill book, which allows you to form blue armor around yourself, increasing your defense by 30% for 2 minutes. The guy happily learned the new skill immediately, but the system said that the Ice Armor skill was corrupted by the evil power of the Dark Swordsman and transformed into Black Flame Armor. It created a black fire armor covering the body to increase defense by 30% and increase resilience by 10% for 2 minutes. Winter River was thrilled to realize that being the only hidden class really paid off, as the transformation even raised the skill a bit. It remains to see the rewards for the most powerful boss, Trelu, for which they should have given the most. And the first was the ultra-thin, breathable, and incredibly light gold-ranked Wind Spirit boots, which increase movement speed by 20%. Next up was an A-class flame potion made from rare materials extracted from magma, unlocking potential, but with a side effect that reduced the power of fire by 20%. Then there was the dark gold-ranked Frostwind robe, which increases defense by 30% and gives stability, but you need to be a mage or summoner to use it. Even though the raincoat looked thin, it provided excellent protection from the cold and was made of a special material that is difficult to cut. The last one was the Flame Demon helmet, which increases defense by 35%, made of hard-hot glory stone. The demon's body combined with rare minerals. Winter River realized that other than Trello's cloak, he could use all items, especially the helmet, but it required level 58 to use. And while Winter River was thinking about how to level up to use her equipment, Yixin continued on her way with the sword. Suddenly, she wondered why this dark swordsman Winter River was bothering her so much and why she had saved him. It was a question Laurel had asked her right after Yixin had teleported the boy out of town, but the girl had said it was none of her business. But the demon himself drew a parallel, thinking that every sword god is always associated with swordsmen, so I decided to let Yixin go. She didn't understand why the demon had retreated so easily, so she asked him what he meant when he spoke of the bond. But Laurel replied that Yixin was too weak to fight her, but when the demon was still a human, the god of swords helped her a lot, so she would spare Yixin. But the demon warned that if the sword god ever got in her way again, he would destroy the sword pavilion. This contempt from Laurel greatly angered the proud and powerful sword god, who wasn't going to put up with it. The demon didn't dare talk to Yixin like that, so she promised that she would get to her and then the girl would personally finish off the demon.